What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny but gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the Unbanned Day. It's Monday. It's Monday News Day, folks. That's right. It is Monday, May 26, 2025, 11:06 a.m. I am perfectly on time and ready to go, ready to let it rip. Apologies to all of the victims of divorce court. Apologies to all of those who have, I don't know, horrible politics. I know that they're probably very angry at me right now, very angry at Twitch, very angry at everyone else, partially because they just don't pay attention to the news at all, because it was supposed to be a 24-hour suspension, as I mentioned. But yeah, we're back. Daddy's home. Daddy's home, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. We're live. We're alive. And I'm going to tell you all about my personal news, because obviously this is the part of the broadcast for all the parasocialists out there. For all the parasocialists out there who want to know what took place between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you all about it for all the parasocialists out there. I see a lot of subs coming in, because I think when you get banned and unbanned, a lot of people automatically, if they had their subscriptions yesterday, they weren't able to do so. So, resubscribe today if you forgot to do that. Anyway, but ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, I'm back. Dude, you missed Streamer University? I didn't. I actually watched it, and I actually liked it quite a bit. I have, my opinions on what I thought was going to happen. I thought that they would be way more chaotic. Surprisingly, it was not as chaotic as but it's virtually impossible to pay attention to every single thing that was happening. So I don't know, maybe it was chaotic and I didn't see it, but from everything I saw, it was awesome. They had to ban you, otherwise you would never taken a day off. This is true. Thank you. Shouts out to Twitch for giving me a forcible day off because I was not taking that day off. Anyway, so on Saturday, you guys might have noticed on Saturday night, I started my broadcast. It was supposed to be a fun day, a Saturday fun day, right? And I ended the broadcast with a video game. I played a video game, a browser game. Okay? I played a browser game called Zionist or Nazi. Here it is. This is if you want to see it. It's the hardest game I've ever played. It's on my YouTube if you want to go take a look at it. And right after that game was over, I embarrassingly ended the broadcast in disgrace because like it was just too goddamn hard. It was too goddamn hard for me. It was too goddamn hard for me. And I was embarrassed. I ended the broadcast. And then something weird happened. I was in the other room and I heard my computer start playing some audio of like a tab that I had left open. Sometimes it happens randomly. Twitter will randomly restart the audio, and the dog started barking, and I ran over to the PC to turn off this tab, and I realized I had been logged out of all of my accounts. Lo and behold, I was banned. And it was shocking because normally there are signs, you know what I mean? Normally when I do something that's like ban worthy or something that's like even teetering on the edges of a ban, or when people like get really mad about something and it starts going viral on Twitter and then there's like a lot of public pressure, usually that's how it goes. Like that's the previous pattern, right? I say something, people clip it, gets posted on LSF or it gets posted on Twitter. And then it turns into like a much larger ordeal, and then Twitch has to react to it. Twitch has to react to it in a way where it's like, in a way where they just obviously won't stand aside and defend me. So I didn't even know what the reason was this time because it was shocking. Like it was like weird. I was like, what is going on? What's up with this ban? Well, it turns out it was because I had read the manifesto of Elias Gonzalez, the shooter of the Israeli embassy, right? The Israeli embassy staffers that were shot and killed by Elias Gonzalez. I read his manifesto. Now, I always read the manifestos of shooters. What I do by trade, what I do by profession is literally to go through common points of misinformation, both coming from mainstream media and both coming from, psychotic right-wingers and whatnot in the aftermath of any sort of shooting that takes place. And I do this all the time. Like, obviously, I don't cover breaking news, but my job is to look at all of the narratives that are out there and go through them and critically examine them and try to figure out what the truth is. And that's precisely what I was doing. Part of the reason why I read the manifesto was because there was people entertaining the notion that it was potentially a false flag attack. And I wanted to see if there was any veracity to these claims. And I read the manifesto, as I've done time and time again. And by the way, I detailed all this stuff that I'm basically relitigating here on my last YouTube video. If you haven't watched it, you should. But I guess that was a bannable offense. I hope that they change this policy because I think it's a really bad policy. Like, I think that the policy of like, oh, you can't look at a manifesto, because there's a couple different things that they literally have verbatim as a policy that I am always annoyed by. One of them is there is like any kind of disseminated information that they consider to be like terrorism will get you dinged up, even if it's perfectly fine. Even if it's perfectly fine on Twitter, even if it's perfectly fine on YouTube, like Twitch has a way more rigorous application in terms of service, and they will actually punish you for it, which I think is silly. They changed it because of you the first time when people wanted your head for the Houthi video. No, that was always in existence. I think that shouldn't be the case. Like, I think I should be able to watch those types of videos. I have watched those types of videos over and over again. I think it's like really stupid. Having said that, you know, the concept of terrorism in and of itself is already arbitrary, and there's plenty of academic back and forth on this process. It's just like having the platform engage in this like arbitrary designation, depending on what the State Department has decided is like terrorism, is silly. But where are the old streams? If you can't access my VODs, it's probably because I just got unbanned and it takes a while. You know? But I guess let me just blast off, because personal news is basically talking about why I got banned. So I'm back from my 24-hour suspension, talking about the reasons why I got banned. Trump calls Vladipoo crazy for Ukraine strikes. Israel blows up another ceasefire proposal as the Trump admin starts looking like Biden, Blinken 2.0, and more. Get in now. Please leave Twitch so I can delete this garbage app. That's the funniest way to demand that I leave Twitch. I don't want to. I would like to continue. I've spent years and years on this platform building a community. I would like to make sure that I can maintain this community that I've built here. But yeah, maybe I'll have to start multi-streaming potentially. This is good. This is Animorphs. Yeah. The Brandonization of Trump is upon us for sure. In any case, YouTube doesn't have offliner chat. No, I know. YouTube has a lot of there's issues with YouTube as well. It's interesting how he acted so tough. Now he's the same as Biden. That's not surprising. That's not surprising. But yeah, I'm thinking about different avenues. I'm thinking about it. Because like chat and the back and forth that I have with you guys is one of the most important aspects of this this process, this medium. Like the way I do things. Otherwise, I'm just like a regular ass political commentator. That's what people do. That like this is the most the back and forth conversation, the community component for me is perhaps the most significant aspect of my political commentary and like what I offer. And YouTube unfortunately doesn't have it as good. So I have to find a way to basically make it like make YouTube streaming be as close and as similar to Twitch streaming as possible. But yeah, it's definitely a thought in my mind. Make no mistake, more so than ever before, because it does feel like it does feel like people are going pretty crazy over this. Here's the video, which I guess we can get started with. And then I'll tell you more about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. But basically what took place is I got suspended. Here, let's watch this video. It's enlightening. And then I'll tell you all about what I did yesterday, because I spent yesterday making this video, making a TikTok, and going on a podcast, Joshua Cittarella's podcast. We've watched some of Joshua Cittarella's episodes on here before. Anyway, let's watch. That means I just got banned. Hello. If you're watching this, that means I just got banned. As in, I got a temporary 24-hour suspension. And we're back together on this deep, up-close, and personal YouTube video. Welcome back to the Hasanabi channel on YouTube. Now, some of you are probably wondering, considering that there's a lot of back and forth going on online about why I got banned once again. Well, you might have actually heard the truth. I got banned specifically because I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter, which apparently, according to Twitch terms of service, dictates a suspension, even if I critically examine the manifesto, which is precisely what I did. The reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that, like, there is a shit ton of people that are like, no, this is the shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. Okay, it's deliberate. It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did, and I'm not urging you to. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but it is deliberate. Ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza. And the reason why I had critically examined the manifesto of the Israeli embassy staff shooter was because there was a lot of misinformation taking place, as is the case usually online whenever there's a breaking news story. This is what I do. A big part of what I do is holding people's hands through the news media process by allowing them to think critically and helping them understand media literacy. This is precisely why I was covering the manifesto that my friend Ken Klippenstein was able to find and release. Another friend of mine, Eric Toller of the New York Times Visual Investigation Unit, had also uncovered the manifesto of the shooter around the same exact time, and he had also released it on his Twitter page. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because oftentimes when instances like this happens, the media will take bits and pieces of a manifesto to create a framework around the motive, but in this circumstance, the media actually was quite quiet about the manifesto in and of itself. And I think that's newsworthy, but that's not the story here. The story is that I got banned for it. I got temporarily suspended because this is a part of the Twitch terms of service. You are not allowed, as it dictates right here in front of me, to even show a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it. This, I think, is not good for news and press freedom. And I said on Twitter, I'll take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes its policy in the future. And I do believe they might. Having said that, how do we get here? Especially considering that I had covered manifestos of the Cybertruck explosion. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2008 Black Mustang V6 for verification. The Luigi Mangione manifesto. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. The Wisconsin school shooter manifesto. Some people think it's pure nothing, but because the hate they make, it ends up killing them without knowing it, which go right ahead. I don't mind, but kind of do at the same time. The literacy rates are abysmal in this country. The manifesto of Ryan Ruth. Dear world, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I'm so sorry I failed you. Wait, how did he know? And also the Israeli diplomat shooters manifesto. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Why was this different? Why was this a big deal? I'm covering all of these different manifestos on stream, and I've never been banned for it. Well, I believe the reason why this was actually a little bit different is because there was a lot of outside pressure in the immediate aftermath of this shooting. The ADL, Apartheid Defamation League's very own Jonathan Greenblatt, went on CNN, only hours after the shooting had taken place, to make incredibly slanderous statements about me, stating that I was responsible for this. My rhetoric was responsible for this. Let's take a look.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times.
Isn't showing this video reoffending? No, I'm not literally going through the entire manifesto. Calm down.
Doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
This is slander through and through. I do not apply awful genocidal language towards Jewish people. I don't believe that even a genocide that the Israeli government is doing justifies a genocide to the Israeli government or the Israeli people. I am not the one who is defending a genocidal state here. Jonathan Greenblatt is. Having said that, this slander continued with no pushback from the CNN anchor, which I think is rather strange.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not.
I said apartheid. You meant apartheid defense league? Yeah, I noticed. I said apartheid defamation league, which is fine. That also works. They defend the apartheid and they defend defaming people.
Not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Here, Jonathan Greenblatt was making an implication that my rhetoric was responsible for this Israeli embassy staffer shooter going out and finding Israeli embassy staffers and shooting them. This is ridiculous. There is no connection between me and the shooter. The shooter actually followed a bunch of people. I was not one of them on Twitter. He was not following me. What the do you mean? He was, however, following a bunch of, he was following Joe Weisenthal, you know what I mean? To Jonathan Greenblatt's statement, I replied with, Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews and Judaism. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It, however, will not change the truth. And this is important to note because that's not where the story ends. During my coverage, there were a lot of people that stated that perhaps the embassy shooter was maybe a false flag operation. I do not believe that. Part of the reason why I covered the manifesto was precisely for this reason, to make sure that we understood the motives and we understood exactly what this shooter was intending to do. But that wasn't enough. There were the likes of E.L. Jacoby, a Hosborough guy on Twitter who lies at the behest of the state of Israel quite frequently, saying, breaking, Hasan Piker, hailed by the New York Times as the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag, then immediately says the guy was genuine with his actions. This is glorification of terrorism. Now, these two things, these two statements here are at odds with one another. But what's actually even crazier is that this is a 37-second video that is attached to this statement. Let's take a look at that 37-second video. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. Most people that retweeted this didn't even actually watch the video to see whether or not it actually matched up with what this person was saying. Now, why am I talking about this random account? It only got 6,000 likes. I retweeted. I said a fascinating phenomenon nowadays is watching people clip things in context that I'm saying and then turn around and simply claim that I'm saying the opposite of what I'm saying in the clip. This is a 37 seconds long video and this dumbass lied about everything. Why am I bringing this up? Great question. It's because the clip formulated by this account, which stated, Hasan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch, says the attack sure looks like a perfect false flag. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The guy was genuine with his actions. How fucking absolutely gross is it that this is currently being streamed right now to 40,000 people? Then it turned into this. Hasan Piker, hailed by the New York Times, the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag. And yet, here is Jake Tapper retweeting this. So I guess Jake Tapper, one of the most important members of the media, who just came out with a book talking about how the media narratives did not match up with what the people were seeing in terms of Joe Biden's senility, is still doing ridiculous things like this. It doesn't make any sense. But of course, all of that pressure inevitably led to Twitch taking this action. I had covered manifestos in the past on my broadcast. None of those manifestos actually met the same level of scrutiny. This one did. And I don't believe this one did exclusively because it was about Israel. I think this manifesto was simply used as an opportunity to try to get me banned by gaming the terms of service. I did not think I was going to get suspended, but I'll take it. The real reason the ADL and numerous other organizations are actively trying to come after me, however, is because Israel is falling out of favor. Because many Americans and many people in the Western world are now finally seeing the truth that Israel is an apartheid state that is built around an ethno-supremacist ideology, and that Israel is doing a live-streamed genocide. Yesterday, they killed a doctor's family. 9 of this doctor's children burned, charred. Images such as this can be seen all over people's timelines and all over social media because now people have unprecedented access to the victims of a genocide, unlike ever before. This is the reason why Israel has fallen out of favor and has become a pariah state on the global stage. This is the reason why now Western leadership, who have supplied Israel with arms in order to engage in such violent acts for the past 19 months, are finally turning around and stating that perhaps Israel should allow aid in, that perhaps Israel should stop doing war crimes. A former Likud, far-right Israeli prime minister recently came out and said, enough is enough. Israel is doing war crimes. Israel has fallen so out of favor that The Atlantic, that a year ago wrote to rebut Hamas's allegations by letting journalists see the war up close would be a calculated risk. Even when conducted legally, war is ugly. It is possible to kill children legally if, for example, one is being attacked by an enemy who hides behind them. This was written on The Atlantic only a year ago. And now that very same Atlantic magazine is writing articles such as this one. It should not be controversial to plead for Gaza's children. Israel's limits on aid have put the region at critical risk of famine. Help is within reach, but it's not enough and it's arriving too slowly. The reason why the tide is shifting is because the pressure valve is insurmountable. Too many people know exactly what's going on. And as fascist ideology is a suicide cult, it seems like Israel is bringing the rest of the Western leadership down with it. Israel is no longer a democracy. You cannot be a democracy while you want to maintain an ethno-supremacist state that is an apartheid state, and you certainly can't be a democracy while doing a genocide. But the Western world that seemingly was able to abide by and hope that the pressure goes away from the broader public are now being forced to listen to the demands being made by the public. So there is a interesting bargain here ahead of us. Will our politicians listen to our voices and try to maintain the presence of a democratic process, or will they go down with Israel? As I say here, every day that goes by, more and more people realize the truth. The very same institutions that spent countless hours defending and contextualizing Israel's genocide will now change their tune. Try and deplatform me all you like, but you can't change what people have seen. One day, everyone will behave as though they were always against this. I'm Hasan Piker. I hope you can keep supporting me and watching me on YouTube, because even if I get deplatformed from Twitch completely, I will still find a way. And even if I am deplatformed entirely from every single website, the truth will still come out. On that note, see you on Monday. Bye. Yep. That was a one take Jake take, by the way. I did that basically, stream of conscious. It just had all of the assets lined up ahead of time, and then I just shot that. It was a 60-minute shoot, and it turned into, with a couple of retakes in there, it turned into a 12-minute video, which was, I think, pretty good. I probably should do that more often. It's not that hard to host your own service, especially if you're the only person live. Yes, it is. Because a lot of you guys are completely oblivious to what advantages you get when you're on a massive platform. Okay? Getting an arena full of people, getting the word out to an arena full of people to come and find me is incredibly difficult. Like, it's never going to happen. Okay, you have to be on pre-existing networks and pre-existing platforms, whether it be AM radio, whether it be television, whether it be on all of these websites that exist. Twitch is not that massive. That's crazy to say, because it absolutely is that massive. In comparison to my standalone platform that I try to design, I mean, are you crazy? It's just not happening. You're out of your mind. Like, even a shift away from Twitch to YouTube would be a seismic shift. Also, it's not just that. I'm not just worried about like being deplatformed either. There's like more concern beyond being deplatformed. Concerns such as being potentially arrested. You know, these are real issues. My point is that regardless of these issues, that even if I were to go away, even if I were to be arrested, even if I had no other platform, no voice whatsoever, the truth does not change. That was what I was trying to explain. Oh, calm down, bro. You're rich as fuck. Yeah, okay. All right. You're not wrong. I know this is part of the reason why your support, your subscriptions, your voluntary subscriptions that basically offer you only a little bit of amenities. I don't even run ads anymore, right? At least back in the day, people would subscribe because they wanted to avoid the ads. Now they just subscribe to show support and to be able to use the emotes and to get these cool badges. Okay? You have to understand that, like, people, you have to understand that support, that financial support is what gives me the editorial freedom and what allows me to withstand any sort of attacks. I strictly sub for no ads. Only thing going for subs. I beg you to do YouTube exclusive videos with no chat to distract you more often. You're on your A game. Yeah. Burgles, thank you for the 100 community gifted subs. Yeah. The new Andrew Tate is if you get canceled, what's the plan? The new Andrew Tate. Ew. I haven't gotten an ad in months. Did you get blacklisted? No. The reason why, well, first of all, I think you're subscribed. That's part of the reason. I don't run ads anymore. Like, I don't run ads at all. And not only do I not run ads, but also on top of that, I'm on the specific politics and sensitive social issues content label, which was directly created for people like myself. It was directly created as a consequence of people like freaking out and trying to go after advertisers on the platform. What? You is a sex trafficker? What? What are you saying? Anyway, Oh, Andrew Tate, yeah. So, yeah, okay. I got the brainworms. Anyway, why did you stop showing ads? Just curious. I've talked about this before. I stopped running ads when my contract ended. The only reason why I was running ads was because I had a contract with Twitch. Once they no longer offered contracts, then there was no reason for me to run ads. I'm always going to play ball with these platforms. Okay? I never wanted to run ads. I always got the contract minimum. I always negotiated the contract minimum. That's precisely the reason why, like, a lot of people who don't know how these things work would regularly get mad and talk about how, like, oh, socialist, but running ads for Amazon. Meanwhile, like, everyone else was maxing out on the ads that they were running on their streams. I literally had a 3-minute ad break, and that was the contract minimum the second time around. And the first contract I got a 1-minute ad break. So, and I still try to, like, gamify it, obviously. But ultimately, I I stopped running ads as soon as my contract was over. There was no reason to do that, and Twitch doesn't offer contracts anymore, and so I have no incentive to run ads. I used to tell people to block ads by using an ad blocker, and then Twitch actually came down hard on me on that. They were like, you can't fucking tell people to use ad blockers. Are you insane? That's a violation. That's a breach of your contract, which I didn't know. So, no matter what you hear about me from other people, it's probably the exact opposite. There's probably an explanation that makes sense if you were to be charitable. You would shout that it's a contractual obligation right before the ad break. I know, but it still didn't matter. So, regardless, I'm, like I've said, I'm on a politics, like I have a politics marker, sensitive issues label. Regardless, and I don't think that they run ads on that politics and sensitive label issue anyway. Yes, I heard about Sam. I'm going to talk about that as well. It's a very stupid thing that the Democrats have done. Democrats still searching for a path forward after months of the 6 months later. Dems are still searching for a path forward is the name of the title of this article. It's like shockingly bad what the Dems are doing. As an advertiser, there's a setting in campaign set up to not show sensitive content. Yeah, exactly. Somehow I heard you were not a good person IRL. I don't even know how a person would come to know that. I'm not a good person in real life. Yeah, I don't think that is a consistent thing that you've heard from people. If anything, it's probably, yeah, I know Cam's stuck out of focus. I'm fixing it. Yeah, someone will hear that will make a joke about me being autistic, and then they'll take it seriously. Anyway. Blast off meme. I already blasted off. I already did it early on. I said I'm back from my 24-hour suspension. Here it is. My girlfriend doesn't like you because she's kind of a TERF. She admits it, though. That's crazy. Here's the blast off. New York Post wrote a piece on you returning. Already? Awesome. How was life away from the freak chatters pestering you? It was all right. I missed streaming. I wanted to stream yesterday. Hey man, how you doing? Fucking rough month, huh? Detained, defamed, and banned. Haha. I mean, it's whatever. It is what it is. All the Twitter clips accounts celebrated your ban like it was the end of World War II. I know. They have some of the worst politics online. So it's okay. They're popping off. The absolute worst people were cheering on the ban. And And now they're awfully quiet. Lol, like you're a freedom fighter or something, clown. Did I say that? Did I say that? I'm a Twitch streamer. You're the one who's elevating my status in your mind. I'm just a Twitch streamer. You're the one who thinks I'm a dangerous guy who must be eliminated. All right. Let's continue. Israeli strike kills dozens sheltering in Gaza school, officials say.
Welcome back. Let's return to our top story. More than 50 Palestinians have been killed in two separate Israeli airstrikes overnight, including a strike on a school that was sheltering displaced families. The twin attacks are part of a broader Israeli offensive in the north of the territory that has escalated over the past week, amid growing international pressure on the Israelis to allow more aid into Gaza. Israel does not allow international media organizations, including the BBC, to report from Gaza. From Jerusalem, here's Yolande Nell.
Israeli strike kills dozens sheltering in Gaza school is very different as far as headlines goes from the BBC. Name dropping Israel is huge. That is something that has not happened before. By the way, I'm not going to show you this video because you can clearly see a little girl on fire in this video. Okay. The fact that they're even showcasing that on BBC is crazy. The fact that they're showing that this is a war crime, like openly stating that this is a war crime. Oh, I thought she didn't survive. I thought the girl on the video didn't specifically survive. But again, they're not saying that this was a force of nature. They're not saying that this was a force of nature. They're openly saying it was Israel. They're not saying Palestinians died. They're saying Israel killed them. All this stuff is different from their coverage in the past. Okay? They're not saying Hamas-backed Gazan health ministry. Like, these were all the different ways and very meaningful ways where the media, mainstream media specifically, manufactures consent and normalizes this kind of violence, or at least like shelters Israel from being responsible for this kind of violence, because a lot of people don't have the capacity to pay attention to every single thing that's going on, you know? So they just like read the headlines and they move on. And if the headlines are not actually saying Israel did this, then ultimately they don't think maybe Israel is responsible for this. Right? Is the full standing army, the IOF, being deployed new since no Western outlet seems to have reported on this specifically? Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Warda Sheikh Khalil made it out alive, but her mother and two older siblings did not. A classroom turned shelter turned inferno overnight. Israel's military says it attacked what it called key terrorists here in Gaza City and took steps to...
Why do you think they're doing it now? What has changed? I think that people think that your voices don't matter. People think that your protests don't matter. And it's understandable to succumb to nihilism, okay? Especially after 19 months of unlimited death and destruction. But it does matter, because all of that pressure eventually will cause the dam to break. And we are approaching that at a rapid clip right now. The dam is breaking. The dam is breaking where the consistent protests have finally caused the Western leadership to take a different position. And when they take like a more aggressive position against Israel, that causes these mainstream outlets in the Western world, that gives them a permission to also start accurately covering the events that are unfolding. A similar thing happened, a microcosm of this example I'm giving you is exactly what happened with Kilmar Abrego Garcia's story when Senator Chris Van Hollen went down to El Salvador and the media started covering it. All of a sudden, the attitude swung in the direction of negativity for Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. It was his most popular agenda up until that moment. But now that the media had started covering it, honestly, truthfully, focusing on it, all of a sudden people were getting resentful about what Trump was doing. And that is precisely what's going on in Europe as well. Alonso Gourmendi is absolutely correct, okay, with this assessment. I'm going to read it to you, and this is my assessment as well. I disagree that Europe turning on Israel has anything to do with shock of their cruelty. Two things simply have conflated at the same time. One, leaders hoped that Gaza would fade into the background and people would forget, but they never did, which increased its political cost. Trump betrayed Europe, which meant European leaders needed to find a way to signal both A, their disapproval of the new U.S., and B, their security and foreign policy independence and self-sufficiency. Turning the heat on Israel was the easiest way to do this. This is, in fact, exactly what Lula did in 2010 to signal his intent to distance South America from the U.S. Brazil got the entire region to recognize Palestine, and it worked. Things were never the same. The key thing to watch is the upcoming high-level conference on the two-state solution, which is the venue where the anti-MAGA West will make its move to distance from U.S. leadership by having key states recognize Palestine. I really do not think Macron, Starmer, etc. simply got too sad about Palestinians. They could not care less about them. They are simply trying to kill two birds with one stone, appease an angry electorate, and distance diplomatically and strategically from the U.S. What they are ironically doing is what I was demanding Kamala Harris do and aesthetically distance herself from Joe Biden by using this key issue. Even from a cynical position, even from a cold-hearted sociopathic calculation for Kamala Harris, this is exactly what I was demanding from the campaign. Even if you don't care about the Palestinians, you should still come out and make a statement that distances yourself from the incredibly unpopular Biden administration if you want to win the election. That's precisely what these European leaders are doing. But here's the thing. Many of you will say, oh, well, this is ineffective. This is meaningless. Hundreds of thousands of people have died so far. They've been murdered by Israel. It's a genocide. It's not going to put an end to it. And I always will tell you, these things take time, okay? They take time. It's not going to happen overnight. But this is directionally in the right direction. This is directionally a good thing that leadership in these countries move in the direction of Palestinian emancipation, and that's a good thing, even if it's just for pure aesthetics. Okay, why is that a good thing? Why is that a good thing? Because even if it's just for pure aesthetics, like I said, it gives media, state media like the BBC or media in the Western world, more permission to cover what Israel is doing by directly blaming Israel for the violence instead of trying to actively contextualize said violence and defend Israel's violence against the Palestinians. That narrative shift is very important for your parents, for your grandparents, and the people who do rely on understanding the world by just simply looking at whatever the fucking mainstream narratives are. Because eventually it gets to a point where every single person has basically encountered, even if it's just for a brief moment, the truth about what Israel's doing, the truth about Israel's cruelty. And that is a never-ending cycle because that creates even more public pressure. That means even more people will go out and protest in the streets. So then it gets to a point where Western leadership that have championed themselves as like the saviors of liberal democracy will have to either continue to maintain apathy, continue to demonstrate apathy, and act like they don't care, and that the democratic process is not real at all, and it is completely a falsehood that they've presented, and they're not even seeking to defend this process or the international rule-based order or whatever. They're just completely done with that. Cast aside any notion of democracy in the West. Either they will play the role of the role of servile client states that don't care about their own individual population's discontent with their allegiance to Israel, or they have to make changes. They have to genuinely make changes and maybe even apply sanctions to the state of Israel and apply pressure to the state of Israel in an effort to appease the crowds that are fucking angry. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's where we're at. Anyway, let's continue.
To stop civilians getting hurt, but children were killed. It was horrific, says one displaced mother, pulled from the rubble with her son.
It was indescribable. Body parts, charred bodies, the smell of burning. I swear to God, our hearts have died. We're shaken. We're exhausted. Enough.
Those killed in their sleep were carried to their final resting places today. And the number of dead continued to rise. 17 members of one family reportedly killed in an Israeli strike in the north. As Israel's military steps up its offensive, the chief of staff says Hamas is under immense pressure. Israel plans to seize all of Gaza. A big supporter of that is its hardline minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, marking Israel's Jerusalem Day with a provocative visit to the city's most contested holy site.
We held a prayer here for the well-being of the hostages, that they all return home safely, and for victory in the war.
There's mass hunger.
I think when this happens, by the way, like when enough pressure comes from Western public, which is we're there already, and then the Western leadership, not America, but like at least the other countries in Europe and whatnot, start using this as an issue to say we are not on board with this, to appease the crowds that are understandably resentful, and also to decouple from America and American influence, even if it's an aesthetic choice, even if it's simply just like a symbolic choice. Eventually, Israel will basically discard Benjamin Netanyahu, because at that point he will have outlived his usefulness for American interests in the region. And I suspect that they will try to actively present a liberal Zionist future for Israel, despite the fact that there is no real coalition for that as it stands. Because from what we have seen in public policy polls, affinity polls that come out of Israel, the societal understanding of the Gaza problem or the Palestinian problem is virtually identical to Nazi Germany at this point, and their analysis of the quote unquote Jewish problem. So I think they will try to present this in the future. They will eventually, when all is said and done, when the dust is settled, they will say, "Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu, who's such a violent guy. Itamar Ben-Gvir, who's such a violent radical guy. Look, we have these, this new wave, this new coalition of like liberal Zionists. If they can even reach a significant enough, even if they can reach a significant enough number to build a coalition, okay, to build a governing coalition in Israel, which I don't even think that's possible. Eventually, they'll try to massage it in the Western world with like liberal Zionist framework to make it seem like Israel's always just trying to do its best, but it's just like surrounded by enemies, all this stuff. Here is Mersheimer saying something similar as well here.
It's not just these particular leaders who support this policy in the side of Israel. You don't see hardly any protests among the Israeli public regarding this genocidal policy. It's truly shocking. And when you look at what the Western elites are doing, they're hardly doing anything to prevent it. It's just truly amazing. It's sickening. I don't know what else to say. I didn't think anything like this would ever happen, but it is happening.
All right, to turn your stomach a little bit, this is a former member of the Knesset and former member of Prime Minister Netanyahu's party, Chris Cutt, number 10.
Every child in Gaza is the enemy. We are at war with the Gazan entity, the Gazan terror entity, which we ourselves established in Gaza, in Oslo, and in the disengagement. The disengagement that Prime Minister Netanyahu voted in favor of, that is the enemy now. Every such child to whom you are now giving milk, in another 15 years will rape your daughters and slaughter your children. We need to conquer Gaza and settle it. And not a single Gazan child should remain there. Let's stop telling ourselves this deception just to score points in this game between pro-Bibi and anti-Bibi. This isn't about left or right, it's about winning this war, and it's about justice. When will we learn? When will we learn?
You're saying that this attitude is prevalent amongst the Israeli public.
I think that that's exactly right. I don't see any evidence that there's an uprising in the Israeli public against the genocide. There are lots of protests in Israel, but those protests have to deal with the hostages and relations between the IDF and the government.
It's crazy that a famous international relations scholar has been blackballed and reduced to doing the third-rate podcast circuit, all because he's critical of Israel. I wouldn't say that. And also, his time will come. Mersheimer has had a lot of prescient takes, both as it relates to Russia and Ukraine in the lead-up to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And he's also... I mean, he's not like a leftist by any means, chatters. Please make no mistake. But he's also obviously incredibly on the money when it comes to Israel. He has a fantastic understanding of this dynamic here. I would go so far as to say that I feel like sometimes that he Sometimes I think he overestimates, I guess, like the lobby, the Israeli lobby. But even then, I think it's incredibly, I mean, his analysis is sober and very critical and necessary. But you will see people like him get more play in mainstream resources fairly soon. I mean, he still does like... He still does the speaking circuit. It's not like he's not invited. Okay, he still goes and speaks at college campuses, things like that. He has Jeffrey Sachs as well. Jeffrey Sachs is another person. Who does this kind of thing. I'm writing an article on the denazification. This is exactly what happened with Germany after World War II. Hitler and his inner circle were scrutinized, but the ideological base of Nazism was never fully discarded. Sure, the violence was criticized, but the core of their hatred and reactionary thinking was allowed to fester. Yes. And then it was also weaponized by America because it served the interests of America, which was to eradicate any sort of like communist allegiance or communist sympathy in all of these countries. Anyway, let's continue.
But they don't have to do with stopping the genocide. I mean, you want to file all of this under the Nazification of Israel. That's where it should be filed. This is a country that's gone completely off the rails. And
you know, he wrote the book Israel Lobby. No, that's why I said I'm pretty sure he understands the leverage they have. I think it's I think it's important. I know, chat. Thank you. I mean, look, I think that the lobby in and of itself plays a tremendously important role, but and the book is great, at least like the bits and pieces that I've seen of it. Having said that, my assessment is always that the allowance given to Israel to be able to operate like this still ultimately comes back to Western interest. Okay? I feel like people that overestimate Israel's power and influence end up accidentally underestimating America's interest in Israel behaving this way. The allowance that America gives to Israel to basically fucking do USS Liberty, right? Or the allowance that America gives to Israel to have guys like Jonathan Pollard, steal information and send it to Israel. And then even releasing Jonathan Pollard. Like, all of this stuff is completely done under the watchful gaze of our intelligence community. And sure, there's a lot of back and forth there. There's some in the CIA that despise Israel and some in the CIA that love Israel, right? But the point is, if it was not such a profoundly important part of America's grand design for the region, at least by their estimation, they would not let it happen. It's that simple. That's it. Do you see what I mean? And I think a lot of people basically abdicate the responsibility of America. They like shelter America's responsibility in this process whenever they lean too much on the side of like, well, Israel is like hypnotized Americans or something, that's not the case. Like, or people that will say stuff like, what do you call it? People that say stuff like, oh, there's like Mossad operations. That's the reason why my big, beautiful Republican American congressperson is so pro-Israel, because he's blackmailed. Why do you bring bright lights in your clubs? What? The fuck does that mean? Can you name a relationship in history similar to Israel and America relations? No, I cannot. There is no comparison. The reason why there is no comparison is because, like, it's obvious that as a favored client state, Israel is significantly more influential and significantly more powerful than any other favored nation that is under the banner of American empire. Okay, a good comparison is Turkey and Azerbaijan. No, it's not a good comparison, because Turkey doesn't get to do whatever the fuck it wants. Turkey is still also endlessly controllable, and Turkey can't do half of the shit that Israel does. The greatest example between Turkey would be, oh, you mean between Turkey and Azerbaijan? I thought you meant like Turkey for America. Turkey gets to do Israel shit. I thought you were... Is your head smaller than average from inbreeding? Yeah, that's what happened. It's very funny to say that I might have been inbred as a white nationalist who is advancing racial purity politics. Who do you think is more inbred? Me or the average fucking Nazi who thinks that they must maintain the purity of the white race? There are examples of like other countries that have vassal states like this, but the relationship between Israel and America is so it's just difficult to make accurate comparisons. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
The more that you see it in operation, the more it looks like the Germans under Hitler. This is just hard to believe. We're talking about eradicating all of the Palestinians in Gaza, murdering them. This is hard to believe. This is the sort of things that the Germans did. It was supposed to be never again. I don't see any evidence that people in Israel believe in the principle of never again, certainly when it applies to the Palestinians. And people in the West are hardly lifting a finger. This is a categorically reprehensible situation.
Yeah. So the reason... What? Hi, how long will you be suspended from Twitch? I want to know when I can watch you here again. What do you mean? I'm unsuspended already. I don't think there's a comparison between America and Israel with any other country on the planet, because like someone was saying like, well, China uses Pakistan, but I feel like if Pakistan was doing espionage against China, China would not allow that to continue. Or if Pakistan, I don't know, killed like an entire, like killed a bunch of like Chinese Air Force pilots or something, China would not allow that relationship to continue in the same way. That dynamic would be ruined in an irreparable manner. That's why I'm saying there is nothing. Like you say Russia and Belarus. Okay. Can Belarus kill Russian troops and get away with it? No. Also, you have to understand, at most, you have to recognize that at most the regional leaders that we are talking about are not even engaging in imperialism in the way that the Western world is engaging in imperialism. At most, they're doing irredentist actions, which would still be obviously consequential, inappropriate, wrong, right? Morally incorrect. But irredentism and imperialism have significant differences. Like, look at, in the most basic function of imperialism is like, in the most reductive ways, if you look at this, it's like, look at where America is, look at where the fuck Israel is, okay? As opposed to like China and Pakistan and the relationship that they have is, or Russia and Belarus and the relationship that they have is not comparable to Israel and America, because America wants to have a foothold in a region that they are very, very far away from, okay? That's why it's so unique. Why skip Mersheimer? I'm not. His clip ended.
In Gaza, even after Israel eased its 2-month-long total blockade last week. It wants aid delivery to be taken over by a new organisation. But its head has now resigned, saying the idea doesn't stick to humanitarian principles. Today, young Warda returned to the ruins of the bombed shelter in Gaza.
Guys, this kind of stuff is silly. Okay, no disrespect to Brett, but like obviously the reason why this manifesto triggered a ban and previous ones didn't is because there's a lot of extra attention and there's a lot of people that want to fucking get me banned right now. Okay, it's that simple. Like no one, you can't make this argument. I'm sorry. No one believes this argument. Okay. I don't think Brett fucking believes this argument. According to this application of Twitch Terms of Service, I'm no longer able to report on any statements of the terrorist Zionist government or by Secretary of State Marco Rubio or Donald Trump. Like I get what you're saying, and I think what you're saying is correct, but a lot of this stuff is just off of feelings. Okay. That's it. It's not like it doesn't. You know, it doesn't work that way. It's never, you know, of course I don't. Just pointing out the hypocrisy. I know, but most people don't even see it as such. Most people don't even see it as like, as anything but, like, it's just the way that we understand it. You don't have to defend Twitch, man. I'm not. Actually, I think that this ban or this suspension was really stupid, and they should stop trying to apply terms of service on this issue, or at the very least, like, look, I'm on a specific designation at this point on this goddamn website. I have a content classification label, drugs and sensitive social issues. If you have created a specific content classification label, you should have a specific terms of service for that content classification label that is similar to what YouTube does. YouTube right? Yeah, there's drugs, intoxication, and excessive tobacco use, and then, mature rated game, gambling, significant profanity or vulgarity, sexual themes, violent and graphic depictions. Like, these are all the different content classification labels, right? And they created one specifically for politics and sensitive social issues. Okay? If you have a specific label for this that I have to be in, okay, a label that actually diminishes my reach on the platform, a label that I am voluntarily clicking on and staying on, a label that actually causes me to not run any ads, which I enjoy. I like that. I don't have an issue with that anyway. Then that label, as long as you're on that label, you should get you should have additional allowances, like YouTube like YouTube has. For example, for fair use on YouTube, news and information is pretty significant. There is you have more allowances even on the YouTube platform when you're live streaming or when you're making content in terms of fair use, because news and commentary, news and information is seen as a totally separate category. Just like education on YouTube has a totally separate category. And that's why, like, you can do sexual education on YouTube and literally show, like, dicks and vaginas and titties and whatnot if you were to do like an education classified sexual education video. Right? My point is there are different subcategories of content on this platform as well. And if that's the case, then there should be additional allowances when you're in that sensitive subject category. Okay? That's it.
City, as yet unaware of her personal loss. Amid growing international criticism over the suffering caused by this war, her trauma will only deepen.
And we can now join Yolande live in Jerusalem. Let's focus a bit, firstly, then, Yolande, on aid. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, it's controversial, it's backed by the US and by Israel, but it's so complicated getting aid in, and they say they've started to begin their work there. How much do we know about what they're doing and how they're going to move around, how they plan to distribute aid?
Well, first of all, remember that aid is still in dangerously short supply across the entire Gaza Strip, despite the fact that Israel did begin to ease slightly its total blockade that has gone on for 11 weeks just 1 week ago. Now, we had a statement from this newly created Gaza Humanitarian Foundation early in the day saying that its trucks were loaded and ready to go. It planned in the next week to reach 1 million Palestinians. That's half of the population of the Strip. It's supposed to be working out of this handful of distribution sites really concentrated in the south. And its work will involve using armed security contractors.
Yeah, so this is huge, right? The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is a humanitarian aid organization, or at least like is masquerading as a humanitarian aid organization, but it's actually created with the express purpose of dominating the Strip and basically creating traps in what Israel considers sterile zones, right? Cleaned areas, in an effort to trap Palestinians and potentially, as Jeremy Scahill says, like almost like a Looney Tunes style contraption, like trap Palestinians and then forcibly remove them from the Gaza Strip by dangling aid, limited amounts of aid in front of them. Okay? This is super illegal. Like it's stuff that America has only entertained in clandestine operations, knowing full well of how illegal it is. Okay? This is like what we are talking about right here has, I don't think, ever been conducted in broad daylight in front of people's eyes in this cartoonish way ever before. In this day and age, especially with like the immediate information that you can get, it's like doing the final solution in broad daylight, which Israel is also doing. Okay? The goal here for Israel is to specifically create concentration camps within the already existing open air prison that is a concentration camp that's turned into a death camp, right? In the Gaza Strip, but make it smaller, like make those concentration camps smaller and make Gaza unlivable, as they have already worked to make it unlivable, and utilize the aid, the limited amount of aid that they let into the Strip, to trap Palestinians and then basically kick them out, like forcibly ethnically displace them. Here is Ahmet Al-Gobari, a freelance Yemeni journalist, talking about this plan, saying, "Come for food, don't go back." That's the chilling logic behind a new Israeli aid plan for Gaza. It's not just about delivering aid, it's about redrawing Gaza's population map under the guise of humanitarian relief. And of course, a lot of people have been critical of this, including the United Nations, because this concept is directly at odds. Like you cannot be the belligerent party that will then use a military that is aligned with your belligerent party or your own mercenaries that you have bought and paid for to distribute aid in the process of doing an ethnic cleansing. Like, it makes no goddamn sense. There has to be an international organization or a non-government organization specifically that does not fly the flag of Israel that is distributing this aid. That's the whole purpose. Which is why the United Nations immediately was like, we can't work with this. This is impossible. Like, this is completely unacceptable. It goes against the whole purpose of humanitarian aid. Okay? Israel also simultaneously has been doing this crazy thing, again, incredibly depraved thing, for months now, utilizing ISIS, like straight up utilizing ISIS and criminal elements within the Gaza Strip to actually steal aid, arming them, and even giving them like official protection from drones, or with drones rather, with Israeli drones, to allow them to go and steal the fucking aid at the point of distribution. And now they've taken it one step further. They're actually letting these guys do the distribution of the aid. Hamas in the past has been able to at least like find the criminal elements and kill them and put together like a curfew. But Israel is doing its very best to ensure that instability continues. Did you say ISIS in Gaza? Yes, of course. There are ISIS-aligned, ISIS affiliates in Gaza. There has been a consistent back and forth. Like there have been warring factions inside of Gaza as well. Yes. We're going to look for an article talking about this. Drop Site has covered this. I believe Haaretz has actually ironically covered this as well. But here is one quick point on it. ISIS-linked gang leader behind Gaza aid looting resurfaces under Israeli protection. In Gaza, criminal gang leader Yasser Abu Shabab and others like him have reemerged under the guise of securing aid, donning uniforms and claiming to protect the limited humanitarian assistance entering the Strip. Quds News Network reports that Abu Shabab has established a fortified base in an Israeli-controlled zone in Rafah, now a kill zone. These groups operate under Israeli military protection, routinely looting aid convoys, especially in areas like Eastern Rafah and Kerem Abu Salam, Kerem Shalom. Abu Shabab is a known leader of armed gangs linked to ISIS and involved in looting aid under Israeli protection. Last year, the New Arab reported that Abu Shabab, among others, was working alongside hundreds of thieves under the protection of Israeli occupation forces near the Kerem Shalom crossing, the primary entry point for aid convoys. He comes from the Tarabin Bedouin tribe, which spans from Sinai to southern Gaza and the Negev desert, and has been identified in a UN memo as the main influential figure behind the widespread and organized looting of aid convoys in Gaza. There was a Haaretz article on it as well. The Israeli army is allowing gangs in Gaza to loot aid trucks and extort protection fees from drivers. They are doing it under the watchful gaze of the Israeli occupation. The Israeli occupation does not want the aid to be distributed evenly to the Palestinian population. This is why they've executed the police force in Gaza as well, and then claimed that they were fucking Hamas. Yeah, no shit. Everyone that is working on the civilian side is also a part of the Hamas party, okay? That doesn't mean that they're fucking militants against Israel. And yet that doesn't matter. They're literally killing like trash collectors and saying, well, this was a Hamas trash collector. It's like, yeah, I know. Or they'll kill fucking the family members of this doctor, and then they'll go, hey, well, this doctor has photos wearing a Hamas banner. And it's like, yeah, dude, because that's the governing fucking party of Gaza. What do you mean? Of course. It's like saying, well, sorry, these guys are fucking Republicans, so we just have to kill every single child in the region because their parents were Republicans. There's a difference between being an enemy combatant and being a supporter of a fucking party. It's so mind-boggling that 19 months in and we still can't make this distinction between non-combatants. The same goes for the journalist that they assassinated, Hasan. They literally killed him. They shot him when he was in a tent. They burned him alive, and then he somehow survived that first process. And he was in a hospital when Israel killed him in his hospital bed while he was recovering in his fucking hospital bed. And then they said, well, he was, there's a photo of him and Yahya Sinwar. Okay, so what? So the fuck what? What do you mean? They literally said the reason why they killed him was because he was, he had entered alongside Hamas militants into Israel proper on October 7th. Yeah, he's a fucking journalist, dude. Yeah, see? Oh, you're talking about Shabab, this guy, yeah. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Of course, he's a god. No, I'm not talking about Hossam Shabbat. I'm talking about one of the most famous photojournalists in Gaza. Hasan what's his Eslaiya, I think. Yeah, Hasan Eslaiya. He is one of the most famous. Hossam Shabbat also was killed by Israel, obviously. But Hasan Eslaiya is a incredibly famous photojournalist. And yes, he also documented the Hamas militancy and the Al-Aqsa flood. Yes, he did that. He's a fucking journalist. Of course he did that. What do you mean? Like, this is insane. The idea that, like, oh, he was documenting what fucking Hamas was doing at the Al-Aqsa flood, or what PFLP was doing in the Al-Aqsa flood on October 7th. That's the reason why we killed him, is an insane admission, right? Like, that is an insane admission. You're saying, like, you killed a journalist because he was doing journalism. Anyway, multiple reports, including from Haaretz and the Washington Post, confirmed that these gangs have been seen looting in full view of Israeli forces who neither intervene nor prevent the theft. Abu Shabab, recent active again on social media, boasts of his gang's coordination, while his armed men beat aid drivers and demand protection money, worsening conditions for the starving population. Meanwhile, Israel has systematically targeted Palestinian police and security officers assigned to guard aid deliveries. Despite international pressure, only a trickle of aid has been allowed in, with Israel striking those attempting to protect it. While Israel enables and facilitates the looting, its propaganda blames Hamas for stealing aid, deflecting responsibility, and masking its own role in orchestrating chaos and famine in Gaza. This is the guy. Think about that. Islaya, Hasan Islaya. Hasan Islaya, sorry. I mean, this is also one of those things that like most people don't even know about, right? They just hear like Hamas is stealing aid. No evidence for this at all from Israel. As a matter of fact, Israel has revealed that they have no evidence for this at all. And the only thing they have to show for it is like these fucking criminal gangs that get to steal this aid and get to loot this aid literally in direct view of the Israeli drones. And the Israeli drones don't shoot these guys, even though they're armed, but they shoot the actual fucking civilian police force. They bomb the civilian police force for actually apprehending and killing these fucking ISIS affiliate gangs. Sounds like Hasan is a liar. Brother, what are you saying? Like, it is, when I tell you something, there is a million different points backing up that statement, okay? Just because you have never encountered this information before. His name, lol, what is it? It's a joke. Oh, he was saying, he was talking about the other guy. Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Sorry. I thought you were coming in here to be like, you're lying. He's talking about the photojournalist. Yeah. Here is Mohammed Shahada. Israeli-backed ISIS-linked warlord, drug leader, and gang leader Yasser Abu Shabab is back, this time suited up in brand new military gear, manning a checkpoint in Rafah under IDF protection. Abu Shabab's gang have been the key culprits of looting aid with Israel's blessing. The looting often happened about 100 meters away from Israeli tanks and troops. No Gazan is allowed in the Rafah, which Israel depopulated and declared an extermination zone, meaning any Gazan that walks in Rafah is murdered immediately by Israeli troops. So to see Abu Shabab in Rafah showing off his gun and military gear provided to him by Israel is extremely concerning sign of what lies ahead. Haaretz has also confirmed the existence of these gangs that are looting the aid under IDF protection and their affiliations with groups like ISIS. The Washington Post said those gangs established a military-like compound in Rafah from which they loot aid. Here it is. I saw one Israeli tank and a Palestinian armed with a Kalashnikov rifle just 100 meters from it, a senior official from one organization working in Gaza tells Haaretz. The armed men beat the drivers and take all the food if they aren't paid protection money. It's so bad that the fucking UAE called it out. And the UAE has no sympathies for the Palestinian population whatsoever. Remember, UAE, alongside Saudi Arabia, are two of the biggest Israel dick riders in the region. UAE condemns Israel for forcing aid trucks to go through red zones where Israel-backed ISIS-linked criminal gangs and drug dealers loot aid under IDF protection. UAE says out of 24 trucks that entered yesterday, only one arrived safely to the warehouses. UAE was supposed to bring 103 trucks into Gaza yesterday, but Israel only allowed in 24. Red zones is what Israel calls extermination zones, like Rafah at the moment, which connotates areas where no Gazan is allowed and anyone stepping a foot in them is instantly killed or detained. Several gangs operate in those red zones under full IDF protection who always only fire at policemen that try to prevent looting. Crazy how you're not perma-banned yet. Twitch is hella biased. I'm sorry that there is at least one fucking outlet out there where you can actually learn exactly what is going on in Gaza, as opposed to like consistently telling you that what Israel is doing is right and we should just continue the genocide because it's morally the correct thing to do. I know. I know that the truth scares you. I know that the truth makes you feel really bad. But there's an alternative reality here where you could just not have this unconditional support for Israel, you know? That's one thing that you could do. You could make a sober and reasonable assessment of the situation by analyzing the information that I'm presenting to you, because these are from trusted mainstream resources. It's not like I'm just making shit up. Okay? Why is that so hard to comprehend? Like, why is that so difficult where you're just like, no, I don't want to see it? What happened to all of these like right-wingers and shit that initially, there's no way to think that everything you see that's reported on the subject is everything? I don't understand. I don't understand why these guys who used to talk about how like biased libtards are and free speech and how liberals don't want to hear the uncomfortable truths have now come in here and are basically doing the exact same fucking posturing that they used to rail against over and over again. And I don't even think these guys ride for America this hard. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense for them to have this level of fucking loyalty to the state of Israel as a foreign country. Anyway. Let's continue. I don't understand how anyone remotely affiliated with ISIS would want to do anything to do with Israel unless they were actively shooting at them. Brother, Israel has directly collaborated with ISIS affiliates in Syria as well. ISIS is basically a State Department cutout. Who do you think was allowing ISIS to continue operating in Syria even by way of a third party, specifically Turkey? Israel has always cooperated with ISIS. Israel has treated ISIS militants in its hospitals. Israel has offered logistical support to ISIS militants in Syria. I think unironically, the reason they ride so hard for Israel is because it pisses you off. The beginning and end of their ideology is whatever Hasan says, I'm going to do the opposite. I know, but that's such a sad way to live. At a certain point, you have to be like, maybe this isn't, you know, at a certain point, you got to be like, am I this much of a bot? Am I this much of a fucking NPC that like my whole worldview revolves around just like hating this one guy, a fucking Twitch streamer? And deciding that my position is whatever the opposite is of his position. Like, you're basically comatose. You're like a vegetable. It's the pathetic way to live. Anyway, this is the Haaretz article. Defense officials confirmed that the IDF is aware of the problem. They said that at one point the government had even considered making these clans, to which the armed men belong, responsible for distributing aid to Gaza's residents, even though some of the clan's members are involved in terrorism and some are even affiliated with extreme organizations like the Islamic State. So when you hear people talk about like, oh, Hamas is looting aid, it is the exact opposite. Israel, one, does not let aid get into the Gaza Strip. And then the aid that it lets into the Gaza Strip is marginal, is minimal. It's nowhere near the amount of aid necessary for 2 million people that are currently trapped within the Gaza Strip. Okay? And then they want chaos at the point of distribution as well. They want chaos at the point of distribution. They want footage that they can point to be like, see, these guys are stealing the aid. To claim that it's actually Hamas stealing the aid. And if you were to follow this to its logical conclusion, you would realize that it's also idiotic in and of itself. It's this idea where it's like, well, they're stealing the aid. Hamas is stealing the aid. Why? Because they're stealing the aid because they want to sell the aid. Okay, so they're going to sell the aid to who? Like, they're going to make money off of selling this aid. Okay, what are they going to do with the money? Let's say that there's money in the strip to give to Hamas for this aid. What will they do with that money? Oh, they'll purchase weapons. How? From who? How are they purchasing? What are they purchasing with the money that they're getting? You think Hamas is what, trying to buy like a PlayStation 5? Is that what's going on? They want to get the new NVIDIA. They want to get the new NVIDIA GPUs, I guess. They want to do Bitcoin mining or something. Like, I've made this joke before where like, what do you think? Like, you think there's like a Resident Evil style merchant in one of these fucking tunnels where it's like, oh, welcome to my shop. Here you can purchase all of the best weapons. Like, where do you think the weapons are going to materialize? Like, you think they're just going to, you think there's like a potion vendor somewhere in the tunnel system? Yeah, it's just so idiotic. Even when you, yeah, it's like a Dark Souls merchant where you are in the middle of a dungeon and there's like a crazy inaccessible area where there's like a Dark Souls merchant. That's how it is for Hamas. They have like a weapons procurement guy in the middle of the fucking crowded tunnel systems. Yeah. Come take a look at my potions, fine traveler. Welcome. Like, none of it makes sense. Here is one more point on the aid looting and the aid theft stuff as well. Here is World Food Program Director Cindy McCain, who is the wife of John McCain. Okay, John McCain, who died. John McCain, who was a major Israel dick rider, mind you, a major neocon, major Israel dick rider, John McCain, who passed away. His fucking wife is the head of the UN World Food Program. And she went on Face the Nation to address these remarks being made, these lies being made by the Israeli government.
Have this man-made catastrophe with Israeli authorities blocking the entry of all aid from March until about May 18th. The Trump administration said Israel needs to let in food. So are your deliveries consistently now getting through?
Well, let's start with the fact that this is a catastrophe, and you're absolutely correct. And I'm very grateful that you're covering this issue. They have let a few trucks in. This is a drop in the bucket as to what's needed. Right now, we have 500,000 people inside of Gaza that are extremely food insecure and could be on the verge of famine if we don't help bring them back from that. We need to get in, and we need to get in at scale, not just a few dribble of the trucks. Right now, as I said, it's a drop in the bucket.
So how many trucks need to be getting in daily to address the scale of the need you see, and can they get into northern Gaza?
Well, prior to during the ceasefire, I should say, we were getting in 600 trucks a day. Right now, we're getting in maybe 100, something like that. So it's not nearly enough. And it needs to be going to the correct places. So the various gates, it's inconsistent as to how the gates are open. It's inconsistent as to the roads we can use. The roads that are the better roads, the ones that can get us further along, aren't open at all. It's complicated right now. And again, I will tell anybody who will listen, we need to get in and get in at scale and be allowed to feed these people before a further catastrophe occurs.
Your organization announced at least 15 of your trucks were looted when they entered southern Gaza en route to bakeries. Israel has consistently said that the looting is being carried out by Hamas. Have you seen evidence that it is Hamas stealing the food?
By the way, Westerners that work on the ground say that this is not true. The United Nations says that this is not true. Numerous NGOs said that this is not true, but Israel says it's true. So we just got to take them at their word, even though we also recognize that they're currently doing a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign that they're not even like shying away from entertaining as an ethnic cleansing campaign. Like they're openly saying we're doing the final solution right now. And there are still people in the United States of America that just go, I don't know, well, maybe when they're saying this stuff, I just got to take it seriously. I mean, it's a state actor, you know?
Food?
No, not at all. Not in this round. Listen, these people are desperate, and they see a World Food Program truck coming in, and they run for it. This doesn't have anything to do with Hamas or any kind of organized crime or anything. It has simply to do with the fact these people are starving to death. And so we will continue to go in. We will continue to go in with food and the kinds of supplies we need to help the bakeries operate and make sure that we can continue to do that and hopefully be able to do more of it. But again, we can't do this unless the world community puts pressure on this. We can't be allowed to sit back and watch these people starve to death with no outside diplomatic influence to help us. These poor souls are really, really, really desperate. And, having been in a food riot myself some years ago, I understand the desperation very well.
Well, 5 days ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to take control of all.
Even addressing the false argument that aid is being stolen, this approach doesn't make sense. If food is being stolen by Hamas and selling bioweapons, if you make food less scarce, then it won't be valuable. So flood the zone with food. But Israel also admitted that they were cutting off aid to put pressure on Hamas. Is so stupid. Israel's not used to doing any sort of lying that makes sense. Yeah, because there is no pushback until recently. Okay? There is no pushback until recently towards Israel being able to say whatever the hell they want to say. And everyone going, well, the opposition are barbaric, rapist, monster terrorists. So obviously we have to trust Israel on this because it's a state actor against a non-state actor, you know? All the while, there are tons of aid that's sitting right outside of the boundary, okay, at Israeli checkpoints that Israel refuses to let in. Think about that. It's not like there isn't aid that's waiting, right? It's not like there isn't just simply no aid, like no one cares about the Palestinians, like no one has spent money on this. There aren't people who are desperately trying to go into the strip to feed the Palestinian population. All of that has already happened. We have fundraised millions of dollars, okay? Tens of millions of dollars globally. There are organizations that are primed to go in. They are desperate to go in and actually help the Palestinian population. And yet, what? Human animals not getting food? The human animals are not getting food? What? What are you saying? And Israel is blocking that aid. One must ask the question, why? One must ask the question, why? Like, this is insane. Why does Israel get to dictate how much aid goes into the region? Why does Israel get to dictate what amount of food goes into the Gaza Strip?
All of Gaza, which seems to be a shift from going in, carrying out raids, and then withdrawing. We've seen the Pope speak out. We've seen the leaders of France, of Canada, of the UK calling the cutting of aid egregious. Netanyahu said criticism like that is feeding Hamas and really feeding anti-Semitism.
Yeah. And they do this thing where it's like, oh, you're saying the truth about what's going on in the Strip. You are Hamas. Now, in the beginning, post-October 7, when someone were to say that, when someone were to brand you as like a Hamas sympathizer, right? When people weren't aware of the dynamic, when people weren't aware of the asymmetry, when people weren't aware of like how Israel normally operates in these circumstances, okay? That was a marker that you were a disloyal person, disloyal to Western interests, disloyal to the truth. You were like a propagandist, a scary, dangerous, terrorism-supporting propagandist that must be destroyed. Ironically enough, 19 months of negatively polarizing people away from Israel and presenting the only other opposition party as Hamas, people have become sympathetic. People, like, no longer can you just say, like, oh, you're a Hamas sympathizer, and it hits the same exact way. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work at all. And the same would go for overall, like, the anti-Semitism allegations. In the past, when someone were to say, like, you're anti-Semitic for saying these things about Israel, most people would be worried in progressive circles to even even see you as like an ally. And now that's completely gone. The anti-Semitism, like the you are against Israel, you're anti-Semitic, that does not work at all. There is no more institutional motion in that regard. The Nazis are really happy that Hasan is streaming. What? Oh, you mean you're saying that they're sarcastically, I suspect, because they are very upset.
What do you make of that pushback from him, that criticisms of the state are feeding hate?
What I do know is they're not feeding people. And the most important part of this is that's what we're supposed to be doing. I'm very grateful for anyone, the Pope, any of the folks that did shout out and say, listen, we need to get more in. But I can't tell you as to exactly what Netanyahu's thinking or anything else. What I do know for a fact is that we need food to get into Gaza to avoid an utter catastrophe.
The Israeli army had announced aid will be distributed under what they described as an American plan. Prime Minister Netanyahu said it'll be American companies giving food directly to Palestinian families in safe zones secured by the Israeli military. There's reporting in the Washington Post that these are armed private contractors doing logistics. Palestinians will have to submit to identity checks to be fed, and that would replace the UN coordinated.
Yeah, this is insane. It completely goes against the mission, the humanitarian mission of humanitarian organizations. Okay, the reason why humanitarian organizations are non-government organizations, even though they still obviously have, in many instances, allegiances to the American State Department, but the reason why they at least have to make it seem as though they are not operating under the banner of a fucking a banner of a state that is like aligned with the belligerent occupier is because you can't make this aid distribution a part of your violent ambitions in the region. Like, it doesn't make sense. The same country that is like supplying the bombs is also stopping the distribution of aid or deciding who gets to have the aid. Like, that's insane. Now you are using aid as another weapon against the Palestinian civilian population. It's terrifying. The notion that you get to distribute aid at the point you get to distribute aid and use that as another way to manipulate the Palestinian population is insane.
Networks, presumably also the World Food Program. Do you know how much longer you will be allowed to operate in Gaza?
I've not seen a plan from anybody. We continue to operate doing what we do best, and we are the largest and the best at what we do, I might add. We've never been, a plan has never been proposed to us.
We haven't heard in the press, at least from the administration, any of the details either, but we do know that the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, announced back on May 9th that this is going to be a U.S. initiative involving only Israeli security. The Israelis are not distributing food. Secretary Rubio was just in Rome. He said he did meet with you. Did you share with him any of your concerns?
Well, we had a very frank discussion about exactly what was going on and what we could do to help alleviate a lot of this. Some of it, I'm not sure that they were completely clear on how we operate and the size that we are and the logistics ability that we have to be able to do this. So we had a very nice discussion. As you know, the Rubio family and the McCain family have been friends for a very long time. And so I was grateful that he would take the time to listen to what we had to say and let us discuss exactly how we feel we should be able to operate.
Did he assure you that the U.S. supports the UN and the World Food Program continuing to supply food in Gaza?
We didn't really discuss the U.S. Participation in any of this. He was really concerned with and really trying to understand how we operate and the need for exactly what we do. We will work with anybody as long as it feeds people and feeds people safely, I might add, on the ground, and keeps our people and people from other agencies safe as well.
Executive Director of the World Food Program, Cindy McCain, thank you for your time this morning. Have this man-made.
Yeah. So it's now been 7 weeks since Israel recommended its bombing and starvation campaign in Gaza, and none of the agenda-setting Sunday shows. Okay. So this is now officially changed. They are finally addressing the humanitarian aid. Okay. They're finally addressing the aid distribution crisis that is unfolding, and also having the likes of Cindy McCain openly explain the situation on the ground. And how different that is. Having a white Western face associated with this is incredibly important for white Western audiences, okay? It's just the unfortunate byproduct. It's the unfortunate reality. So the very fact that this market shift is taking place is important. It's not something that I'm just going to fucking cast aside, all right? It's the same principle behind how these organizations work, like Doctors Without Borders. Like, it's supposed to be a fucking white human shield, okay? Like, that's the whole point, is you have Westerners putting their bodies on the line to create a human shield in areas where, even Israel is not allowed to attack. And they still do it regardless because they're fucking insane. And America doesn't give a shit. And America itself is also obviously, under Obama, for example, attacked the Doctors Without Borders hospital. So, there is that. One other side of the story that I'm going to get to now is the head of the new Gaza aid system, right? The Gaza aid system, which is bullshit. It's not real. Resigns over lack of autonomy. Jake Wood, as we covered, is a Marine sniper turned mercenary. Okay? Marine sniper, private military contractor. He is supposed to be in charge of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And he had given interviews to mainstream media, as I talked about before. And now Jake Wood has quit the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, saying it was not possible to implement a new Israeli-backed aid system in the enclave while remaining neutral and independent. So when you got a guy who is a fucking Marine sniper turned mercenary saying this is a bridge too far for me, I don't know what the hell Israel suggested, but god damn, it must not have been good. I mean, you got like, dude, if this is considered unconscionable in the eyes of a guy who is a American Marine sniper turned mercenary, this, I don't want to be associated, okay? I don't want to be associated with this shit. It's fucked up. Think about it. These guys are killers for hire. That's what a mercenary is. Yeah. I said, Jesus Christ, it's an American Marine sniper turned mercenary. What the fuck was this plan that this guy said no to it? You got American serial killers contracted to do hits saying, I can't do this. This is too much. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was most likely an Israel and American State Department and Israel-backed organization based out of Switzerland that was supposed to be tasked with being a fake NGO, basically, that works alongside the Israeli occupying force to distribute aid, to be the only distributor of aid in the Gaza Strip. Now, why would you need an organization to do this? There are a million organizations that are NGOs that are desperate to get into the fucking Strip. It's not like it's not like there are people that are going, I don't want to go into the Strip. It's too dangerous. That's not what they're saying. People know the danger coming from Israel, by the way, because Israel is the one who kills the aid workers, not Hamas. And even then, people are like, no, I'm still going in. I would love to go in. And yet Israel refuses to allow any aid into the Strip, refuses to allow aid workers into the fucking Strip for some weird reason. I wonder why. It's because it is a death camp, okay? It is a death camp. It is a death camp, and they do not want any additional eyeballs in the death camp to show the truth to the rest of the fucking world. They want to be able to control the aid distribution themselves and use the aid distribution as another way to starve the Gazan population, another way to basically entrap the Gaza population and detain them and potentially permanently, ethnically cleanse them from the area. Now Switzerland has considered investigating the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's activities as well. And while this investigation, Swiss authorities are weighing whether to launch a legal investigation into the activities of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a U.S.-backed organization that plans to oversee aid distribution in Gaza. The move comes after a Swiss NGO filed a formal request on Sunday for an inquiry into the foundation's aid distribution plans. The UN has criticized the initiative, saying it's neither impartial or neutral and will lead to further displacement and put thousands of lives at risk. Trial International, a Swiss-based NGO, said on Friday that it had submitted 2 legal briefs asking authorities to examine whether the GHF, registered in Switzerland, is complying with most domestic law and international humanitarian law. The NGO also requested the Swiss Foreign Ministry to confirm if the GHF had complied with Swiss law by declaring its use of private security firms for aid delivery and whether such measures had received approval from Swiss authorities. And while this is also ongoing, there's another point of pressure. Jake Wood basically said, I'm done. I'm not doing this. Now, here is the analysis from the Yemeni journalist Ahmed Al-Gobari. The U.S. and Israel are backing a new plan to centralize aid through militarized relief hubs. The UN and most aid groups have been sidelined. Okay? Private contractors and security checkpoints are now the gatekeepers of food. Key distribution centers are strategically placed south of the Netzanim corridor. Once people cross to receive aid, they can't return north. A one-way ticket, not just for food, but for forced displacement. This isn't just speculation. Israeli media confirms this goal. Use the aid as a leverage to clear out the north of Gaza, succeeding where months of war have failed. Jake Wood, the head of the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, resigned in protest, saying he will not abandon humanitarian principles. He warned the plan compromises neutrality and risks turning aid workers into tools of war. Major humanitarian groups like UN, Oxfam, and Mercy Corps are refusing to participate. They're warning the plan violates international norms and humanitarian principles. Meanwhile, Israel aims to take control of 75% of the Gaza Strip within 2 months. They have declared this as a major objective for the record. It's not like this is speculative. Most Palestinians would be squeezed into 25% of the Strip under constant surveillance with no guarantee of safety or return. Despite mass starvation and warnings from global famine monitors, the current plan offers no long-term solution, only strategic containment. Even key donors like the UK and EU are raising red flags. They warn that humanitarian aid must not be politicized or used to engineer demographic shifts. This isn't just an aid story. This is a population control strategy where hunger becomes a weapon and food is traded for displacement. And that is precisely where we are, okay? Jake Wood, the executive director of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, stepped down after reports in several news outlets, including the New York Times, raised questions about the group's independence and its connections with Israel. Stop sending me the Jeremy Scahill article. I know. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to cover it. It's literally right here, okay? It's right here. I know. Stop linking it to me. That is the next step. We haven't even gotten there yet because I'm covering the lack of aid distribution and how Israel is weaponizing aid distribution while simultaneously stopping aid from entering the Gaza Strip. Oh my God. Calm down. It's right there. Okay? It's there. I know. In a statement distributed by the foundation, Mr. Wood said, "It is clear that it is not possible to implement this plan while also strictly adhering to the humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, independence, which I will not abandon." Mr. Wood's departure followed growing acrimony within the traditional aid sector about efforts by Israel to replace the current aid system in Gaza with one overseen by the GHF, a new and untested group founded late last year. They founded this group specifically to control the aid distribution, by the way. To go along with Israel's grand plans to Israel's final solution. The foundation has hired private contractors, including one run by a former CIA officer, to secure and distribute food from 4 sites, sterilized zones. Aid agencies have obviously warned of looming famine since early March, when Israel implemented a blockade on fuel and food into Gaza. And that blockade has only just begun to ease, even though it hasn't really begun to ease at all. That is the New York Times' seasoning on it. It's just an incredibly limited amount of aid that they're allowing into the Strip. And then once that aid gets into the Strip, as I covered earlier, it is allowed by ISIS-affiliated gangs in the region under Israeli protection. It is allowed to be looted by these criminal elements in the region, just so you understand.
And having Gazans, one representative of each family who's been specially screened, crossing Israeli military lines to pick up supplies of food for their family on foot. It's supposed to last them then several days. And you know, it's been already sort of dismissed by the UN and other aid agencies that have been working in Gaza as being unethical and unworkable. Remember that they operate or have been operating out of something like 400 distribution points. And then just underscoring all the confusion that there is around this newly created organization, we had the executive director, Jake Wood, who's a former US Marine turned social entrepreneur, announcing his resignation. And he said that that was because the plan could not adhere to humanitarian principles, neutrality, impartiality, independence, similar to the criticisms that we've been having from the UN. But still, you know, Israel says that it wants to change the way that aid is distributed in Gaza, claims that significant amount of supplies have been diverted to Hamas, something that Hamas denies, with the UN and others saying that they have had strong supervision mechanisms to make sure that doesn't happen.
And on the ground, Yolande, we're hearing at least 54 Palestinians were killed overnight. And then in the past hour or so, reports that another evacuation order has been issued for Khan Yunis. Where will people go?
That's right. People have been told to leave Khan Yunis, in particular to head westwards towards this Al-Mawasi area along the coast. This is after 3 rockets were fired from southern Gaza earlier in the day, the Israeli military says, with 2 of those actually landing inside the Strip and one of them intercepted. And, you know, already people in Khan Yunis have been fleeing, making that journey. And there is now this plan which is causing a lot of worry being reported in the Israeli media, with the army said to be planning over the next 2 months to take 75% of the Gaza Strip and move the 2 million people of Gaza into 3 areas, one in the south, one in the center, and one in the heart of Gaza City.
Yolande, as we're speaking, I'm also just monitoring the news wires, and we're getting some alerts from Palestinian sources who are talking about a new ceasefire deal. What are they referencing there? Do you know? What are the developments?
This part already fell apart early this morning, for the record, if you're wondering. And you know, make no mistake, of course, it fell apart, and I'm going to detail that in a second.
On that front.
I mean, there have been some reports that we've not had confirmed to us of a back channel between Hamas and the Trump administration proposing a 70-day ceasefire for the return of 10 of the hostages that Hamas is still holding. Of course, it's believed that at least 20 of the hostages are still alive, being held inside Gaza. but this is very unclear, the picture that's gone at the moment. There's certainly not been any confirmation that this is something realistic from the Israeli side. We did hear as well that there were some talks that were scheduled to happen in Cairo, with Egypt being such an important key mediator in the region.
She stumbles through the flames. 5-year-old Wad Jalal al-Sheikh Khalil, her whole world collapsing beneath her. She was on the roof of the Fahmi al-Jarjawi school in Gaza City, which was...
One other point that I want to mention here is that the Israeli embassy staffers were shot and killed, and that led mainstream discourse for approximately 48 hours. Okay? And I think this was a big attempt from at least like Israeli envoys and those who want to defend Israel to recenter victimhood around both Israel defenders, and Jewish people. Okay? And yet, in spite of that, very quickly, due to Israel's bloodthirsty ambition in the Gaza Strip and the unimaginable cruelty that everyone can see, the media cycle very quickly turned around and is still actively covering the atrocities, which is important to note. Okay? Israel, I think, or at least like defenders of Israel, thought that this could be another like October 7 moment. And it did not happen at all. That, I think, is yet another indication that like the broader public, as I stated in my initial coverage of the shooting, the broader public is aware of the scale of atrocity in Gaza and are not able to. They're not changing their attention or prioritizing people in the West as opposed to like the true scale of atrocity that's ongoing in Gaza.
Was hit by an Israeli airstrike at 1 a.m. It had been serving as a shelter where Wad and her family, amongst others, had been staying. Israel says it was harboring terrorists. 30 bodies were recovered, but survival is its own punishment. The Israeli drone whines overhead. And Wad sits amongst the charred remains, stunned, shocked, traumatized, but only too aware of what has happened. She escaped with a few cuts and bruises.
I walked through the fire all by myself.
But she knows that 2 of her brothers and her 3 sisters were killed. And what about her parents? Is her father alive?
Her father, from what I understand, is in critical condition, I think. Her father's in the ICU and not expected to survive. Ward's family had 8 members and 6 of them were killed.
What about her mother?
I love Mama as big as the sky and the earth and the stars.
But her mother is dead too. Her brother Siraj and her father survived, but are badly injured.
One sibling and her father survived, but
53,000, 54,000 dead in Gaza, and one little girl holding her uncle's hand, who has lost her mum and her sisters and her brothers, who's been displaced multiple times, who has survived to live in a landscape of ruins in a war that has lasted 1/3 of her lifetime and threatens to last even longer, because the Israeli government says it will continue to attack Gaza until victory, whatever that may mean. Today,
yeah, the narrative is shifting pretty dramatically. This is Channel 4, and Channel 4 is, has been a lot more critical of Israel from the start, as opposed to like the BBC. Okay, but nowadays, Channel 4 is speaking on this with moral clarity in a way that even they never did in the subsequent months after October 7. And I think it's because of the insurmountable, unimaginable scale of atrocity and bloodshed. Like this is indistinguishable from Al Jazeera coverage. Think about that. I mean, I'm sure they'll sneak in a little bit of like Palestinians are upset at Hamas in there somewhere. Now, it's I mean, words escape me. It's just like even now, I've been covering this every single day, but even now, it's just like difficult to say anything beyond like what you are seeing. Just the insane cruelty. What is the end goal of this insurgency from the captured population? The end goal is permanent ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing. That's Israel's goal. They're saying it's because they want to combat Hamas, but there's reporting that came out of Haaretz recently that they've only captured 2,000 plus weapons. And additional reporting that came out of Haaretz shows that Israel, at least Israeli officials, claim that there are still 40,000 Hamas militants in the region. Now, either they're lying about that in an effort to continue their bombing campaign, or a shit ton of people understandably took up arms against Israel and are now being considered a part of the Al-Qassam brigades, a spontaneous militia, which is, by the way, legally the right of all oppressed peoples. Make no mistake. These guys that are operating within the Gaza Strip, the Israeli occupying force, the diaper force, they are illegally operating within the Gaza Strip. They have no legal right to do this. Any Palestinian that chooses to take up arms against these guys and kill these guys, for the record, make no mistake, have not only a legal responsibility to do so, but a moral one. This is international law, okay? Israel, as a belligerent occupier, has no right, no legal right to bomb the Gaza Strip, to invade the Gaza Strip like this, and everyone living in the Gaza Strip has a legal right to fight back against these soldiers, these militants. Make no mistake. This is not, I'm not saying like, oh, this is unacceptable or whatever. I'm just telling you exactly what the international legal authority is and their assessment is on the situation. You will hear the exact opposite from mainstream media, but it does not matter. Yeah, 5,600 guns. Sorry, not 2,000 guns. 2,600 small arms were seized, even though the IDF claims 20,000 terrorists have been killed. IDF publishes a report detailing everything it has seized since the beginning of the fighting. In Gaza, 2,600 small arms were seized. 2,600 guns. So what happened? How did you kill 20,000 terrorists, as you claim? I guess a lot of unarmed terrorists have been getting killed. Anyway. This means that they haven't killed many militants at all, which is, of course, understandable considering that they are terrified of actually fighting a fair fight. And there is no fair fight in this process, regardless, because Israel has so much more power and has the most powerful force on the planet, the United States of America, backing its actions, its militancy. And yet, even then, they are truly terrified of actually going into the Strip without air support, and instead choose to just choose to bomb every single standing structure in the Strip instead, because their goal is not to actually deal with the Palestinian militancy. Their goal is to kill as many Palestinians as possible, starve the entire Palestinian population in Gaza, and eventually move them out. Eventually engage in the act of ethnic displacement, ethnic cleansing from the Gaza Strip. Just the worst fucking fighting force on the planet, I swear to God. Exclusive, 198-page planning doc reveals that the architects of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation had early concerns that people would compare its planned food hubs and residential compounds with concentration camps, by the way. Like, they were aware of how this looks as well.
The Israel Defense Force put out footage of their troops in Gaza, but not of the airstrike that killed Wad's family. They do little real fighting now because they have weakened Hamas so effectively. The soldiers have been sent to divide Gaza into 3 parts, to control what remains of the population, to control children like Wad, who, if she survives the next attack, will live with loss and grief for the rest of her life.
And Lindsay joins us now from...
So, this is going to dovetail into the last portion of the coverage here, which, of course, is the ceasefire conversation that was taking place and quickly destroyed by Israel, and then led to the Trump administration behaving exactly like Anthony Blinken and the Biden administration. That happened earlier today. Once this coverage is over, I'm going to get to that, and I'm going to explain to you why that took place and why Israel cannot actually do a ceasefire at any given point until they have permanently ethnically cleansed the Gaza Strip.
From Jerusalem, Lindsay.
Kathy, such a contrast, the scene in Gaza and here in Jerusalem tonight. I'm at the Damascus Gate, the entrance to the old city. A few yards away inside, right-wing Jews, tens of thousands, are praying and dancing at the Western Wall. That's because today is Jerusalem Day, when they celebrate the seizure of Arab East Jerusalem at the end of the war in 1967. Now, earlier they were dancing and shouting, "Death to the Arabs," and 1967 Jerusalem in our hands, 2025 Gaza in our hands. So you see how the right wing here are drawing parallels between the two situations. Earlier in the day, the right-wing Minister for National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, he went into the old city and up to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That is the third most holy site.
Guys, don't say that these guys are Nazis, please. That's anti-Semitic. Israel has a right to defend itself. And by that, I mean Israel has a right to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. And you do not have a right to criticize such things, because if you criticize such things, that means you're anti-Semitic. Excuse me.
In Islam. So for an Israeli Jewish politician to go there, that's a provocation. It's done on purpose. It's been done before, most famously by Ariel Sharon in the year 2000. When he was there, he prayed for victory in Gaza. And it's these far-right ministers who control the Israeli government at the moment, And that's why the war continues, even though many military experts say there's no further military reason to do so. And that's why we're seeing the tragedies like the Khalil family today and that little girl who you saw in my report.
Lindsay, thanks very much. Well, earlier I spoke to Dr. Victoria Rose, a surgeon working in Nasser Hospital in Gaza, and started by asking her about the sorts of injuries she's seeing among the children she's treating.
Everything we're seeing here at the moment is related to blast bomb injuries. So that's mainly burns and quite large percentage burns, the sort of percent that would normally be admitted to an intensive care unit in the UK or a specialist burns unit in the UK and dealt with there. And then the other injuries that we're seeing are mainly due to the shrapnel that gets whipped up when a bomb explodes. And that's what we're seeing here at Nasser mainly. So it's traumatic amputations of hands, fingers, arms, feet, legs.
So the most appalling suffering, really.
Yeah, things that you would never, ever see in any other situation.
Obviously, this is a doctor of Hamas. Obviously, Channel 4 is also Channel 4 for Hamas channel, CH.
And the volume of it is really the staggering part. It's non-stop. It is women, children. It's really, really barbaric what we're seeing here.
And of course, you're working, as I understand, at the same hospital where doctors Hamdi and Allah work, 9 of whose children were killed on Friday, and Hamdi himself was injured. It must be very hard to get your head around.
It's been a real shock for the whole hospital, actually, because they were both so well known. And it's been really devastating for the rest of the staff to see almost an entire family wiped out. But I have to say that this what's happened to them it's not really unusual. They're estimating here at the moment that about 2,300 families, entire families, have been wiped off the civil register. We know that there's 42,000 orphans here in Gaza at the moment, and I think that's the hardest thing for our team here to be dealing with. You often have a child on the table. We've got a 3-year-old with a 45% burn at the moment, and he's the only survivor of his family.
In the context of the horrors that you've just described, clearly aid is essential. Fewer than 500 aid trucks have entered Gaza, as I understand it, since the blockade was lifted. Are you seeing any of that coming through yet?
We haven't seen any delivery of the vital equipment that we need, and we are running low on essential equipment now that we can't make do and mend. And once we're out, if we don't get any supplies, we will not be able to continue operating.
There's been a lot of controversy about the organisation that's backed by the US and Israel to ensure that private firms deliver aid. And the head of that organisation has now quit. Do you welcome his decision to do so? Was that plan unworkable?
I take my hat off to him for pulling out. I do not understand why a private firm has been brought in to do a job that the United Nations...
Here, I changed the chatterino so the badges can be seen again. Y'all are silly billies. I don't know why that chatterino wouldn't show the badges. But here, now you can see your badges once again and flex how many months you have subscribed in the chat. One of the many amenities you get as a subscriber.
And the WHO have been doing perfectly well since this war started.
Israel says this plan would prevent a humanitarian crisis.
The food aid is only going to be distributed in certain points. And to access those points, you have to give your Palestinian ID and your biometric data. And this is the issue that the Palestinians have. And you aren't given your food. You are then allowed into the area to take the aid. And they believe that this is a way of enforcing them into a smaller part of Gaza.
There have been reports today that Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal, but Israel has dismissed it. from where you're sitting, I'm assuming a deal can't come soon enough.
It can't come soon enough. I mean, for all sorts of reasons. As I said, we're running out of supplies to
Lenina Del Rey, thank you for
carry
the
on
10
going.
gifted.
But more than that, we are 1.5 kilometers from the active fighting now. So if we are evacuated, those patients will die. So it's really critical that we get a ceasefire right now.
Dr. Victoria Rose, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Lenin Del Rey. Oh, no, Lenin A. Del Rey. Anyway, here you have one of Israel's biggest dick riders, the German Chancellor Merz, saying Israel's actions in Gaza can no longer be justified. Now, of course, now you're saying it's no longer justified? It's no longer justified since October 8, okay? Ridiculous. Having said that, for a German guy to say this is somewhat consequential. Because these guys have a proclivity towards fascism to begin with. Okay? They're kind of equal opportunity fascists. Like, they're like, whoever does it, we like it. You know, there's that German epigenetic memory kicking in. And secondly, obviously, Germany is the biggest dick rider of Israel. It's like constitutionally protected to offer unlimited support to Israel no matter what. It's so much so that the other constitutional value that Germany has is the protection of the International Criminal Court and the international, like, respecting the institutions of international justice. And yet, they are willing to erode that part of their fucking constitution because now it's at odds with Israel. So make no mistake, when you have someone like Merz saying Israel's actions can no longer be justified, that means the rest of the world has completely moved to a normal position.
Das, was die israelische Armee jetzt
What the Israeli army is doing in the Gaza Strip,
ich verstehe offen gestanden nicht mehr.
I no longer understand, frankly, what its objective is. Oh, now he doesn't understand. To cause such suffering to the civilian population, as has increasingly been the case in recent days. It's not recent days. This has been the case since October 7. It can no longer be justified as a fight against Hamas terrorism.
Israel should face an arms embargo.
Call for arms embargo on Israel as Gaza's children face starvation. Again, BBC News. He is lying when he doesn't know what that it's planned. German arms sales law forbids selling arms if there's a possibility they can be used for war crimes. So they ran on, we don't know. Also, he said 2 weeks ago that he unconditionally supports Israel no matter what. 80% of Germans do not support Israel's war against Hamas. Quote of the question in the last poll, it's room reading and virtue signaling. I know. But in the past, I know all of this. I covered all of this. This is actually how I started talking about this issue. Remember when I told you that, fascism is a suicide pact, okay? It is a suicidal ideology, right? And not only is it a suicidal ideology, but if the Western liberal democracies actually continue offering unlimited support to Israel as it is engaging in the fascist act of ethnic cleansing, okay, they will basically show to Western voters and their own populations that, like, there is no real democratic process here. Do you understand? This is the reason why they are changing. This is the reason why they're changing their attitude, or at least their messaging around this, in an effort to appease their voters, in an effort to basically try to get them to quiet down a little bit. Because, as I said earlier, they made a mistake. They thought that people would just like stop caring about it, in the same way that like America's war on terror continued for 20 years and people stopped caring about it after a certain point. What do you mean a suicidal ideology? Fascism is inherently contradictory, okay? There has to be a permanent outgroup that must be ethnically displaced or ethnically cleansed and dominated for fascism to continue existing. And therefore, once you exterminate all of the enemies that you have designed as enemies of the state, you then move within and you make a smaller in-group. The example I will use is once the Nazis were done with their exterminationist project against like the disabled, trans people, communists, socialists, trade unionists, Jews, the Roma population, they eventually would have shifted to a new design of the higher class of being, the Aryan, the superior Aryan class. Blonde and blue-eyed Germans as opposed to brown-eyed Germans. You know what I mean? Like, and before you say Hitler didn't have, Hitler wasn't blonde and had blue eyes. Like it is an exterminationist policy, and it's also, it doesn't matter if the leader is not, the leader doesn't actually look the part. Okay. Like there has to be a there is never enough death and destruction that will satisfy fascist policies. There will never be enough death and destruction of the outgroup. The outgroup must remain permanent in order to continue enforcing dominance, to continue the fascist project. This is why it is. This is why it's inherently considered a suicidal ideology. This is why fascism inevitably collapses. So, if you have a permanent loyalty pact with a fascist nation state that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, and more people get upset about this exterminationist project because they keep seeing dead children on their social media timelines, and they keep expressing their discontent with the governments that are aiding and abetting this project in the Western world, you have two options. Either you just say, shut the fuck up, no real democracy exists, what are you going to do about it? We're just going to keep defending Israel. Or you try to massage the narrative a little bit to try and decouple from Israel, to say, oh, we are actually very critical of Israel. As a matter of fact, we are responding to, lol, okay, anti-Semite. Dude, I don't think you understand what you're saying when you associate Israel with Judaism, especially at this stage. I don't think you will ever understand what you're doing. There is no monolithic international Jewry. This is a literal Nazi idea, okay? That's number one. Number two, claiming that I'm anti-Semitic because I'm saying that Israel is killing children and this has nothing to do with Judaism is idiotic, because are you saying that, no, Israel's exterminationist project is actually for Judaism? Like Jews have to kill children? Is that what you're saying? Because unironically, you snap back to blood libel as a defensive mechanism. That is infinitely more anti-Semitic than anyone. That's the same shit that Nick Fuentes says. When you defend Israel on the grounds that like this is, when you defend Israel on the grounds that this is, being conducted for Judaism, you unironically are saying like, no, Jews are monolithic, which is not true. Okay. And you're saying that all Jews that are monolithic as a force are totally invested in like the ethnic displacement of all Palestinians, and is justifiable. I would even go so far as to say that fascism isn't so much different death pact, but an extension of liberalism, when the population's frustration with the inherent death conclusion of liberalism as the Swiss system switches gears. But you should not confuse what is going on in Gaza with fascism. The Israeli government is a fascist entity, yes, but its operations are predominantly against a native population for now. Inevitably, it will run out of this population and turn inwards? Yes, yeah, I know. It is a fascist ethno-state that is doing a genocide. And eventually they will turn the crosshairs internally if they are able to complete their exterminationist project. Yeah, I know.
Embargo if it doesn't stop its
literally what
attacks
I'm
on
saying.
Gaza, says the Spanish government, which is hosting a meeting in Madrid of Arab and European countries, including the UK, on how to end the war. Today, Israeli airstrikes killed 30 Palestinians, while yesterday 2 members of the International Red Cross were killed. Some limited aid of 107 trucks did enter Gaza, but humanitarian organisations say that much more, up to 600 trucks a day, is what is desperately needed, following 11 weeks of a blockade on aid by Israel. Fergal Keane reports now on the situation facing the youngest members of Gaza's population, and there are distressing images.
We see it, and we hear it. From far away, but in sound and colour, an agony that cannot be denied.
This is Osama, and he is 5 years old.
Today, a British doctor captured these images in the paediatric ward of Nasser Hospital. The young and vulnerable.
Really shocking. Skin and bone.
There was abundant aid that could have helped them. But nearly 3 months of Israeli blockade kept it out of Gaza. How they were once and how they are now.
These children are so malnourished that they're actually wasting away. It's shocking to see this degree of malnutrition, and it's because of the blockade.
The hunger ward, where a colleague first met 5-month-old Siwar Ashur. Allergic to regular milk formula, the special variety she needed was running out under the blockade.
When I change her, her body is very bad and dehydrated. She's like a skeleton. Whenever I look at her, I cry. I cannot bear how thin she is.
Her condition stabilised. And a week ago, Siwar was sent home from the busy hospital with a can of baby formula.
Is Rez on Twitter mocking this video of that baby and saying the mother is well fed? Yeah, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the Israeli response to any of these things because it's fucking horrifying. Also, these images are 1-to-1 the same exact images that you saw from concentration camps in the aftermath of the concentration camps being liberated, just so you understand. The difference, of course, is that this is a live streamed Holocaust. Okay? That's it. That's the only difference, is that this is a Holocaust that is currently being live streamed. So you get to see it in real time.
The situation is very dire. We're staying in a tent, and there are many insects. The insects come at her. I have to cover her with a scarf so nothing touches her.
Even though Israel is now allowing some aid into Gaza, there's nothing like enough nutrition for Siwar. Her mum says her weight has dropped again in recent days.
Currently, there is no food or nutrients. The water is polluted and we force ourselves to drink it. We don't have food or bread.
The shelter was hit by gunfire when people attempted to loot food nearby.
When Siwar hears the sounds of the rockets, she gets startled and she cries. She understands these things. The sound of the tanks, warplanes, and rockets are so loud, and they are close to us. And if she was sleeping, she would wake up startled and crying.
The Israeli government said 3 days ago there was no food crisis in Gaza. but that it was now allowing aid to prevent one. Life is hunger, fear, and trauma. Dr. Wasim Saeed is a British plastic surgeon who's just returned from Gaza. He's treated many children, like 6-year-old Noor, who suffered severe blast and burn injuries in an Israeli airstrike. Lack of nutrition is making it much harder for wounds to heal, he says.
You could see people losing hope. You could see how depressed they were. The nutritional status of everybody was appalling. So grafts were not taking, wounds were not healing.
Yet for all that he's seen, this British doctor wants to go back. It's his human duty, he told us.
None of this needed to happen. Every time you see a child, you think of your own children and how well, you try not to at the time because it would be you couldn't work if you thought, what if this was happened to my daughter, or heaven forbid, or something like that.
Set against the raging war, a child's life is a fragile thing, but loved dearly, from one heartbeat to the next. Fergal Keane, BBC News.
Well, Israel does not allow international media organisations, including the BBC, into Gaza, and we use trusted freelance teams on the ground. Let's turn now to our correspondent, Barbara Pletasher, who's in Jerusalem for us. And Barbara, some terrible scenes of suffering there. We know that some aid has...
It's important not to look away from this, because this is the death and destruction that our governments, whether you're in the UK or whether you're in the United States of America, this is the death and destruction that our governments are contributing to in very meaningful ways. Okay? Whether it be directly giving the bombs to use that end up scarring those children permanently while killing their entire families, or whether it be offering the surveillance and targeting of areas to hit that the British government is helping and aiding in this extermination campaign with their spy planes that fly over the Gaza Strip. We are morally culpable. The largest moral responsibility still falls in the hands of the United States of America, that has offered political cover and also 70% of all the munitions that are used. But it's important for you to see this, and it's important for you to show this to other people, to help them understand our complicity and to help them understand the humanity of the Palestinians. There is a reason why Israel kills journalists. There is a reason why Israel does not want Western media to enter the Strip, because Israel does not want international investigators to document these atrocities. Okay? That's it. Because if Western media were to enter the Strip, if international investigators were to conduct investigations in the Gaza Strip to give a better assessment on the full scale of these atrocities, the world, it would be completely impossible for Israel to deny anything at that point. The only plausible deniability that Israel can entertain at this moment is the Islamophobia that is a permanent fixture in Western political discourse, in Western collective consciousness. Do you understand? That way they can just say Hamas-run healthcare ministry. But once it's no longer Hamas-run healthcare ministry, once it's the United Nations and every single non-government organization that's operating in the area, every single international investigator, all of a sudden, you can't say, well, they're also Hamas. Think about it this way. When Israel says Hamas run, or America says Hamas run healthcare, Hamas run, hold on 1 second. One second. Hold on. I got to do this. Okay. When Israel says Hamas run Ministry of Health, and the American media repeats that statement, that is, no matter how woke someone might be, that causes them to be skeptical. But when Israel says UN is Hamas, everybody laughs at that. Okay. Unless you are literally the most insane Israel dick rider that believes that, okay, that already is completely lapping up all the fucking propaganda. Most people laugh at this notion. What the fuck?
Got in. Are we likely to see any improvement soon?
Well, Israel says it has allowed around 500 lorries carrying food supplies into Gaza over the past week. And some of that has been distributed, but there's been a lot of chaos and insecurity. Desperate people overwhelming bread bakeries, for example, and armed men looting some of the aid. UN officials say that that's because so little has been let in. They say this wasn't a problem during the ceasefire when Gaza was flooded with aid, and that needs to happen again. But Israel is saying no, it's going to try something new. It's going to use a private company backed by the U.S. to distribute food, and arguing that this is going to prevent Hamas from stealing aid and so reduce its influence. But there's a lot of criticism about this plan, not least because this company doesn't have the supplies and the structures that the UN has. And so at best, at the moment, it could only feed about half the population. And then at the same time, you've had this escalation in the war by Israel saying that it wants to finish Hamas off. You had the chief of staff today telling soldiers, in fact, Hamas has been greatly weakened. This is not going to be an endless war. But it really doesn't look like that in Gaza right now, I have to say. People are being squeezed into a smaller and smaller space, and there have been many civilians killed during military operations over the weekend, Rita.
Thank you. Barbara Pletasher reporting there.
The G word, genocide. Most media outlets in the West, even now, even as Israel continues to proudly flatten Gaza and starve the Palestinians of Gaza, refuse to use the term genocide. Joe Biden last year went out of his way to say what's happening in Gaza is not genocide. Keir Starmer refuses to say it is. And pro-Israel groups often accuse anyone who says Gaza is a genocide of perpetrating an anti-Semitic blood libel. And yet here's the thing they don't want you to know. Genocide experts are almost all in agreement that what's happening is a genocide, per the legal definition under the Genocide Convention, acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. So here are the names, the expert names you need to know, including Jewish and...
Dude, by the way, the counter to this was so funny. The Hasbara counter to this was just like to bring up a bunch of like generals and former, like random generals and former American members of like the State Department to be like, well, these are genocide experts too. It's like, no, they're not. They're not. You're just claiming that they're genocide experts. Like you can't say like Alan Dershowitz doesn't consider it a genocide and then make it seem as though Alan Dershowitz is a fucking expert of genocide. It is so fucking stupid. Yeah, I'm wrong. I know. Yeah, the joke is, yes, Alan Dershowitz and American generals are experts in doing a genocide, but their opinion is not necessarily worth a damn in this process, don't you think? Yeah, it's like asking the fucking Nazi generals whether or not Adolf Eichmann, genocide expert, you know?
Israeli experts on the subject of genocide to avoid being gaslit by apologists for Israel. First, there are the academic experts who say Gaza is a genocide. Martin Shaw, who literally wrote the book, What is Genocide? Melanie O'Brien, who is the literal president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. Dirk Moses, who is the senior editor of the Journal of Genocide Research, Eva Vukušić, who helped prosecute the Srebrenica genocide, William Shabas, who even defended Myanmar against charges of genocide against the Rohingya, but says what Israel is doing in Gaza now is a genocide. There are also the Israeli genocide experts, the Israeli historians of the Holocaust, who say Gaza is a genocide. Professors Omer Bartov, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Lee Mordecai, Dr. Shmuel Lederman, who was originally opposed to calling Gaza a genocide, but now says, quote, what Israel is doing in Gaza is genocidal in every sense. Then there are the human rights groups who say Gaza is a genocide. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the legal clinics at top US universities who say it's a genocide, at Boston University School of Law, at Cornell Law School, at Yale Law School. The United Nations organizations and experts who say it's a genocide, the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices, multiple UN special rapporteurs. In fact, speaking the other week to the Dutch newspaper NRC, the Israeli expert Raz Siegel said, can I name someone whose work I respect who doesn't consider it genocide? His answer, no. The Israeli expert Shmuel Lederman says it's now the consensus view among genocide researchers. So apologists for Israel and lazy and cowardly both sides media outlets might want to reject the charge of genocide in Gaza. They might want to pretend it's hyperbole or even anti-Semitic. But the experts, the actual experts on genocide, they know a genocide when they see one, and they see one in Gaza. Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications for exclusive...
The counter to this is fucking ridiculous. It's just not serious at all. All right.
Tonight,
there's also another story: an American charged with plotting to bomb a U.S. office, U.S. embassy office in Israel, which is a crazy story. I'm gonna get to the. Oh yeah, this is Fox News is fucking covering it because Trey Yingst is covering it. Hold on, I gotta pee first though, so I'm just gonna play this real quick.
A man accused of trying to firebomb a branch office of the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv appeared in a New York court. Earlier today, Joseph Neumeyer, a dual U.S.-German national, was detained at New York's JFK airport after he was deported from Israel, where the 28-year-old allegedly planned to burn down a branch U.S. Embassy building. Neumeyer's ideology remains unknown, but his arrest comes amid growing concern over rising anti-Semitism. Just days after a gunman killed 2 Israeli embassy employees, couple Yaron Lachinsky and Sarah Lynn Milgram, in Washington on Wednesday. The Justice Department said in a statement that on May 19th, Neumeyer approached an embassy guard and spat on the guard. He fled when guards tried to detain him, the statement said, but he left his backpack, which contained 3 Molotov cocktails, a kind of firebomb. Earlier that day, the Justice Department said Neumeyer had written threatening social media posts. Join me as I burn down the embassy in Tel Aviv, he had written. Death to America, death to Americans. The Justice Department statement said earlier posts included plans to assassinate President Donald Trump.
And Matt Bradley joins us from that U.S. Embassy building in Tel Aviv. Matt, what kind of charges is the suspect facing here?
Yeah, well, Attorney General Pam Bondi said that Neumeyer faces accusations of planning to attack this U.S. embassy behind me and threatening the lives of American citizens and President Donald Trump. If convicted, he could face...
Now, remember what I said about the other one, the other story, Elias Gonzalez, and whether or not it had the makings of a false flag operation doesn't change the reality that I think it was a genuine actor. This, on the other hand, is a very, or not Gonzalez, sorry, Rodriguez. This, on the other hand, very weird story. Okay? Very weird story because the background of this guy is insane. And the things that he has said, like the things that he posted about when he like moved to Israel and how pro-Israel he was before he just like flipped the fucking script and just started saying death to America and shit. Something about this is not adding up at all. I'm just going to point that out. Don't know what the deal is, but I do not have the same assessment that I had with I do not have the same assessment that I had with the previous story as opposed to this one.
Up to 20 years in jail. Gotti?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
I will not be reading this person's manifesto. I don't even know if it has one. I don't even know if he has a manifesto or not, but I would not be reading it regardless whether he had one or not. That one was more of a fucking CIA fell off, what are they doing type situation.
Unhappy with President Putin. You've talked before about putting more sanctions on Russia. Is that something you're considering more serious?
Absolutely. He's killing a lot of people. I don't know what's wrong with him. What the hell happened to him, right? He's killing a lot of people. I'm not happy about that.
What do you mean, what the hell happened to him? He was doing this already.
Just a person arrested for attempting to apply in Israel to throw Molotov cocktails at a U.S. Embassy office in Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
The person also reportedly, who's a dual German-U.S. citizen, issued threats against your life.
Against my life?
Against your life, yes, sir.
We've got a lot of them around. We've got a lot of sick people around. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Naming a street, renaming a street in D.C. It was fairly innocent stuff by American citizens.
Let me take a look.
Can you provide us an update on Russia and Ukraine as well?
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him. But
yeah, what the hell happened to this guy? That's such a funny take. Man, what the hell happened to this Vladimir Putin guy? He's still doing the thing that he's been doing for the past 3 years. I can't believe he's just doing what? The continuation of the invasion of Ukraine? What the hell is that about? Nothing has changed from what Putin has been doing at all. What did you think he was doing before? If you think this is a change of pace. Yeah, it was one of my favorite lies from the campaign was I'll fix Israel Palestine and also Russia Ukraine in one day. Day one, he said.
he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
Yeah. President, what do you want to do about that?
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. We'll see what we're going to do. What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you? You're totally fake. All right, any other questions? I don't like what Putin is doing, not even a little bit. He's killing people. And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it.
Can I follow up on that? A Russian commander reportedly said that Putin was almost caught in the middle of a drone attack from Ukraine. So do you have any...
I haven't heard that, but maybe that would be a reason. I don't know, but I have not heard that. President Trump,
A third.
He's like, this ain't like you, Vladimir. What the fuck? Stop eating? No. What do you mean this ain't like you? This is exactly like him. It's remarkable. Like his reaction to this, I don't think his reaction to this is fake, by the way. I don't think it's fake at all. I don't think he's like trying to be like, oh, he really surprised me. Like, how is this happening? I think he is genuine when he says, what the hell's this guy doing? I really thought he would have stopped if I was nice to him. Which makes me think which basically reaffirms my position that I've maintained, which is that he legitimately thinks that because Vladimir Putin was like nice to him, that he has an affinity towards him, both because he has an affinity towards like strongmen, authoritarian strongmen, but also because I think he mistook like Vladimir Putin's manipulations as like sincere admiration. I don't know what the fuck Vladimir Putin or his envoys told Trump at some point that like, oh yeah, no, they would definitely stop if Trump told them to, as long as they got like a good deal out of this. But it's very clear that he is being manipulated by the Russian administration. The American government or the head of the American state openly stating this is so crazy. He's like, oh, come on. You are the most biased and uneducated, one-sided, terrorist-supporting jackass I've ever seen. Why? Like, do you want me to be pro-Russia? Like, I don't understand. What a strange thing to say.
Sleepless night in Ukraine as what it says is Russia's heaviest aerial bombardment yet continued. This time 9 missiles and a record 355 drones, some of them landing here in Odessa. After a weekend of silence, President Zelensky said risked enabling Russia. These words from President Trump before boarding Air Force One last night.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into...
Wait. You checked his logs? He literally wants me to be pro-Russia? Oh, he's Serbian. How does one not see what Russia is doing? NATO wanted to surround Russia's borders and get in Eastern Europe so they control all over Europe. Open your eyes, you dumb tunnel vision puppets of the fucking Western modern empire. Long live Russia. Long live Putin. Oh my God. Yo, respect. At least this is a hog of a very different variety that is genuinely unique. Genuinely fucking unique. I mean, it's not so unique if you know Serbians, but it is unique in this chat. Normally when someone says I'm a fucking terrorism supporter, it's because of like my coverage over militant resistance against the apartheid state doing a fucking genocide. It's rarely ever someone coming in here to be like, you're a fucking terrorism supporter because you're anti-Russia and anti-Russian invasion of Ukraine. I love that.
The cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
You've talked before about putting more sanctions on Russia. Is that something you're considering more serious?
Absolutely. He's killing a lot of people. I don't know what's wrong with him. What the hell happened to him, right? He's killing a lot of people. I'm not happy about that.
He later posted that Putin had gone absolutely crazy, remarks the Russian president's spokesman attributed to, quote, emotional overload. Short shrift for Zelensky too, who, despite a rapprochement at the Vatican, Trump said did his country no favours by talking the way he does. You're on your own to negotiate, Trump told both sides last week. But while his waning patience for Putin today might provide relief in Europe, it's not words they want, but action.
Now it looks like that Trump is frustrated on Putin. And I hope that last messages from him shows that he understands that Putin does not want to have a peace. He wants to continue his war. He wants to continue killing innocent people in Ukraine, just like we have seen last weekend in Kyiv.
Sit in the lobby and smell the new world order, a pro-Kremlin newspaper told European leaders this week, after Trump, following a phone call with Putin, dialed back on threats of sanctions against Russia for refusing a ceasefire. As the US president falters and Russia's bombardment continues, Europe's hope lies in Republican senators drumming up support for what they call bone-crushing secondary sanctions on countries that continue to trade with Russia, something Trump would need to green light. Today, Germany said Western allies would shelve range limits on arms given to Kyiv, meaning it can fire them beyond its own territory. But Ukraine says it can't stop what's coming in without more US-made air defense systems, and it's running low on Biden-era stocks. A ledger that meant it couldn't counter all the ballistic missiles Russia fired on its cities this weekend, in an aerial assault that claimed dozens of lives, including those of 3 children here in Zhytomyr, their friends laying flowers amid the rubble.
Overnight, President Trump announces he's delaying his...
Also, there's this. Like, the solution to this, the solution to what's going on in Russia revolves around bringing China to the table. Like Russia's primary party. And primary supporter that has a tremendous amount of influence to the table to force Russia's hand. If you have sanctions relief in mind for Russia, as Trump has signaled, you have to take a similar diplomatic approach with China as well. Can China do something for change? First of all, China doesn't do anything unless it's in the interest of China. As far as like China's demands goes, they've already tried to put together a fucking peace negotiation. So they already have a version. They already have a peace negotiation out there. There's like a China-Brazil plan. But of course, because it's fucking China, no one takes it seriously. Nobody cares. Meanwhile, Trump is already Trump is already cooking the entirety of the fucking European continent with these like insane trade moves in an effort to bully them into submission. Why are you a China dick rider? Genuinely curious. Because I want America to do some of the things, some of the good things that China does. That's why. That's why. I have many criticisms of China. I talk about it all the time. But I just wish that like there are good things that the Chinese government does. And I wish that we would apply those good things here. Except we're seemingly doing all the bad things that the Chinese government does, and even some things that we claim the Chinese government does that they don't do, and doing it here.
Tariffs on the European Union after a call with the trading bloc's leader.
That was the date she requested. Could we move it from June 1st to July 9th? And I agreed to do that, and that she said we will rapidly get together and see if we can work something out.
A dramatic shift in tone. Just days ago, the president threatening to impose 50% tariffs on the EU on June 1st, saying talks with one of our largest trading partners are going nowhere. The EU Commission leader said she had a good call with Trump and that Europe is ready to advance talks swiftly and decisively. The president delaying the tariffs but continues to fight against the country's wealthiest university. A federal judge blocking Trump's ban on international students from enrolling at Harvard University.
Part of the problem with Harvard is that there are about 31%, almost 31% of foreigners coming to Harvard. We have Americans that want to go there and to other places.
The administration has also frozen billions of dollars in federal funding to Harvard, punishing the university for refusing to comply with government demands to change its curriculum, admissions policy, and end DEI programs. Harvard's former president blasting the administration.
This is setting America back. It's hard to imagine a larger strategic gift that we could give China than alienating the most talented young people.
I mean, he's not wrong. Donald Trump is the great destroyer of American hegemonic power. Like, he's not wrong. Larry Summers, who is a fucking demon, is unironically 100% correct in his assessment. It's so crazy that Donald Trump is burning the candle on both ends. He is just cooking this country. He's cooking R&D. He's cooking America's future. He's cooking some of the last institutions that exist in this country that are tasked with like moving American tech into the next to the next century. It's crazy.
In the world whose dream was to come to the United States and are now seeing it shattered.
And what a hearing on this is set for Thursday to determine if that temporary block should be extended. So for now, the future of nearly 7,000 international students at Harvard hangs in the balance.
Stand by for more news on that. And Selena, also while we have you, another topic here. President Trump also commenting overnight about his one big beautiful bill and the talks going on in the Senate right now.
Yeah, so President Trump said he expects the Senate to make fairly significant changes to the bill, despite House Speaker Mike Johnson just hours earlier saying he wants to see as few changes as possible. Now, the reality here is that this mega bill barely passed the House, and it's going to face a tough road ahead in the Senate. Some Senate Republicans, they want to see even steeper spending cuts, while other Senate Republicans are concerned about those cuts to Medicaid. Whit.
All right, Selena, thank you.
Part of the problem with Harvard is that there are about 31%, almost 31% of foreigners coming to Harvard. We give them billions of dollars, which is ridiculous.
Harvard has too many foreigners. We want to know who they are. Yeah, that bill is dead in the Senate floor. Are you kidding me? There is 0% chance that the bill that currently exists would get passed in the Senate. it's demonic. The number I think is lower than 31%. I think it's like 23%. But Trump is I don't, or 28%, sorry. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Okay? Like, oh, goddamn, we don't know. We don't know who these foreigners are.
We do grants, which we're probably not going to be doing much grants anymore to Harvard. But they're 31%, but they refuse to tell us who the people are. We want to know who the people. Now, a lot of the foreign students we wouldn't have a problem with. I'm not going to have a problem with foreign students, but it shouldn't be 31%. It's too much because we have Americans that want to go there and to other places, and they can't go there because you have 31% foreign. Now, no foreign government contributes money to Harvard. We do. So why are they doing so many? Number one.
Wait, what? It's not a foreign government contribution to Harvard. On there? Oh, wow. Claiming that why what? Yeah. Okay. I don't talk to me right now. Sorry, I'm doing news coverage. So what I was gonna say is, ironically enough, the foreign students do actually fund Harvard. It's not my mom, it's my brother. He's trying to talk to me. So when he's like, foreign nations don't actually fund Harvard, we do. It's like, no, they do actually. Foreign nationals fund Harvard by enrolling and paying exorbitant fees. The idea that like this is not part of the backbone of the Harvard endowment is so funny. And not only that, but also we rely on their research. We rely on the fucking research that like foreigners contribute to. Couldn't you also say foreign countries fund universities with APAC or other organizations that are similar give donations to schools like Harvard? First of all, how dare you say something so anti-Semitic as to suggest that APAC is in the interest of a foreign nation? Excuse me. I cannot believe... Aha, sen de geldin. Aynı anda geldiniz, ha? I cannot believe the unimaginable anti-Semitism coming from you, chatter. How dare you say that the American Israel PAC, that's what the I stands for, would be in the interest of Israel, a foreign nation. There's nothing more anti-Semitic to suggest than AIPAC being a lobby for a foreign government.
Number two, we want a list of those foreign students, and we'll find out whether or not they're okay. Many will be okay, I assume.
No.
And I assume with Harvard, many will be bad. And then the other thing is they're very
guys,
anti-Semitic. Everybody
I'm
knows
working.
they're anti-Semitic.
Okay, we can't.
And that's got to stop them.
It's crazy. My whole family is just like having a continued conversation with me while this is going on. But here, Mom, you can have this. Salad with shawarma. More salad. And then also I'll give you my phone. You can order whatever you want. That's just rice. Okay, well, it's open. The back of it is open. One day off and your family thinks you're retired is so cute. Yeah.
Immediately.
President Macron has had to play down an incident
Okay,
in which
I'm
his
gonna need
wife
you to do
appeared
something for me
to push
first.
him in the face. The couple were arriving in Vietnam for a tour.
Big drama here. We're going to talk about this as well. Here, take all this and put it in the fridge. Don't drop it. And then this as well. Here. Okay. Before we get into this, before we get into the fucking Macron slap, last thing I wanted to cover was what I said earlier this morning about like the potential for a ceasefire. Overnight, Hamas and U.S. officials reached a verbal understanding on the framework of a Gaza ceasefire. Sources involved in negotiations told Drop Site's Jeremy Scahill. Jeremy Scahill, as you know, has direct access to Hamas leadership and is one of the only outlets in the United States of America that actively covers the statements coming from the Hamas side in this negotiations process, doing the Lord's work, basically. Dropsite has been shown the full text of the document outlining the terms to which Hamas agreed. Some of these details have also been confirmed by sources interviewed by Al Jazeera and Al Mayadeen. Scahill reports that the understanding was communicated to Hamas through Palestinian-American intermediary Bashar Ababa in coordination with the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff. Hamas accepted the terms in the document and was told the U.S. believed the framework could work, pending Israeli approval. But of course, Israel did not offer that approval. A senior source from Hamas told Dropsite Jeremy Scahill, "We have accepted the Witkoff proposal, which is a 60-day temporary ceasefire for releasing the 10 living Israeli prisoners, 5 at the beginning and 5 at the end. President Trump will personally announce the agreement." But before the deal could advance, Israeli officials rushed to the media to kill it. Soon after, Witkoff publicly accused Hamas of misrepresenting the proposal, directly contradicting what sources told Dropsite had been agreed to in private discussions. What they are doing here, what they did here, is exactly the same thing that the Biden administration would do, and it's exactly the same thing that the Blinken, it's the exact same thing that Blinken would do. It is identical. Okay? It is identical. Biden would act as though they are listening to the Qatari envoys, and then Hamas would say yes to a deal. Israel would say no to said deal, and then they would turn around and make it seem as though Hamas was actually disrupting the ceasefire process, when in fact it was always Israel. So there is no daylight between the Trump administration and the Biden administration on the way that they've dealt with Israel so far. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people want to engage in the act of wishful thinking and assume that the Trump administration could be different. But this is the exact same fell for it again, I told you so nonsense. Okay? It is exactly the same shit. Now, what Hamas had believed it had secured is the 13-point document shown in the drop site, a 70-day ceasefire, a release of 10 living Israeli captives in 2 batches, half on the first day and the other half on the last day. Hamas would also release the bodies of the 16 deceased captives. Hamas said it needed a 2-week window to locate all burial sites. A personal public guarantee from Trump, committing to the ceasefire and the pullback of Israeli forces to their March 2nd positions, the resumption of unrestricted aid, including food, fuel, medicine, housing materials, and construction equipment, a cessation of all Israeli military operations, including the surveillance activities, a cessation of all armed activities by Palestinian resistance groups. Witkoff would personally, as a guarantor, sign a ceasefire deal in Doha and shake hands with the Hamas lead negotiator, Dr. Khalil al-Hayya. Witkoff would head the U.S. delegation, which would also include Adam Adam Baylor and Baba, the American who is has a back channel access to Hamas, which, by the way, is, I guess, not looked at so favorably by the Trump administration if it's someone like myself or Jeremy Scahill doing it. Upon signing the ceasefire, an independent technocratic committee of Palestinians would immediately take charge of Gaza's governance, and reconstruction efforts would commence. The U.S. and regional mediators would guarantee continued ceasefire negotiations and aid after 70 days until a permanent ceasefire is reached. The U.S. and as long as negotiations continue, the U.S. would remain committed to a ceasefire and facilitating aid entry until a permanent peace agreement is reached. Hamas initially proposed a 90-day ceasefire, then said it would accept a 70-day version to align with the U.S. position. Israel wanted a shorter window. Hamas subsequently told Scahill it had agreed to an initial 60-day truce. Sources told DropSite that Qatar, particularly in the wake of Edon Alexander's release, applied pressure on Trump to secure this agreement. As DropSite previously reported, Witkoff promised Hamas that aid would resume to Gaza 2 days after Alexander's release, and Trump would call for a ceasefire negotiation to end the war. Neither of those happened. Can you explain what they mean by a technocratic committee? It just means that Hamas dissolves as a political entity, and all of the civilian governance is given to the responsibility of a separate party, an independent party comprised of Palestinians, because Hamas understands the way it is perceived in the Western world. They do not want a complete collapse of civil affairs, obviously. They want the continuation and the efforts. They want to defend the Palestinians. They want to make sure that there is Palestinian sovereignty. And they basically are saying, we're willing to have an independent technocratic committee take over the responsibility, as opposed to like offering it to the Palestinian Authority, for example, because that's like something that has been entertained. But they want Palestine to be led by Palestinians. They also understand that there is no world where Hamas continues to govern Palestinians because of the way that people perceive Hamas. But because they're more interested in, once again, the continuation of Palestinian existence in the Gaza Strip, more so than their own like selfish ambitions of like dominating the Strip, as is consistently claimed by Israel dick riders, say Hamas are bad guys, they're terrorists, all they want is death and destruction, they hate it, they hate the Palestinians. This right here directly contradicts that. Trump, according to sources, had been telling regional leaders that he had given Israel 2 months to accomplish his objectives after Israel abandoned the January ceasefire deal, and now is the time to bring the war to an end. 2. U.S. gives the proposal to Israel. Israel publicly kills it. According to Ynet and Jerusalem Post, the proposal was delivered to Israel late Sunday without prior coordination, and Israeli officials reacted with alarm. The eagerness with which it was killed in Israel indicated a deep fear that Washington would accept it and even try to impose it. One Israeli official told Ynet, accepting it is in effect surrender to Hamas. Another admitted, we don't know what the Americans will say. Well, it turns out Americans said exactly what they were saying under Biden as well, which is to immediately shift the blame over to Hamas, because who's going to defend Hamas? Who's going to defend the truth? Okay? Who is going to defend the fucking truth? No one. Because the truth requires people to have the moral courage to openly admit that Hamas is a more responsible party that is more invested in the continuation of Palestinians in the region than Israel, which is exterminationist and belligerent. Okay? That is a 100% truth that is impossible for Americans to contend with. It's just never going to happen. And Israel knows that, which is why Israel will say, fuck this deal. And then Americans will turn around and go, yeah, Hamas, the bad guys, they fucked this deal up again. In spite of the fact that they were the ones who put the deal together with Hamas and actually brought it to Israel. But it doesn't matter. The draft formulated by Baba in direct talks with Hamas was immediately declared unacceptable by Jerusalem, and the rejection came before any U.S. comment from the public. So then the U.S. reversal comes in, where Steve Witkoff, and by the way, this is a betrayal that is important. Okay, Palestine gets what it deserves for supporting terrorism. Palestine doesn't support Israel, chatter. They don't support terrorism. They support emancipation. And I do too. I think you don't understand. You are in enemy territory here if you consider the Palestinian population to be doing acts of terror as opposed to the Israeli government doing unimaginable, untold acts of terror on a daily fucking basis. What is more terror than genocide? Ethnic cleansing. That's what Israel is doing. You can keep relying on your lack of knowledge surrounding this matter, but this is one of the few places online and one of the few places in America where we are having a real conversation, where we're looking directly at both sides and what the agreements look like and how the American government is lying in the process. It's okay, though. There will come a day where you inevitably lie to everyone around you and say, oh, dude, I was always pro-Palestine. Like, totally. It's really fucked up what Israel did, man. Really fucked up. But, of course, you will know the deep shame in your heart. It will eat away at you like a cancer, as it has already eaten away at your soul. You have dehumanized yourself by defending Israel to this degree, 19 months into an ethnic cleansing campaign. So, let's continue. So, Witkoff immediately comes out after the Israeli rejection. Witkoff publicly states via Axios' Barak Ravid, what I have seen from Hamas is disappointing and completely unacceptable. This contradicted what Hamas had been led to believe during the talks with U.S. mediators. According to Scahill, Hamas was told the proposal met U.S. requirements and that the next step was for Witkoff and others to work on securing Israeli approval. Witkoff's statement gave Israel diplomatic cover to walk away. This is exactly what Antony Blinken did. Exactly what Antony Blinken did. The only difference in this circumstance is that Hamas had never direct contact with Antony Blinken or American officials, but instead were engaging in the act of shuttle diplomacy by way of Qatari diplomats in Doha, and negotiators were talking to the Qatari side, and then the Qatari side was talking to the Israeli negotiators, as opposed to Hamas directly talking to the American government. This is very important, though, because when Steve Witkoff, who has already dropped the phase 2 of the ceasefire negotiations at the behest of Israel, does this with Idan Alexander only a couple of weeks ago, and then simultaneously is doing this now for a third time, eventually Palestinians who are still desperate, like Hamas, who is still desperate for any kind of negotiation and any kind of like more reasonable individual, more restrained individual than Israel, is going to recognize that there's not a deal that they can make with America either. You know, I think some people won't regret supporting what the apartheid state of Israel are doing. Some people are just so Islamophobic and racist that they won't feel horrible. I mean, it's okay. There's still people who like talk about Rhodesia in positive ways. They're just, we know what they are. They're disgusting white supremacists. Yeah, Nazis will always exist, you know? Israel claims no guarantee to end the war. Channel 12 reported that during the discussions, Hamas believed it had secured American guarantees for a permanent end of the war, but Israeli officials now insist there was no such commitment. According to the outlet, Israel insisted the Trump admin stands by them on this matter and that the American commitment is only the actual conduct of negotiations to end the war with no guarantees of results. This directly contradicts what Hamas understood from U.S. intermediaries, and that is precisely because America is directly lying to Hamas. And because the media is directly involved in massaging the narrative at the behest of Israel, no one is actually going to do the journalism or even report on the existing journalism that Dropsite News is doing. They're never going to go to the Hamas side to hear what the Hamas side looks like. They're never going to try to develop a deeper understanding. At least back in the day, this kind of investigative reporting would be conducted every now and then. For every 25 articles defending the southern Vietnamese puppet state, there would be at least like one that would entertain the notion of like what the North Vietnamese Liberation Front was engaging in, like what their demands were. You know what I mean? There would be, obviously, Seymour Hersh is a great example. There would be investigations into the war crimes being conducted by American troops in Vietnam, for example, like the My Lai massacre. Nowadays, the one good, brave reporting for the 25 State Department cronies is gone. There isn't even that one person that engages in the act of actually reporting on the other side and their ambitions here, or the other side's opinions. And it's being conducted in this like black and white, open fashion. Like this ethnic cleansing is not being hidden at all. And it's getting to a point where I think Americans will inevitably realize that there is no democratic process. And this is yet another example of such realities. There is no, you can demand as much as you want. You can be constantly in the fucking streets. You can do direct actions. Okay. You can shut down traffic. You can do whatever you want. The American government hears you, but they do not listen to you, and they do not care. And they are going to continue defending Israel till the very last Palestinian is ethnically cleansed from the Gaza Strip. So at least that's what they're presenting right now. Things can still change. Obviously, things can change in Europe. That would apply more pressure. You should not stop protesting. You should still continue to apply pressure to the best of your ability. You should continue to still talk about the plight of the Palestinians, especially right now when we are at, this is the maximum amount of pressure. Okay? This is the least popular Israel has ever been throughout its history, and it will only continue to be less popular, and that America will have to recalculate their strategic positioning or directly admit that they are a fucking dictatorship. Okay? And the same goes for Western liberal democracies in general. But I wanted to just go through that for you and help you understand that this is precisely what the Anthony Blinken coalition, the Biden administration did, where they would listen to the very reasonable demands being made by Hamas for hostage release in exchange for an end to the genocide, an end to the occupation. And then Israel would turn around and add like a poison pill provision last second to the ceasefire negotiations, or directly say, no ceasefire. We're going to continue pummeling the Gaza Strip. And then Anthony Blinken would turn around and say, Hamas is not a responsible party here. Hamas is not a restrained party here. They are the ones who are spoiling this deal. And the media would uncritically report it over and over and over again. You know that that's not the truth. You know that that's not the case, because I was also covering the angle from the opposing side. I was also covering the angle of the Palestinian side. Not only was I talking about the humanity of the Palestinians, but I was also talking about how reasonable of a negotiating party Hamas was in this process, telling you what the truth is. This is something to remember, okay? This is something to remember. It's also, interestingly enough, it's also odd that a place that is as liberal as Reddit, that fucking supposedly despises the Trump administration and the unique ways in which they are negotiating with like Russia and Ukraine, and hates that, will then turn around and take his word as bond, take his word as though it is the ultimate truth when it comes to Israel. I wonder why. I wonder why. What is this? Phil, you can't tweet stuff like this. You work for Biden and didn't do anything to push back against Biden's total deference to Israel. Not only virtually the entire world, but a majority of Israel support the deal to end the war and free hostages, yet Netanyahu government continues to pursue a costly illusion of total victory. Reports of Trump frustration, but no sign of meaningful opposition to blockade, invasion, and occupation. There is nothing funnier. There is nothing funnier than a guy who worked at the State Department under Biden basically repeating the correct criticism against Biden now that it is literally fucking Trump doing it. Here, Biden disparages Netanyahu in private, but hasn't significantly changed U.S. policy towards Israel and Gaza. Interesting. How the fuck did that happen, you know? Yes, sometimes my camera turns on and off for like a blip, for a brief moment. Oh, God. Anyway, on that note, let's get to President Macron getting slapped in the face by his wife, his much older wife.
President Macron
who used to be his teacher,
had to play down an incident in which his wife appeared to push him in the face. The couple were arriving in Vietnam for a tour of Southeast Asia. As you can see from these pictures here, Mr. Macron said that he and his wife Brigitte were just horsing around, suggesting the incident had been overblown as some sort of geoplanetary catastrophe. All right, let's bring our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons for more on this. Adam, look, it is great to have you.
Funny. Here's our specialist on Macron's weird-ass relationship with his wife, who used to be his teacher. Like what kind of expertise is this guy going to apply here? Like, yes, as someone who has been a close follower of the wife slapping, I think that what happened here with Macron is fucking. It is just normal. In France, we just slap the wife and the wife slaps back. This is normal.
And despite the sort of hyperbolic language they're used by Macron to play this down, that footage is going to be played on repeat until we hear from him again.
It probably will be. Yeah, I mean, social media is one of those places where Emmanuel Macron pops up every now and then because there are a lot of haters out there who really, really don't like him and seize on every opportunity to portray him as either an idiot or a villain or some sort of ne'er-do-well. So previously...
I mean, he's all of those things, for the record. He is all of those things. Of course, it's, I mean, people will sometimes whip themselves up into a frenzy and, like, believe dumb shit like, oh, he was doing cocaine because he had, like, a fucking napkin in front of him that he thought looked gross and, like, hid from the field of vision of cameras. Like, the idea that all of those fucking nerds, those lame-ass nerds, were sitting around and just ripping fucking lines of coke before the media was allowed to enter the room is so funny. Like, you're giving them so much credit, dude. No, they're not doing cocaine. Like, Keir Starmer is not doing fucking cocaine alongside Macron, okay? Anyway, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because that was the last round of people. That was the last round of, like, coverage where people were just like, saying insane shit. Yeah, they're doing Brat Summer.
We've had a suggestion that Emmanuel Macron brought a bag of cocaine into a meeting of EU leaders. We've had the suggestion that he had a secret handshake with the Turkish President Erdogan.
That wasn't a secret handshake. It was just Erdogan asserting dominance by holding Macron's pinky. Like, Macron was trying to place his hand on Erdogan, and Erdogan, being the strong man, grabbed Macron's pinky and held onto it tight.
And now, well, whatever this is. Now, obviously, there was some kind of something that happened between Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte as they arrived in Vietnam. Beyond that, there's not an awful lot that we can say for sure. She pushes him in the face. Is that because she's angry? Is that because she is, I don't know, trying to take an eyelash out of his face? Then as they come down the stairs, certainly she seems as if she's not very happy about something. He extends his arm as if to offer her support, and she ignores that and comes straight down. But whether or not this is a Titanic event or whether this is simply...
Dude, if it's not a Titanic incident, why are you guys analyzing it as though it is? Analyzes a parasocial fan, please. Okay. Emmanuel Macron is into kinky sex. And part of that kinky sex is he likes being dommed in public. And usually he likes to teeter along the edges of like right before the door opens, for example. He's like, yes, please, please eat me on the face. Eat me on the face. I love it. I love it. I will come. I will come. I love to do le voyeurism. Right? And then you know, his wife was like, oh, of course, I would love to do le voyeurism with you, Macron. I will do the slap now. Le slap. Okay. And then he's like, oh, oh no, sacre bleu. They caught me getting le slap. That's what happened. How could anyone try to ban me, dude? I'm a serious political commentator. Also, they're French. So nothing I've said so far is all that far-fetched. Okay? Nothing I've said thus far is even remotely far-fetched. It is probably the most likely scenario. They are French. That's all I'm going to say on it.
Two long married people who are having some kind of tiff, well, one imagines it's more likely to be option two. I think in a sense, possibly more interesting than the event is that sort of knock on. As you said, this will be played again and again. There already, I've seen social media accounts examining this frame by frame. Did she assault?
This seems like credits to you, but in EU, especially Eastern, this is part of very targeted Russian propaganda towards boomers, Gen X, and older millennials. Cocaine and weed are so demonized in their brain. This works immensely well in favor of anti-Western sentiment. Yeah, I know. I understand that. I think it's a really... I mean, yeah, our parents' brains are getting fucking fried at an alarming rate. The kind of sex the French find kinky is missionary. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying that it's because they never do missionary? They only do other stuff? Guys, look up the age. Look up how Macron met his wife. Okay? I need you to understand. Okay? Someone has to be le pédophile in every relationship. Okay? Otherwise, it's not ordained. Someone must be le pédophile, either the women's or the man. But one person needs to be le pédophile. This is how it happens.
Him? Is she furious with him? What is this shun? What is this cold shoulder? There have been any number of ludicrous, frankly, conspiracy theories about Brigitte Macron over the years. And so, in a sense, what does Emmanuel Macron do when confronted this? Well, he probably does what he did, which is to laugh it off, to say that this is the latest in a number of conspiracy theories, to say that it has been utterly overblown. But one thing that it will inevitably lead to is more investigation, certainly by those...
Macron got too old for her, I think. Adults in France date 15-year-olds as a half French person. It's fucked. Yeah. things that you would consider to be le pédophilia are totally, I guess, a normal part of daily existence for la French. How Emmanuel Macron's parents discovered their son was dating his 40-year-old teacher. New biography reveals shocked reaction to le président's illicit teenage affair with a woman who would become his wife. A new biography of le French president Emmanuel Macron has revealed his parents' shock when they discovered their 16-year-old son was having an affair with his married teacher. Much has been made of le fact that the centrist Macron is married to Brigitte Tourneur, a woman 24 years his senior. He met as a 15-year-old schoolboy when she was le teacher at La Providence, a private school in Amiens, northern France. That is right. He was 15 and she was 40. I thought you were just joking because of the age gap. No, I wasn't. Yeah. She had 3 kids. One of them was his classmate in high school. Very nice. Oui. Very nice. Oui. Writer Anne Fulda, who penned the book Emmanuel Macron, A Perfect Young Man. A perfect young man. That's she wrote the biography to show how normal he was. And then the rest of the world heard about it and was like, this is not normal. What do you mean this is not normal? What are you saying? He is 15. He is 15 and she is 40, which means it is not normal because she was not older. That's why it's not normal. They were like, this is the most normal age gap relationship, as opposed to an abnormal one. They're saying it's a normal age gap because he was 15. If he was like 18, then it would be abnormal. The schoolboy's parents had believed their son was dating his teacher's daughter, Lawrence, until the truth came out through a family friend. Shocked at the illicit affair, the Macrons removed the intellectually gifted teenager from the school. His mother, Françoise Macron, told Miss Fulda, "We just couldn't believe it. What is clear is that when Macron met Brigitte, we could not just say, that is great." But she added, "What mattered to me was not the fact that he was having a relationship with Brigitte, but that he was alive and there weren't any problems." Realizing the affair would not be a passing phase, she is said to have told the teacher, "Don't you see? You've had your life, but he won't have children with you." His father, Jean-Michel Macron, revealed he almost le fell over chair when he learned about his son's lover. When Emmanuel met Brigitte, we certainly did not say, "How wonderful." Geldi yemeğiniz. Your post-Mélenchon honeymoon with France is already over, I see. Listen. There was a whole media campaign orchestrated by their billionaire media friends to hide it from the public and pretend he was 18. By the way, he wasn't 15 yet. He was still 14. Oh, sacre bleu. Oh, mon Dieu. It was 14. Okay, this is perfect age gap relationship. It is not la pédophile. It is normal part of existence. They talked about you on French TV to dogpile on Le France Insoumise. No way. They were like, La France Insoumise is very radical. They are very radical. They think that the Muslim French want to do Islamo-gauchisme. I love le wokisme, le islamo-gauchisme. I am le factor of islamo-gauchisme. Anyway, yeah, that's the Macron story. I'm glad you are now more knowledgeable on the comings and goings of le pédophile.
Within, I guess, particularly the French media, who are antagonistic towards the president, into exactly what happened aboard the presidential plane before it touched down in Hanoi.
Do I think Macron is a good leader? Fuck no. Hey, he fucking sucks. Absolutely. I also can't believe people are just finding this out about Macron. Yeah. Wait, is this it? Pro-Hamas propaganda debate with Mélenchon. Who is the American influencer Hassan Piker? Profile. Hassan Piker is adored by millions of subscribers for his diatribes against American imperialism and the Israeli government on the Twitch. Last week, this 30-year-old who shares Hamas videos and insults the victims of October 7 met with the rebel leader. He believes the rapes committed by Hamas during October 7 attack are unimportant and that the Israelis are inbred assholes. 33 logs on the Twitch almost every day to decipher the international and political news. A defender of LGBTQIA rights and Palestinian population of Gaza. Wait, why is this? Wait. Why are they presenting this as a negative? I don't know what this publication is. Le Journal du Dimanche. But it has to be like a straight up Nazi publication. If they're literally, like, they're not even saying a defender of Hamas. Or, like, they're saying that I'm a defender of LGBTQIA plus rights and the Palestinian population of Gaza as though it's a bad thing. Islamo-gauchisme. Check out their pinned tweet. Oh my God. On the front page of Journal du Dimanche, France faces le challenge of Islamisation. Annie Genevard, Minister of Agriculture, ecologists and insoumis are blocking any debate in the assembly. PSG is ready for Munich. Interview with the director, Wes Anderson. Wait, what the fuck? I feel like these last two things are totally unrelated. Le Fouc. This is Jean-Luc Mélenchon appears with an American social media star accused of anti-Semitism. Oh, wait. Why was he fucking do this? Why was he fucking do this? Oh, no. The informal exchange marked by great complicity took place on the occasion of a recent English language publication of the latest book of the three-time presidential candidate. Wait, what is the Le Figaro? Le Figaro. Yeah, well, at the same time, I was written about on Société, which is also a French magazine, and they wrote very nice things about me in Société. Oui. Le Figaro is the traditional right-wing paper, pretty much far right. Also, they found the most French-looking photo of me. Yeah, I respect it. Ya evet dedim ya geldi diye. Hiç dinlemiyorsunuz beni. Le Figaro is a bourgeoisie media company. Their topics and aesthetics are all geared towards rich people. In a Senate, national TV presenter asked the LFI leader, this guy that streamed with him, said Israelis are inbred. Do you think that too, word for word? That's so funny. Oh my God. They did this to Zoran too. They were like, in New York, I think it was like the American Jewish Committee or whatever, like when they said, you went on the show of a racist, anti-Semitic podcaster, and they were talking about me. But it's weird because in France, I feel like if you're branded as an anti-Semite, I feel like that gets you more support, you know? Are they trying to get people to like accidentally subscribe thinking that I am anti-Semitic? It makes no sense. It's very odd. What's next? Are they going to say that I'm in favor of wide age gap relationships? This man is antisemitic und likes le pédophile. Oh. They like anti-Semitism in Wes Anderson movies, apparently. Yeah. It's et, not un. E. Und is German. What's wrong with you? Okay, sure. That's the thing that you guys are upset about? All right, let's watch this. Rich people want fascism. From JT.
Do we all remember when Democrats called Trump a
fascist? Fascist. He's a fascist.
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 Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
But then
Trump has been elected.
The cheers coming up.
And then
I'm going to work to find common ground with the Republicans on how we can do that.
We fought like heck on where our values were assaulted or challenged, and we'll continue to do so. But that does not mean we will not aggressively look for common ground.
After yet another most important election of your life, Democrats have neatly tucked away the F word and are, once again, excitedly collaborating with the Trump admin. If this was your first election, I'll tell you right now, this isn't new. It's not the first time we've seen Democrats call out Trump's fascist tendencies for election brownie points before quietly backing his anti-immigrant, pro-business policies once the show's over. And there are 1,000 different explanations for this trend. We could try to understand it by looking at exit polls in specific districts, campaign donations in key races, or by focusing on...
I just gotta go back to this one more time. There's nothing more French than having a guy say French people are anti-Semitic as a joke, obviously, or love pedophilia as a joke, obviously, and then accidentally compare them to the German, only to have every French person be like, whoa, 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 that is a fucking bridge too far. Are you out of your mind? The only thing I could have said worse than that in the eyes of Le Frenchman is if I compared you to the English. Which I would never do. I would never do that to you.
On whatever Fetterman is doing. But I think the best way to understand this comfortable alliance between liberals and the far right actually comes from looking a little farther back at the last 100 years. The last century is full of moments where liberals fall in line behind right-wing dictators. The US pushed fascists into power in dozens of coups. The German center, national, and Christian right parties all folded for the Nazi party, and so too did the Chilean Christian Democrats.
Wait, Hasan was mentioned on French TV without saying his name to try to smear Jean-Luc Mélenchon. This is from an interview with Manuel Bompard, basically La France Insoumise second in command. It's actually the second time I heard someone on French TV mention Hasan's interview with Mélenchon. They're trying to paint Hasan as anti-Semitic and Mélenchon by proxy. First time I saw it on TV, though. Translation, Mélenchon appeared on a Turkish-American social media influencers show. By the way, they hit the Turkish on there on purpose. Normally, no one would ever do that, but of course, they're trying to present me as an Islamist, I assume. Who believes a rape committed by Hamas on October 7 don't matter and calls Israelis inbred assholes piece of shit. Isn't that complicated relationship like problematic? He said, no, just stop. Because anytime someone speaks out against what's happening in Gaza, people dig up quotes that they sometimes never even actually said. So please, I think my positions are clear enough. They are respect of international law, prosecution of all war crimes. I completely support that arrest warrants by the ICC against Netanyahu, members of the Israeli government. And I'd like you to ask other political leaders in the country what they think about those warrants, because I've heard people on the right and the far right say we shouldn't apply those arrest warrants to the ICC. Respect. That's awesome. That's how you're supposed to deal with it, for the record. That is exactly how you're supposed to deal with it. Yeah. Americans, take note. God, I love France Unbowed. I love France in general. I really do. But I really like these guys, man. They're fucking sick. They're so dope. God, Americans are so stupid. Anyway.
Democrats line up behind Pinochet. If we want to actually understand this link, though, we'll need to go even further back. Moments like these all came in the last few minutes before far-right leaders took over. And focusing on them makes it seem like liberals are only ever forced into supporting fascism when they have no other choice. And that's just really not true. Liberals kinda love fascism. Not all of it, not always, but they do like what it can do for them. And to really see that, we should start with Brussels in 1920. Howdy friends, JT from the future here. I just wanted to take a quick second to do a shameless plug for Means TV, both because it's awesome and because being a dirty communist on YouTube is looking like more and more of a losing proposition. If you're not familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned cooperative and explicitly anti-capitalist streaming service. You can find everything from my videos to original series like Means Morning News to feature-length documentaries like Abby Martin's Gaza Fights for Freedom, with more amazing content being added every day. I've been working behind the scenes to help turn Means into a place that's both worthwhile for viewers as well as offering financial security for socialist creators in an increasingly reactionary political landscape. Every creator on the platform has a unique link that when anyone signs up using that link, that creator directly benefits from the subscription. I have mine in the description below, but if you really appreciate another creator's work, make sure to use their link instead. All of us at Means are trying really hard to build an alternative media ecosystem that is ideologically dedicated to sharing left-wing perspectives. With Means TV, we're able to say things the way they are. No pulling punches, no beating around the bush to trick the all-seeing eye of the algorithm. Means gives us the freedom to make the content we really want to make and say the things we really want to say. There's even a community forum where creators can engage with each other and fans right on the platform. As a little thank you for watching our channel, if you sign up with our link, or another creator's if you prefer, you can get your first month 20% off. Or for an even better deal, you can opt for the annual plan and get the whole year 20% off. A full year of Means TV will run you less than $90, which is like the cost of a single DoorDash meal these days. Every person who signs up using a creator's link is directly contributing to the financial stability of that channel and the entire cooperative media project. None of this would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you. Means TV is entirely grassroots funded, and it always will be. So if you'd like to help support our work, consider signing up for Means TV using the link below. It really does help the team here at Second Thought and dozens of principled socialist creators across the platform. Thanks for your support. All right, back to the video. World War I completely transformed European politics for a million different reasons. For starters, because of the war effort, most European countries sort of gave up on free market capitalism. They realized their survival couldn't depend on business owners and their profit-first priority.
Holy fuck. Look at this sponsored area below my YouTube video. I got suspended again. Israel's foreign affairs ministry. It's like when a serial killer comes to the scene of the crime to flex.
So
yeah, we'll watch. I'm going to remove the blockade that I have on the Jube because of the dismantling of a Jordan Peterson by 20 atheists later.
Governments took over, organizing production, foreign trade, resource allocation, labor markets, bringing tons of private companies into the public's hands, and guaranteeing a new baseline social welfare while also dropping the gold standard to free up government budgets from artificial restraints. They needed to get things done. Surviving the war meant dramatic changes, and those changes actually had some pretty interesting consequences. Not only did they fundamentally undermine the widespread idea that free market capitalism was this all-capable, perfectly functioning system that's in tune with the very essence of human nature, because if it was, why bother with all this stuff? But also, by getting the state explicitly involved and making it super obvious just how much of the economy is just random autocrats calling the shots, governments completely destroyed any idea that capitalism and its hierarchies had anything natural or democratic about them. Instead of the market, you now had a very clear idea of specifically which people were deciding what happened to you. And rather than being forced to do stuff with the threat of unemployment, and whatever percent the government thought was acceptable, workers were suddenly being disciplined by the state directly if they didn't comply with the war effort. Meaning once it was clear to most people that you didn't need the profit motive to get things done, and that governments could run economies to send thousands to die, workers organized so that they could use these same powers to instead make their lives better. And wow, did they organize. In Italy and Britain, for example, worker strikes reached unprecedented scale. 35 million workdays were spent striking in Britain in 1919, and 2.5 million workdays were spent striking in Italy in April of that year alone. To give you an idea, 1919 and 1920 are affectionately called the Red Years in Italy for just how popular communism and socialism became at this time.
And even after that, this was also part of the reason why both in Italy and even to a certain degree in Nazi Germany, the initial fascist movements started off as like socialist adjacent, a fake left populism. Okay? Because that was the only popular game in town in order to attract broad support. Now, of course, it very clearly was not that at all, and dropped all notions of being pro-workers very quickly. But beyond that, post-World War II, there was a lot of popularity for socialism, again, both in Italy and in many other places, but I don't know if JT will bring that up.
With that came new attempts at doing the economy without...
Yeah, does that fake populism come across as I mean, does that do you feel like there's a comparison here with like contemporary American politics? Much to consider. Much to consider about this whole, like, you know, we're gonna really help the American working class. I just can't seem to place my finger on anyone doing something like that right now.
Without capitalists. Just like what was happening in the Soviet Union, Italian workers organized in factory councils, managing hundreds of factories and industries like agriculture much more democratically, and turning huge chunks of the national economy away from the profit motive.
Oh yeah, Trump followed a huge wave of leftism in the US? No. Having said that, however, when you adjust it to the current socio-political culture in this country, he absolutely is presenting himself as an anti-interventionist and even someone who is pro-working class, as opposed to the Democratic Party. He's actually able to do so successfully. One, because Americans are stupid. Two, because there's no real left alternative in this country. And three, the Democrats have entirely dropped the ball on being pro-working class in their aesthetics even. So, yeah, it is identical to what we're talking about. You just have to adjust it to America in 2025, as opposed to the wave of real socialist and communist support in these countries, in European countries at the time. If there was a robust working class movement right now in the United States of America, if there was a robust communist and socialist party movement in this country right now, then yes, our politicians would resemble the aesthetics of socialism and communism. They would openly say that they want what's best for the working class. They want the what's best for the proletarian struggle, while simultaneously being fascist regardless.
Not only that, where capitalists were still around, workers went on strike for the same comforts as the upper classes, like social insurance for sickness, disability, and old age. And thanks to all these efforts, not only did things massively improve, their wages went up. Like, a lot. 2 times in Britain and almost 5 times in Italy compared to what they were before the war. Now, not everybody was happy about this. Workers getting their fair share meant more and more of the wealth created at this time didn't go to business owners, like it usually did. And I don't have to tell you that that's a really good thing. Only a teeny tiny 1.7% of Italians were capitalists, but they were getting about 1/3 of the wealth produced in the early 1910s. Most of the population was working class, so the fact that capitalists ever kept more than 1.7% of the total pie was a highly unequal thing. But hey, whoa, look at this. Look what's happening there after 1922. That's interesting. After a few years of money being spread more equally thanks to workers striking and getting a say in things, that 1.7% in Italy is suddenly making a lot more of all the money. That's fascism. That right there, that's Mussolini. Wait, I forgot about Brussels. Shit. From September 25th to October 8th, 1920, Brussels hosted the International Financial Conference. This conference was attended by economists, but also bankers and treasury officials, and hardly anybody representing workers. Hailing from countries across Europe, these wealthy technocrats came together to discuss the fact that capitalism wasn't so hot anymore, that it was digging into their profits, and that people were starting to feel just a little too hopeful that their lives might improve as—
It's always Brussels, dude. The beating heart of European fascism.
They were getting rid of it in more and more places. They were eager to go back to business as usual, but to quote a financier who attended, the manual workers were encouraged to expect and do expect some new way of life, some great betterment of their lot. These changes, they believe, can be achieved if the system of private industry is replaced by a sort of government or common ownership, something that these workers had started proving could actually work. But that's not the point. What sort of a better life were people hopeful for after the war and rationing? According to the report Brussels issued, very basic things like superfluous, excessive consumption of butter and sugar. Basically, the proles were making too many cakes. So, naturally, these jerks decided it was time to invent a new kind of dictatorship. Enter fascism. To restore business owners' status at the top of society, they needed to engineer a new economy that would arbitrarily punish workers while making it seem like this was an objective necessity. And they had a few ideas. You might have heard of them before. It's a package of policies called austerity. In 6 short words, work hard, live hard, save hard. An austerity economy is one that tries to get you to spend more time at work, producing more stuff, making less money, while cutting your spending so that the stuff you make goes straight to exports. This makes your life worse, but it does make rich assholes richer. They're encouraged to save and reinvest their money. Meanwhile, you're chastised for not saving money you don't have because less is coming into your pockets. To achieve this, economists wanted to use 3 tools: fiscal, monetary, and industrial austerity measures. In their wildest dreams, governments would start by 1. Cutting social spending on health, education, and housing. 2. Increase taxes that mainly hurt workers, like VAT taxes on everyday goods, while at the same time lowering income and wealth taxes so that the rich pay less. 3. Increase the interest rate. This benefits capitalists with enough money to lend out, since now doing so is more profitable, and it makes borrowing money more expensive for those living paycheck to paycheck. It also usually makes unemployment go up, which goes very well with 4. Privatizing and selling off state assets at bargain bin prices, deregulating away workers' rights, and going on a union-busting spree. This was their dream, an opportunity to try out what they called pure economics. More accurately, economic policy that doesn't have to contend with what workers want. An economy where every human can be completely isolated from each other, preyed upon by those with more power, and made to work as much as physically possible before collapsing and being replaced by someone completely interchangeable from the economist's point of view. Whose dream was this exactly? These guys. Here are 4 Italian economists. 2 of them committed fascists, the other 2 committed liberals. All of them were committed to the same project.
I don't get it. Why do these liberals always align themselves with fascists? I thought that they valued the tenets of liberalism. I don't understand how this keeps happening. Like throughout history, certainly nothing to look into right now. Like the collaborative nature of liberals and fascists, fascism being simply a extension of maintenance of capitalism when liberalism fails inevitably in order to restore the same and preserve the same hierarchical structures. I just don't understand it. Why do people say scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, you know?
Of pure economics, and when workers got in the way, they felt perfectly comfortable with the dictatorial power it would take to implement and sustain their ambitions. Because the problem is that it's hard to convince people to accept policies that'll make their lives objectively worse. Once austerity is locked in, of course, you don't need to convince anybody anymore. They have no other way to survive than to work inhumane hours, live frugally, and save as much as possible to make it to the next month. But before things run on autopilot, it was going to take a little muscle to get people on board. And that was what Il Duce was for. This is the argument Clara Mattei makes in The Capital Order, the book I've been referencing throughout this video. That was her graph earlier. She's the one who found all those quotes. According to Mattei, fascism wasn't just a fascist project. Historically, fascist parties were never popular with a majority of the population. No, fascism was first and foremost a technocratic project that brought together both the far right and liberals intent on testing out their economic theories to protect the capitalist system from the...
Check off the liberals or fascist bingo box. I like that you're watching an academic analysis of how liberals collaborated with fascists, and you just simply reduce it to a simple check off the liberals or fascist bingo box. Like, how do you, as a liberal, not recognize that you are also engaging in the same exact anti-intellectualist garbage that you fucking constantly rail against the reactionary right on? Like, you're correct when you say, oh, Republicans are so stupid, but then you engage in that same exact stupid behavior right here. Just have a little bit of intellectual curiosity, man. Jesus fucking Christ. It blows my fucking mind. It genuinely blows my mind. Like, liberals fancy themselves to be liberal because they're well-read, okay? And the entire capitalist structure is designed so you can be well-read and then believe in liberalism, okay? I get that. But, you know, you shouldn't be so close-minded to alternative frameworks here, especially when it's historical analysis. It's not like this person is just like making shit up. Why? Why do you do this? Why do you, on the one hand, consider yourself to be this brilliant person, okay? Unbanned, NATO, Andy, annoying lib. I assume my ban was due to calling out the guests or being too confrontational. But that's bad faith comparison to the Democrats versus Republican stances on Gaza versus immigrants. And the folks in Michigan who let that happen will share the blame for what happens if that Trump wins the election. Oh my God. Israel would just get the weapons somewhere else. They are going to continue on this bloodlust no matter what. See, like this right here, again, NATO Andy, this right here is just incorrect. It is a lie you have told yourself. Israel could not continue its death and destruction campaign without America's go-ahead. Okay? I'm not even going to get into the Michigan stuff because I think it's gross and disgusting. But like, don't you value the truth? Don't you value being right sometimes? You know what I mean? I certainly do. Does that not frustrate you at all that like history keeps consistently vindicating the likes of myself? That's probably the reason why you keep finding yourself here, even if you unfollow and then refollow, right? Because like there's something that is bringing you back here because you have that intellectual curiosity. Even if it's because you want to be contentious to what I have to say, there's something inside of you that says like, maybe I'm going to listen to what this guy has to say. Okay? Do you see what I'm saying? There are people like you in this chat that come in here and think, oh, I want to hear what this guy has to say. I don't really agree with him. I don't think he's right. He is against my worldview, right? But I don't know. After a certain point, I think they find themselves going, you know, maybe this guy's not so wrong. You can let that happen to you as well. But it requires you to be a little bit more skeptical of the well-established narratives that you abide by, that you have believed your whole life. It's very difficult, but it's the first step in this process, the first step in this journey. It's just simply intellectual curiosity. You have it in you. That's why you're in here. Okay? I broadly agree with their concern here, but why do we sometimes blame modern liberals for their ideological ancestors' fault when they continue to do the same thing? I get it. But sometimes it feels like a smug way to say we're always right. Well, the reason why I say it is because I want everyone's got a little bit of a liberal dog in them. Okay? Everyone still has that because it is the monoculture. It is the environment that we grow up in. So everyone still has a tendency to revert back to that liberal framework. And the reason why I stress the importance of like understanding how liberals have historically collaborated with fascists and how you see modern versions of that right now. The reason why I keep reiterating that is not to bully liberals, but it's to get them to recognize that perhaps that worldview that they've taken for granted is not correct, or that it is now time for an evolution beyond that way of thinking. That's the reason why I'm always relitigating these old wounds. It's not to say that you are a liberal because of your epigenetic memories. I don't believe that. I don't think that this is like predetermined. I want people to reflect a little bit on what they have believed as like well-established facts. Mouse Combat Liberalism explains everyone is somewhat liberal very well. This is where he talks about the line of demarcation, right? I think. Maybe not. They are all manifestations of liberalism. Liberalism is extremely harmful and revolutionary collective. It is a corrosive way which eats away unity, undermines cohesion, causes apathy, and creates dissension. It robs the revolutionary ranks of compact organization and strict discipline, prevents policies from being carried out through, and alienates the party organizations from the masses which the party leads. It is an extremely bad tendency. Liberalism stems from petty bourgeois selfishness. It places personal interest first and the interest of the revolution second. And this gives rise to ideological, political, and organizational liberalism. People who are liberals look upon the principles of Marxism as abstract dogma. They approve of Marxism, but are not prepared to practice it or to practice it in full. They are not prepared to replace their liberalism by Marxism. These people have their Marxism, but they have their liberalism as well. They talk Marxism, but practice liberalism. You a China dick rider should get Jackson Wang on the pod. Another dick rider? I don't know what that is. What do you say to people that have that say liberals have evolved past that bad history? I rarely ever hear liberals even recognize that bad history. So, wait, is Jackson Wang that rapper guy? Is he the Chinese rapper? Or is he the idol? Oh, he's the idol. I already reached out to Jason to connect me with the idol, not the rapper. The rapper is a different person. The Chinese idol, the Chinese pop idol, Jackson Wang is dope, and I do want to link up with him. Yeah. No, there's a different person I was thinking of who's like a meme on Twitter. No, there's a different person that I was thinking of. I forget what his name is. No, Jackson Wang is dope, yes.
A rising tide of communist support while making them and their buddies richer. And Mussolini was the guy to deliver on those technocrats' ambitions. Unlike liberal leaders, Mussolini was happy to give these technocrats key roles in his fascist government. Happy to clear the path for them by massacring communists and unionists, and happy to allow their technocratic attacks on the working class to take shape. To illustrate how bad this was, during the fascist years,
your response is fair and makes sense. It can just be frustrating sometimes as someone who's been in leftist circles for a really long time when we engage in self-filleting behaviors while ignoring that people we have to reach are most likely currently liberal. Don't use kid gloves, obviously, but sometimes the leftists we engage in one-upping behavior like that. No, I'm directly responding to that chatter who came in and was like, oh, check the box, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. That was what I was directly responding to. I'm Lebanese and you're a terrorist supporter. Israel was there before Palestine. Make a new Palestine somewhere else. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. Once the project is over, you will also be a part of Israeli territory, okay? I'm Lebanese and you're a terrorist supporter. Oh, you mean Greater Israel? Lol, sure. You mean Greater Israel? Maybe your fucking Maronite Christian family can be, a part of the capo structure that they design, and hopefully you'll be able to maintain as long as you commit 10 M Israel highs a day. Perhaps they'll let you be the Arab person who manages the Greater Israel Project in Lebanon. I'm Lebanese. Narrator says he wasn't. No, he probably is. He's probably, like I said, a Christian Maronite, a Maronite Christian Lebanese, maybe a phalangist, and just a Lebanese fascist. I'm New Age, bro. Yeah. Just wait till the newest age kicks in when you're no Muslims here. No Muslims here. And no Muslims here is Lebanon. I'm half Lebanese, 34 years old. I think even though Asmongold is wrong 80% of the time, so are you. You're both equally toxic and create negativity. Also, Israel was there before Palestine. Look at the history of maps. The other Arab countries should just donate land and make a new Palestine. Land doesn't matter. Stop the conflict. God damn, this motherfucker's 34 years old, bro. Listen, I'm half Lebanese and 34 years old, and I think Israel is allowed to have Lebanon as a part of the greater Israeli project. It's okay. Look at a map, bro. No politique here.
Unions were crushed and workers' salaries were slashed so dramatically that workers' earnings in 1946 fell all the way back to what they were 30 years earlier, in 1911.
It is interesting that he went from Asmongold is wrong 80% of the time to, in a matter of a single month, long live the Roach King. A 34-year-old man calling another streamer king and defending the country that's bombing its capital 1 year into a ceasefire. Incredible lack of self-awareness.
Before those 5 times gains we talked about earlier, and these economists couldn't be happier about it. Pantaleoni, one of the fascists, frequently talked about using the fascist stick in an extermination war against the socialists. No surprises there. Fascists are anti-communists. But Ricci and Einaudi, our liberals, were equally enthusiastic about fascist repression. Writing in The Economist, Einaudi applauded their fascist government for stepping in when the worst happened. Meaning by that, the fact that workers who set up councils in factories took the first steps towards replacing capitalism with communist democracy. The purges, executions, arrests, and complete obliteration of communists and socialists and the impoverishment of the Italian working class were applauded and egged on by top liberals looking for a return of excessive capitalist profits. The state changed its priorities to make capitalists richer at workers' expense, limiting its spending.
Don't forget that Asmongold's community would call him Muslim if they saw how he looks and send him the rope emoji if they knew he was a furry. I don't know. I feel like Asmon's community is also like pro-furry in some ways. He watches far too many fucking lolly VTubers and shit for them not to also be pro-furry in some weird way.
To handouts for factory owners while workers slowly starved. Exploitation and unemployment increased. Consumption went down. And fascism was there to keep everyone in line with its black shirts and hide that exploitation under the guise of national duty, stoking patriotic fervor to shut up socialist-minded workers. And this didn't stay within Italy's borders. Like I've said, these gentlemen had a platform in The Economist, a British magazine, to sell fascism abroad. But even without official representatives, magazines like The Times whitewashed fascism as simply, quote, an anti-waste government. And there are 100 more examples of sweeping the fascist violence, anti-Semitism, and anti-worker policies under the rug. In Germany, too, the Italian project didn't go unnoticed. Basing himself off of Mussolini's March on Rome, Hitler attempted his own putsch to gain supreme power. His timing wasn't right, though. He had to wait about a decade, with the Weimar Republic beginning its own journey into austerity politics following the Wall Street crash, for a terrified Hindenburg to appoint him and his capitalist-backed party to the chancellorship. The 1920s scared the German ruling class into austerity. Knowing how violent it would be for German workers, protecting the German upper class's profits required the same cocktail of patriotism and economic duress we saw in Italy. And there was Hitler, sailing in as a political entrepreneur ready to capture public anger and steer it away from the communist direction, tempting Europe away from capitalism. Under his rule, collective bargaining and strikes were outlawed. Unions were abolished. Socialist literature was burned. Communists, socialists, anarchists, and trade unionists were imprisoned and executed alongside Jewish people, black people.
First you say anarchists and liberals, now you say furries are the same as lolly. What the fuck, bro? No, of course not. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that like if someone is watching VTubers a lot and even watching like lolly VTubers, they're probably not going to make a big deal about furries. Not to say that like furries are the same as those things. I'm not saying that. Calm down, furries. You're valid, okay? I don't have any issues with furries except for the fascist furries. And there are plenty. Let's be real. I'm simply stating that like if someone is open-minded enough to watch fucking VTubers and stuff like that for political commentary, I suspect that they're not going to be super anti-furry either.
People, queer people, Slavs, and the disabled, protecting the system of profit accumulation from the
I'll take furries are not valid. Dude, why the fuck would I ever go against someone's silly hobbies, okay? Why? Do you think that's the type of thing I do around these parts? I don't give a shit. If you want a fucking $3,000 fursuit that has like animatronic capabilities and like it moves around when you open your mouth and stuff, and you want to fucking dress up in that and get all sweaty, go ahead. You know, make my day. Have fun with that. I have no issue with that. Okay. I don't care. I feel like it is so insignificant and so inconsequential. Let people enjoy whatever the fuck they want to enjoy. You know? Hell take. We must suppress the furries.
Challenge of popular unrest at a horrifying human cost, quashing all democratic hope but delivering capitalists protection. Here's the truth. Liberals are never forced into fascism. To them, fascism is just another means to an end. During what they might call the good times, when workers aren't organizing too much, not making a fuss, they get to set up more and more of their pure economics and slowly make your life worse. But once those conditions become unbearable, once the hope for an alternative starts to grow, once workers start carving out an alternative for themselves, suddenly the nightmare of true democracy scares them into violence. Once the indicators start going down and the boss gets nervous, suddenly all the violence the state is capable of becomes invisible to them. Shooting protesters, locking up union leaders, censoring the free press, racist dog whistles becoming explicit hate speech. As long as they can get the numbers they care about going up again, it's all the price we have to pay. It just won't be them paying the price. It'll be you and me. Fascism never scared liberals like it should scare you. As long as they benefit from the fascism they enable, liberals will never be on our side.
It's a good video.
So some crazy things are happening in the...
Hassan Piker suspended and Ken Klippenstein grilled by the FBI. What is this fit from Kyle? This is crazy. Crazy fit from Kyle. We had the Charlie Kirk bouncy Cambridge student debate. There is the feminist one. I'm going to skip the bouncy student one. We already watched that, but I want to hear like Charlie Kirk debate with the other Cambridge student.
So I'm a feminist.
Boo.
My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe.
Why did you boo her? Because she says she's a feminist. Duh. I'm apolitical, and apolitical means you have to hate. You have to hate feminism. That's like, because feminism is politics, and shitting on women is not politics. It's just like the highest state of being apolitical.
And that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't just...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So,
yes. The answer is yes. Because as she also correctly pointed to, it is also socially experienced. It's like, dude, people love the people fucking love, Republicans especially, love playing this goddamn song and dance where they'll be like, race is a social construct. Okay, I'm black now. It's like, you can have biological markers of race, but the interactions and the analysis of like what constitutes someone as a black person is still social. Okay? Or what constitutes someone as a white person is still social. You can still socially experience these things. Okay? For example, I say I'm white all the fucking time. Go ask an Islamophobic person if I'm white, and you will very quickly realize that maybe I'm not so fucking white because my name is Hasan and I'm Muslim and I'm from Turkey. Like that's it. That is the perfect representation, because when you look at my skin color, or when you look at me from afar, especially if I'm like shaven and you don't know that my name is Hasan, you're not going to think that I'm anything but white, especially in the United States of America. Whereas if I was in Germany, for example, a country with a shit ton of Turkish migrants living in it, okay, then I'm automatically disqualified from being a part of the German in-group, because they have a better understanding of like what a Turkish person looks like. So they would very quickly clock me as a Turkish person and therefore not officially German. Okay? That's it. So yes, something can have biological markers while also simultaneously have a social performance associated with it, regardless of said biological markers, regardless of said biological preconditions. This is precisely the reason why when you see a trans woman, like let's say Hunter Schafer, even if you know that they are a trans woman and you want to be transphobic, in an effort to, if you were to point to Hunter Schafer and say, that man over there is sitting next to my bag, no one would understand who the fuck you're talking about. They would say, what do you mean? What are you saying? Like, you would not be able to communicate with other people, because gender is a social performance at the end of the fucking day. And this is before we even talk about sex and intersex people, and the fact that even a prostate or other kind of like biological markers that Charlie Kirk would present as like being the end all be all of womanhood also kind of fall apart, because even sex itself is not a binary. So much so that even Ben Shapiro nowadays says it's bimodal, which is at least closer to the truth.
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
By the way, I feel like this is the most pro-trans argument you're ever going to get in the UK, because even that in and of itself is like, it's how is it not binary for curiosity? Because intersex people exist. Like, it's not a 1-0. You're either a man or a woman. Even when it comes to biological sex, okay? When you talk about biology, when you talk about the biological version of sex, male versus female, even then there is a tremendous number of people that are intersex. Binary implies that there is just either one bracket or the other, and nothing else, and nothing in between. When in fact, no biologist would agree with that. As a matter of fact, the very bracketing of intersex people at birth without consent into whichever gender that they fit better, that determination being made by a fucking professional, by a medical professional, is in and of itself another example that like gender itself is social. If that was the case, if that wasn't the case, then there would be no need for this, right? There would be no need to like make an intersex person fit a certain gender stereotype.
Okay. So you're a feminist.
Yeah, gender is not binary, and neither is sex.
That actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt. Right? So, are we understanding that there are, patterns of power? So, I would also fight for the rights of men.
Wow, that was actually a pretty good analogy to describe how men are harmed by patriarchy. Okay, respect to this person. Biological sex is a bimodal distribution. Biological sex is a bimodal distribution. Haas news. Haas breaking news. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said. Oh man, I forgot. There are always a lot of chatters whenever the trans subject comes up. There's always a new crop of chatters who love what I have to say about like Israel, Palestine, for example. But then this is the one issue where they're like, what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean? To those chatters, I say, why the fuck do you care? What's it to you? What's it to you? Also, it is crazy when it is crazy when people fucking lose their minds over such a tiny marginal population group, as though they are like responsible for the decay of Western civilization or whatever the fuck people present it as.
Men, as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction.
Dude, no one is happier than they were 40 years ago. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I wonder if there is an ever-present domineering mode of existence that perhaps ruins people's hope for a better future. I don't know. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Today, because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen.
As a Muslim, it is in the Quran. What is? What, the trans people are in the Quran? I don't understand. What? I don't care, dude. Listen, clearly you are anti-Israel, okay? To me, being like, sources cited, the Quran is no different than when like Israel dick riders would be like, Israel's been around for 3,000 years. My source, the Bible, okay? Get the fuck out of here. I don't care. All right, sick, man. Get cool.
In countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. No, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
Don't make our children gay. You disrespecting the Quran? No. I'm disrespecting the application of the Quran when we're talking about modern social constructs. Okay? The notion that the Quran would be any sort of important marker in the way that like modern people exist in modern society is ridiculous, just as the Bible would be ridiculous or the Torah would be ridiculous. That's it. Also, I'm pretty sure Islam is, at least some versions of Islam are a little bit more understanding. They're definitely homophobic, but a little bit more understanding of the notion of trans existence.
I think that
Forget complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Brady Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control. And all of a sudden, women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women.
Yeah, women would be way happier if they were servile inside of the home. It's just, they would be way happier. They would be way fucking happier, as opposed to, being a cog in the capitalist machine. Charlie loves capitalism. He defends capitalism unconditionally. He will never assume that that is the real problem here for all people, women or men.
Women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it. And
okay, also, ain't nobody is saying women shouldn't fucking stay at home if they choose to do so. You're not arguing about that either. You want women to have no options. You're angry at the fact that women have the option. That's it. And because you're anti-woman, you're suggesting that women are stupid and should not even be presented with this option, because if even given the option, they'll choose the dumb option as opposed to the much better option of staying at home. This is about relegating women back to a servile state. That's all this is. And it's unfortunately a very, very popular way of communicating, especially to the youth, because there's a lot of interpersonal resentment towards women amongst young men for a multitude of different reasons. Dating life and things of that nature play a big role in this. And a lot of these opportunists actually capture the attention of these malleable children and redirect their anger, and instead of making them engage in self-criticism and engage in self-improvement, they cause them to become whiny little crybabies that think like, oh well, women don't want to be with me, so it's a societal issue, and that they should know their place in society and they should have to be with me at all times if I choose that. And then there's obviously the older person version of this, which Jordan Peterson demonstrates. But, why don't I ever hear you telling the girls to get off Instagram? What do you mean? Oh, Kaya, place. You guys leaving? Bye, Fifi.
we should say it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it, do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain.
Yeah. If this is even true, which I don't know if it is, okay? But even if it was true, the explanation for it is very simple. Yes, they don't have to work. Or at least their only work is inside of the household where they have a degree of autonomy, as opposed to in the normal workplace where they don't. And it's usually from financially stable households that allow a single income, single earner household to even exist. But that is if we actually assume that this is true. And I have no reason to believe that this is true, for the record.
Right. There are and objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that.
Okay, then he just like jumps off to a totally irrelevant point that he just made up. You're not bringing any data. You're just simply relying on the audience to go, I agree with that. The women that tear down statues do seem angry. What the fuck? That's not a point. That has nothing to do with anything.
That actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like...
That's a really good way to deal with that. God damn. The problem here is the more she dominates Charlie, the more Charlie is reaffirmed in his previous position that women should never be allowed a microphone. That's the issue. That's the issue in this conversation is the more she fucking cooks his ass, which she did right here, the more Charlie goes, and this is exactly why you have to stay in the kitchen, because you hurt my feelings when you're outside of the kitchen. There is no microphones in the kitchen. I remember her saying she's a leftist from her convo with you. Yeah, I think so. But she was also like following a bunch of random accounts that obviously... it was like weird. I don't know. She seemed nice though. She seemed cool. I think she was just only like she was a little anti-sex worker, but not even all that much. Do you concede that women with enough privilege and wealth to not need to work are much happier than the other women who have capitalism's boot on their neck? Exactly. That's the question that Charlie asked.
It's a little bit of a one-liner.
The greatest way to destroy Charlie Kirk's argument here is basically to say, don't you feel like the systematic enforcement of capitalism and the incentive structure created within capitalism is making it infinitely harder to have children and two parents with one party working in a household? Which she did actually kind of bring that up.
The happy and the grateful.
Wait, she cooked them.
We know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't...
Single moms, less housework, more leisure than married moms. Without a spouse in the house, single moms do fewer chores and get more sleep. I don't know. Didn't you sit in that chair? I did.
prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also, self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like.
Yeah, she's saying she would say she's extremely miserable because she has to talk to you. Oh, God. This is the other debate technique that I also despise, which is very... I mean, this is like a practical application of it. You're seeing it in real time, which is my interlocutor has no capacity to be humorous or engage in like hyperbolic statements or in an effort to like entertain, say something funny. I am going to present it as though she is being utterly sincere. I have no reason to believe that this person is, I have no reason to believe that this person was trying to make a joke. Yeah, it's just like this weaponization of playing dumb. This weaponization of just making every fucking making every statement come across as though it's perfectly sincere. Now, obviously, a lot of the debate pervert communities that come after me also deploy this technique with regular frequency to clips of mine, where they'll be like, I'll say something like very clearly a joke, like offhandedly. Like, I'm reminded of that Discord, the Discord messages where I was like responding to a chatter, being like, I'm gonna kill myself, and then people were like, oh, he wants to commit suicide. Hasan is actually suicidal. It's like the most commonplace thing that people say online. Very clearly, I'm not being sincere. I'm not suicidal in any capacity. Why the fuck would you ever take that seriously? They're just autistic. They don't get sarcasm. No, that's not true. This is barely a debate. He's just tossing non sequiturs and ignoring everything of substance you're saying. To be fair, she hasn't stopped talking. Yeah, but she's cooking.
But hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here.
No offense, man, but you got pretty defensive about a joke played on you earlier today. You didn't get the joke at first. You got angry, then you got the joke. Yeah, because I'm dealing with a lot of fucking insincere charlatans in the chat with regular frequency. And my coverage was talking about a famous Palestinian journalist that was assassinated. And obviously within that context, especially considering that it's not like a face-to-face communication situation, but instead an anonymous account that had come in, and I have no way of seeing if they are sincere or simply joking, am going to, in real time, initially assume that that person is attacking me as opposed to making a joke about a slain Palestinian journalist and their last name. I feel like contextually there are inappropriate moments where people will act as though they are not capable of understanding that their interlocutor is engaging in a joke. This, on the other hand, what you're describing is like a disagreement. I mean, a misunderstanding, which I, as you also admitted, recognized.
Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats and they have good jobs. And the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without...
Again, this argument in and of itself only works if you believe women are too stupid to know what's best for them. This argument is an Ouroboros. Okay, it is it only works if your starting position already is that women are somehow lesser and don't fucking know what's good for them. And you only believe that if you are misogynistic. Because the argument is, if presented with the option of financial freedom versus financial freedom versus like staying at home and being a mom, women end up choosing financial freedom, and that makes them sad as opposed to staying at home and being a mom. And therefore, women are very clearly, due to the economic liberty presented to them, making the wrong options because they're too stupid to choose the right option. This also obviously completely avoids any sort of real structural analysis of why women are choosing to fucking work as opposed to choosing to stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom and a wife. The problem there is obviously capitalism.
Reading your phone and just like, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all...
This has nothing to do with Islam, you dumb fuck. This is like literally a regionally specific genital mutilation practice that it literally has nothing to do with Islam. The notion that this is like a practice in Islam is so fucking stupid. Ugh. Does not... God, this is literally like post 9/11 Islamophobia. This is post 9/11 Islamophobia. Oh, the fucking barbaric Muslims they're doing genital mutilation.
All for that?
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree. That,
Absolutely,
we actually
we
have
agree on
agreement.
many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second.
Ooh, that was good. I think that's still stupid, but the whole like, don't even give him an ounce of like, Muslim fundamentalism has nothing to do with female genital mutilation. But having said that, her retort was good, where it's like, yeah, if we're going to fucking shut off immigration into the country based on religious fundamentalist values, then, evangelical Christianity should also be shut off.
That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Dog, your argument is to literally do what you think Sharia is, okay? What you think Sharia is a fundamentalist approach to the gender dynamic. You only attribute that to Islam because you're fucking stupid. But like, you want Christian Sharia in the goddamn country. That's what you're advocating for right now. You are literally advocating for that, sitting on that side of the fucking podium. What do you mean? This is why I always say conservatives hate the conservatism of other countries, okay? Conservatives love to talk about how barbaric and backwards conservatives in other countries are, while literally demanding that we do the same shit in America, but within the confines of their in-group. You are a Trump supporter. You love JD Vance. JD Vance thinks women are brood mares that are only good for breeding. He is a pronatalist. He's like a psycho. Fucking stupid. What a stupid argument. Name one Christian country that mistreats women. Yeah, if left to your own devices, America would resemble a Taliban rulership of Afghanistan, but just in an American version. As a matter of fact, you're moving American society in that direction right now. You just only hate it when it's like fundamentalism coming from brown people. That's the problem.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president.
Dude, excuse me. A woman was vice president, and I hate her because she's a whore. Charlie's like, we had a whore. We had a whore vice president who was who had inferior IQ, a female woman whore. How dare you say that I mistreat women? What's next? You're going to tell me America's racist? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. He's like, he has never stopped shitting on Kamala Harris on the basis of being black, on the basis of being a woman, saying she's unqualified for both of those, saying she's unqualified because of those reasons, only to turn around and be like, oh, we had a woman vice president. Okay. You know, plenty of fucking Muslim countries have had heads of state that were women. Yeah, Iran had a fucking Iran had a Department of Environment, leader of the Department of Environment. She served as vice president for Women and Family Affairs. And what was I going to say? Oh, Turkey. Turkey had a head of state. Pakistan had a head of state that was a woman. Turkey had a head of state that was a woman. Multiple decades before America even had like Hillary Clinton run for president. You know? Yeah. Tansu Çiller and Benazir Bhutto. Yeah. What's up?
We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
What? I had respect for this man when he was fighting LGBTQ shit, but when he started to defend Israel, I've hated him so much. You cannot be serious. There is no fucking way that you are a foremost subscriber and you only like me because of my pro-Palestinian positions, not realizing that I'm also firmly committed to defending, queer liberation, gay people, trans people. There is definitely enough markers in the chat for you to comprehend that you're on the wrong side of that position if you think that that's not. Ayatollah spotted. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. Be nice to everybody except for gay people and trans people. Fuck those guys. They're ruining society. I think he's saying he's homophobic, but drew the line at Zionism. Yeah, it's interesting because the very same principles that caused me to defend Palestinian emancipation are the exact same principles as to why I think attacking gay people and trans people for whatever they choose to do with their own bodies and however they choose to express themselves and however they choose to be happy is identical. It's empathy at the root of it all.
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is
Islamic.
A teaching of the Islamic faith. But as
it's not. It's not. It's not. You fucking moron. It's not. What the fuck are you talking about? God damn, it's just so basic. It's just basic shit. This is like addressed by Reza Aslan in like 2004, okay? What the fuck? No, it is not an Islamic teaching nor an Islamic practice at all. What the fuck? He's talking about circumcision, right? No, he's not. He's talking about female genital mutilation. Unless he's talking about circumcision. But I'm pretty sure Charlie's circed up too.
Side note, like, again, this is very important, which is I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable. And they're miserable.
What? I don't care what they do in bed, bro, but bringing this shit out in public with kids outside is a Zionism problem, to be fair? No, it's not. Let people exist, chatter. What the fuck? No. What do you mean? If you're gay, I don't want to see you holding hands with another man. By the way, I assume this dude is Muslim, okay? This is not me being bigoted, but the joke I'm going to make here is that you and your homies do infinitely gayer shit in public. You have no business talking about what people are doing in public, okay? I know what you do in between playing fucking backgammon and smoking shisha, all right? You're kissing the homies. You're kissing the homies left and right, okay? Don't even come in here with this nonsense, acting like, oh, don't do that in public, bro. Don't do that in public, bro. Only I get to do that with the homies, bro. But we're not gay, bro, so it's fine. It's fine, bro. Okay? Grabbing each other's dicks and shit. And then acting like, it's just none of that gay stuff in public, bro.
Well, for a reason. Because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah.
You can't be talking. You are Turkish, the most gay people in Europe and the Middle East combined. Dog, why do you think I'm speaking from personal experience? Yes, I know. That's the point that I was making. Exactly. Yeah, no shit. Thanks for understanding the point I was making. Not only that, but historically, homosexuality was an incredibly common practice in the golden age of Islam, and far into even like the Ottoman Tanzimat era, where it was decriminalized. It was never really criminalized to begin with. The notion that like Islam historically has been homophobic is really fucking stupid. It was literally more pro-gay than Christianity for its entire existence. Islam has been broadly homophobic for a shorter period of time than it has been pro-gay. Okay? Straight up. Also, have you met a Lebanese person is another question I'm going to ask, which is, it's much like the Turks. Have you met a Lebanese person? Lebanese people are the most homonormative society, okay? Lebanese people are the most homonormative society. They unironically get groomed into being straight. They have to be groomed into being straight. No, this has nothing to do with Austin. Austin would be hate crimed in Lebanon for being straight, okay? The way he carries himself. I'm talking about real Lebanese motherfuckers, all right?
Okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive.
Tanzimat era views on homosexuality is not equal to Golden Age of Islam's view on that subject. No, I'm just saying that like Muslims broadly had a very agnostic opinion on homosexuality until fucking recently. It is a contemporary fundamentalist approach within Islamic scripture, but also within some Muslim nations that are run by fundamentalist parties in perpetuity that have this anti-gay approach.
Right, which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just use satisfaction surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're we can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
It is the only sole data set, but it is a data set that necessarily
you told me they're so flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that, because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered.
Extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to import the third world and you become the third.
Oh my God. And then just like racist drivel at the end. Oh, what's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference between, what is the difference between a person that grew up in the fucking third world as opposed to a person that you called it, by the way, check what his name was before. What do you mean? What was it? Egyptian mummy. Oh my God, he's Egyptian. Again, gay as fuck. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. You're gay as hell. Where is he at now? How is saying third world racist? No, dumbass. Implying that people coming in from the global south into the civilized Western democracy is somehow actually a burden for civilized Western democracies is the racist aspect of it, which is why I said someone should ask Charlie what the problem is when you have people coming in from the third world. Okay? You can use a term created during the fucking Cold War to mark down countries that were non-aligned as a pejorative. Here, like for example, when I use queer as a catch-all umbrella terminology for the entire LGBTQ movement, I'm not using it as a pejorative. But if Charlie Kirk were to say queer, or say like fucking queers or whatever, he would be using the same exact term as a pejorative. I don't care about the problematic nature of saying third world, okay? That's not my point. Pick a better struggle here, okay? He literally said, if women in the West don't have kids, we don't have a future. Guess who the we is? Yeah. Third world is not, third world is not inherently a pejorative, even though its application in the Western world oftentimes is a pejorative. It's utilized as a catch-all term for less developed countries that have less developed people. That's what they mean. He's saying 13 words. Yeah. But I'm from Boston, who, when I say queer, it sounds like a slur. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't say that. You're not allowed. Sorry. You can never say queer. Even if you're gay, you could be the gayest Bostonian out there, and if you say queer, all of a sudden, it just sounds like a slur automatically. You could be in the process of putting a dick in your mouth and still say queer. See? It just sounds... Get that queer dick in my mouth. Put it in my fucking mouth. sounds like you're doing a hate crime. Do you see what I mean? Let me suck your fucking cock, dude. Come on. What are you, queer? Give me that fucking cock, dude. I'm going to suck it. Whip it out. Pack the fucking car and whip out your fucking cock, dude. Let me see your wiener. Oh. Yeah, this is my character, Gay Bill Burr. All right, Charlie Kirk versus Cambridge professor. Yeah, hello, I'm gay comedian Bill Burr, like gay Michael Douglas.
Marvelous. Thank you. A very, very short question. Israel versus Hamas. Good guy versus bad guy.
No, boo. Unless he meant Hamas, a good guy, Israel, bad guy, in which case, sure.
Russia versus Ukraine. Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Come on, dude.
Which way round?
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Absolutely. But
we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Okay, what a way to present that as it's a benefit to Ukraine, by the way. Dude, what do you mean? We're extracting their natural resources. I mean, come on. Yeah, it kind of seems like we're the bad guy. It kind of seems like we're the worst guy, actually.
Yeah, but you are expecting Ukraine to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well,
how does... Dude, this is crazy to me. Because, like, if you were to ask Charlie this, like, I don't know, fucking 5 years ago, he would not say this. There's no way he would say this. Like, it's shocking that he's saying this. It's shocking that he's even done I've seen this clip. He's done a little bit of the reading to at least, like, explain the historic significance of Crimea. But, like, coming from a guy, why are you accusing me of being gay, Lamau? This is bullshit. I'm straight as fuck. Also, is a third world country. A third world country does not mean that they're ignorant. And does the more developed person has to accept everything going around to be more developed? What? Dude, this guy got real. Dude, why'd you get real mad? I'm making a joke, brother. I don't think you should be this upset or offended. This is a community that's very pro-gay. Okay? Don't worry. I'm not gay, bro. I'm saying that, you know, our peoples from the MENA region, the Middle East, we have a tendency to do a lot of shit that Westerners would consider to be incredibly gay in a totally heterosexual situation. That was the joke. I'm not upset at all. I'm very open-minded. Also, I don't have the Arab accent, but you're funny, gotta admit. Yeah. That was the joke. Wait, he said Russia is the worst guy, but also Crimea is Russia. I don't get it. Yeah, he's like, he's saying Russia is the worst guy for invading Ukraine. I mean, none of this has to make sense. He's just downloaded the party line, okay? But what's shocking to me is the fact that, like, in an effort to download the party line, he has to have a more nuanced position about, like, Russia's interest in Crimea, which is shocking.
Well, it's interesting. I mean,
because it also directly undermines American interest.
Hold on. Even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial.
Based! Charlie Kirk said the Soviet Union should have never been dissolved. He said it's the greatest setback of mankind. It destroyed every country, including the Eastern European territories. Wow. Wow, dude. Oh my God. Charlie Kirk is a Stalinist. He's not wrong. He's right. It should have never happened. Comrade Charlie. He said that. He said that. He definitely meant that. That's what he meant. That's what he implied.
But however, it was annexed under Obama. Yes, and it was a mistake, and it should be given back to Russia as a sign of good gesture to end this conflict. But who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of World War II? Son? This is very important.
I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that if we're being logical on what has happened, that you are now arguing against that flow. And I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad. They're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one was more bad.
Correct, yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, there's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy. Zelensky refuses to hold an election.
Of the time as they suffered famine under the USSR.
Oh, wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Because under his constitution...
Hold on, Lincoln held election.
I mean... Don't get me started on fucking, crop mismanagement, okay? We're not going to heal old wounds here right now.
During the war, that's not true. He can call an election. He can call a snap election. He's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show a statement to the world, he would call an election and win by 80%.
Dude, this line is so stupid. It's like, bro, what the fuck do you mean? Like, there is no real elections that take place in Russia in any shape or form. Even if you were to criticize Zelensky being undemocratic, it's not about like not holding elections. It's more so about like shutting off any kind of left party, like not allowing disallowing them from participating in the democratic process in Ukraine. That is the actual undemocratic thing that Zelensky has done. It's perfectly understandable for Zelensky to not be able to hold fucking elections when a third of the goddamn country is under Russian annexation and another fucking half of the country is overseas. I guess you could technically do overseas elections, but, it's just, this is such a stupid thing to fucking mention. Like, dude, first of all, not a single man would go out and vote. If there was, right now, if there was an election held in Ukraine, it would be all women. So I guess that's like Charlie's worst. That's basically a fever dream for Charlie. Imagine a country entirely run by women, because no man that's eligible for conscription is going to the fucking voter polls, okay? They are not voting, brother. They are not voting at all. Okay? It would be the first ever all-women election. Just women and the elderly.
And say, see, I'm super popular. So that's number one. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
Okay, I can't agree with you factually on that at all.
Okay.
I mean, constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again, he can, as a prime minister or president.
Like, this is so silly. I want Ukraine to hold elections. I know there's a lot of chatters in here who will say the exact same thing because they just like heard this as a talking point and they think it's like a valid talking point. I mean, look, I think there's very valid reasons. All right. It's the same principle behind even like suppression of speech in times of war and in times of conflict. Like, you have to be a little bit more realistic when you're talking about talking about the situation. It's giving, what if you were gay in Gaza? A little bit. I mean, obviously Ukraine is different because it's a nation state with sovereignty, at least some degree of sovereignty. And also, what happens if like Zelensky wins the election? What then? You know, voter turnout down because they're being fucking cruise missiled. Yeah.
He could do whatever he wants.
He can't.
Okay, all right, we're going to just go back and
sign an
forth
executive order and change their constitution.
Okay.
Neither can the American president either. So hopefully there's a bit of...
He could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion.
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the...
Wait, but yeah. Okay, so Zelensky is ahead in the opinion polls. What's Charlie's response to that? They're gay and woke. Those opinion polls are fake. Nope, he just sidestepped that entirely.
Election of the sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those circumstances.
Okay, then we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But give me another reason why Ukraine...
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards of joining NATO. Do not know where a lot of the...
Okay, I mean, he's not wrong about that. It doesn't have anything to do with Russia invading Ukraine. It's not like Russia invaded Ukraine to be like, we need to fight corruption in Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine to turn it into Belarus, which is known for its anti-corruption initiatives, or more Russia, which is also known for not being a corrupt kleptocracy, famously. Yeah, chill. There's at least 5 countries more corrupt: Turkey, Hungary, etc. Yo, okay, calm down. All right. You're not wrong, but also calm down. There's no reason to bring Turkey. It's also... I'm simultaneously excited because you mentioned Turkey while talking about Europe as though it's a European country, but, you know, how is it corrupt? How is Ukraine corrupt? I don't know. Read any fucking Atlantic Council paper before Russia invaded Ukraine, and you'll understand how corrupt Ukraine also was. Ukraine is an incredibly poor country. People, like, there was a PR initiative to like more Europeanize Ukraine because it was seen as like the bulwark holding back the Russian orcs at the gate by bravely defending their nation state against Russian invaders and stopping their pursuit into further encroaching into Europe. But like the reality of the matter is, pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was plenty of commentary, plenty of coverage on how unimaginably corrupt Ukraine was. It is also not dissimilar to the Russian structure in many ways, where you just have a bunch of fucking oligarchs that dominate the country. None of this justifies Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course. You citing the Atlantic Council when it comes to Ukraine will be used against you because you denounce it when it comes to info on Palestine. What? Yeah. The reason why I'm citing it is because Atlantic Council post-invasion of Ukraine versus pre-invasion of Ukraine had a markedly different tone on Ukraine, because it is a part of the State Department, and therefore it churns out propaganda at the behest of the U.S. State Department. Yeah, of course they're going to be fucking anti-Palestinian in perpetuity.
This money is going.
I don't disagree that there is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe, are you sure about that?
I'd have to double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay, so that's a little bit doubtful. It's not absolute.
Well, I mean,
there's plenty of corruption around. I mean, let's face it.
Ukraine was an unimaginably poor country that was that was in the grips of severe income and wealth inequality, and a nation state that was also run by corrupt oligarchs in the same exact way that Russia is run by corrupt oligarchs. That is not. I don't think that's an incorrect assessment. Having said that, none of that has to do with Russia's invasion, unjustifiable invasion and occupation of Ukraine. So at this stage, bringing that up is really fucking stupid.
We are talking about comparison with some of the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money; they're giving us money. That's a difference, right? Saudi Arabia.
So it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on. First of all, as far as morally acceptable, you do what's best in the benefit of your country. And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you,
don't forget,
how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at $200 billion right now.
I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country, and perhaps sell them weapons, like you're very happy to sell weapons to less free countries. And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it, and in doing so, throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts, if they are facts at all, about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling,
I agree with you. I think he might be stalling.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowledged the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
That's correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we just have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics, and we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No. Oh well.
Of course, you could be wrong in life.
Yeah. I mean, we could all be wrong, but actually,
damn, it is disastrous that the strongest showing that Charlie Kirk had was against a fucking professor, whereas the students literally destroyed him. Like, the students themselves actually cooked his ass, and the only person that Charlie Kirk at least looks like somewhat competent against is this guy who I guess is a Cambridge professor, but I don't know if he is actually a professor.
Bringing that war to an end consistently actually isn't going very well, and I would just suggest to you that whatever tactics have been used are perhaps not the best, and they are certainly...
Professor took up a hard topic. No, it's not a hard topic. Talking about how fucking disastrous Trump's Ukraine policy has been is not a hard topic at all. Are you kidding me? I would unironically, if Charlie was like a sincere actor here, he's not. I would be willing to concede to some of the points that Charlie is making in this conversation, with the exception of Trump's disastrous mishandling of Ukraine, claiming that he was going to actually end the war on day one, assuming that Vladimir Putin is actually a responsible party that genuinely is interested in a ceasefire, and not simply using the pre-existing relationship that he has with Donald Trump in an effort to continue, in an effort to basically get Trump to sever ties with Ukraine while simultaneously consistently pummel Ukraine, and then further encroach into Ukrainian territory, as opposed to like trying to find a reasonable solution where Ukrainians will not be resentful for the last fucking 3 years, which is impossible. Older adults will never concede to someone younger than them. It's an ego thing. Like the reality is, like, yes, Joe Biden was awful on Ukraine and never invested in like any sort of managed negotiation, managed ceasefire whatsoever. Okay. And obviously was restrained in terms of like what weapons to give to Ukraine. Perhaps a little too restrained. What is this? Gang, why did you censor the Z word? Is Zelensky not doing elections, literally not doing it in the best interest of his country? What a hypocrite. What? Did you say Zionist? It's we censor that now because Twitch changed it. All right. This was an abysmal showing for Jordan Peterson. And the reason why I love this is because he has fallen so severely out of favor at this point. He has fallen so severely out of favor. Once hailed as the intellectual titan of the right, getting absolutely cumstered and dumpstered on by a bunch of atheist twinks, hitting him with like the most basic Reddit atheism lines I've ever heard. The fact that he could not manage it because he's just such a fucking weirdo who won't even reveal whether he was like a Christian or not is so amazing. It's so awesome that this is now like his intellectual depravity, his lack of interest in being even coming across as like intelligent is great. And yeah, originally this was 1 Christian versus 20 atheists, which they changed the title of the video at the behest of Jordan Peterson.
A Christian.
And you'll find out why immediately in the beginning.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
The YouTube video's title literally used to be 1 Christian versus 20 atheists.
Hello there. I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists. My first claim: atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics, like I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So there's always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out. But
then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having...
Bro, after demons, on the demonic debate lord scale, the number 1 demons online are vegan debaters, and only followed closely by Reddit atheists, okay? There is no, I'm telling you right now, these guys are basically the two groups out there online that you never want to fucking have an argument with, okay? Because they will never shut the fuck up. They will not shut the fuck up until you kill yourself. And then they'll sit on top of your dead body and say, you're not going to hell at least because it's not fucking real. That's what they'll say, okay? They will overwhelm you with debate techniques you haven't seen. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous group, okay? Reddit atheist debate lords are such a dangerous group of individuals that it makes me understand why the Inquisition happened. It makes me understand why they would just fucking burn these motherfuckers on a cross. Like, imagine you're a fucking priest and you encounter one of these guys in the wild. Instantly, you're going back and being like, we have to kill all of them. Okay, not a single one of them can exist in the world because not even because like it's a real threat to the church's standing, but instead just it's unsustainable. Okay, it's unsustainable.
Met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience...
Because calling bullshit is hard. Yeah, dude, it's because they're fucking profound. That's why. Not because they're incredibly annoying.
With atheists is twofold. Is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition.
What the fuck's going
and they've
on
often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism...
What the fuck is going on with this camera, bro? Oh, God. Even the camera's like, please don't do this. Don't fucking do this. Don't bring up Reddit atheism. If you cover Reddit atheists, like, we're cooked. God, these cameras, man. Fucking so goddamn annoying. All right.
You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Well, let's start
Don't you
with
dare
your claim.
say bless you right now. Don't you dare, chat. It's science you, okay? Oh my Einstein. Don't say bless you.
How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
well,
like...
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. So that's not a real...
Dude, does this guy ever fucking answer something directly? It's just like, oh my God, I'm so happy that this is the last chapter. It started with Slavoj Žižek, okay? It started with Slavoj Žižek, and now it's ending with a bunch of Reddit atheist twinks. And I love that. Just like you. Yeah, just like me. Oh, God.
Claim. Let me give you an example. For example, there's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously.
Well, not obviously. When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody has everybody has disagreed historically on, it seems like, even the most benign detail about a book this big. And it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim is that he's good.
I'm saying that we can't know, because we can't talk to those authors.
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you. So
and we also have a short time here, so I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could.
The core of what I'm arguing.
Dude, this is unstoppable force meets immovable object. Jordan Peterson is a fucking maximum yapper who loves semantics. He is so incredibly fucking annoying about never being pinned down, like deliberately refusing to be pinned down on any position whatsoever. So much so that he refused to even entertain the notion that he's a Christian. Okay. In a YouTube video that was previously titled Christian versus 20 Atheists. Okay. The entire thing here was Jordan Peterson is supposed to defend Christianity as a Christian. Okay. And he got destroyed so hard by these yappers that he forced Jubilee to change the title of the video. It is crazy. There's a couple really good moments in here, which is why I wanted to watch it.
Is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity. Okay, so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said I didn't say the. I said
That is possible, yes.
I said
So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs so he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality. Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that in its essence is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable, and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole. Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God, the question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear if the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and that has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not have physicality? It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion, or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
A central claim.
A central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
No, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism, it seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like, to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have a problem?
Let's pause there. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
They are dorks. I know. They are.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
David. No, Lono.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
I'm not rejecting it. No more than I'm rejecting anything that I don't know anything about.
Do you believe in Lono? Do you believe that he is a deity that exists in the world, exists in the universe, that exists in the existence of everything? Do you believe that Lono is a being?
I'll answer that question once you answer my question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument, and unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point.
My question is quite simple.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's formulated accurately.
Do you believe that Lono exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your argument to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth, where if you don't understand...
Oh my God. I just realized they both sound like different versions of Kermit. Like, this guy sounds like new Kermit, and this guy sounds like old Kermit. Wow. Just a, random thing that I noticed. I know it's not the main point here.
Understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your claim.
I didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lono.
Focus on the debate. You're zoned out. I'm not. They're just fucking arguing because the initial point that Jordan Peterson presented here is atheists don't understand what they're rejecting. So this dude is making an argument to Jordan Peterson about the existence of a Polynesian deity. If you don't know what this Polynesian deity is, why do you reject it? And it's silly because, all right, let's just skip this part.
Coming here to the studio, I was physically moving. I was changing my position. If I said, I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving, and you said, you don't really understand what you're saying, it's nailed to the wall, I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this...
Oh my God, this is so, oh wow. It's like a hyper focus on semantics on steroids. Okay. Morality and purpose can't be found with science. Okay, this is a little bit more interesting as a premise, as a claim. Okay, I think this is a more interesting claim. Let's see.
Purpose cannot be found within science.
I disagree.
What is up, Mr. Canada?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
What's
How are
your
you?
name?
Brian. I think...
Yeah, is the Christopher Hitchens argument that Christians don't believe in Zeus, so they're just atheists minus one God?
It's interesting that you say that morality and purpose can't be found in science. Actually...
No, within science.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Purpose, I actually grant you, because purpose is subjective, right? Unless you want to boil it down to the purpose of life is just to procreate, right? Sure, whatever. Morality is actually something that we do see. We actually have examples of Neanderthals and older individuals found in a tribe, missing an arm, missing teeth, still alive somehow in his 40s, 50s, right? Typically, you're a Neanderthal, you can't eat, you can't hunt, you die, right? But we know that members of his tribe were taking care of him, right? So we know that at some level, early in our evolutionary history, we actually developed altruism. We have examples of chimpanzees who actually have a basic understanding of fairness, right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets 3, right? He actually freaks out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy chimps.
They want 4 grapes.
They want 4 grapes. Those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right? require some level of morality or
into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with
Sure.
regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that
precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific?
How's that not scientific?
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process, as you just
It
indicated.
doesn't need
by
to derive
pointing
from the
to-
scientific process.
Well,
It's
hang
the
on,
fact that
hang on a sec.
we are social animals, so we need that to exist as a group.
I
right?
agree, but
Sure.
you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how
That's
that works.
my point.
I like that his premise is his firm commitment to this premise that like religion is ever present and it always existed and it's taken different forms. So humanity's existence comes after the existence of God and religion is this like unshakable perspective that he has, even though they're supposed to be having an argument about like science being an observation of all of this observable phenomena and religion basically being a rule set that they have created off of, you know, the same observable phenomena that they could not actually observe through the scientific process at that point. But for him, it's like, well, you know, religion predates mankind. It's just everything is religion. Everything is Christianity. Everything is all morality is all morality. It comes from Christianity, or I guess like what would it? This would be like from a primitive accumulation version of Christianity for Jordan Peterson. I win because I will not shake away from my position.
Point.
Science explains it.
No, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's
altruistic.
a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah,
That's a
but
complicated
explaining
question.
the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because we're social animals.
Okay. Oh my God. So fucking boring. Holy shit. I'm going to fucking die. Oh my God. I can't do this. Oh God. Jordan Peterson is so incredibly dull. Like, I feel like he uses being boring as a weapon. I will say this. I think that modern conservatism has evolved, or rather devolved, to no longer even entertain the notion of like being intellectually superior, where I think that there is definitely an anti-intellectualist slant associated with modern conservatism, and therefore there is no use for the likes of Jordan Peterson anymore. There's no use for the likes of Jordan Peterson, so now people can just like put him in the dustbin of history. Or they're just like, yeah, he doesn't even have an audience among conservatives anymore.
It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a hierarchical
and that is
structure?
what the quantum
Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
are. Some things I think some things lead to more benefit.
What is How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure. But I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists and I don't believe that a God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. So I guess
How is that relevant to this claim?
you're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
What typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say
circular?
you believe?
No. No, I mean I saw this, and he's gonna cook him on the semantic side here because again, debate lords love this is like the perfect question to ask a debate lord because Jordan Peterson also is a debate lord of a different sort. He will just like dive into he will dive into like establishing definitions for simple concepts like believe. Like, what do you mean by believe is an insane fucking question to ask in this debate. Let's hear.
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical.
He also always loves to come across as like intense, which you will see in a second is very stupid.
Consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the...
He's not wrong. Okay, dude. No. When asking about whether or not Jordan Peterson believes in an omnipresent God, okay, he like turning the conversation around on what he means by believe versus what Parker means by believe is fucking so silly. It's just, what is your personal fucking opinion? That's it. If you can't even establish, if you can't even find like common ground on the English language and its practical application in here in this conversation, there's no discourse. You can never have a conversation. It will devolve into the most pedantic nonsense.
The bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
how would you define belief? Something.
Yeah, you would fucking kill yourself if Christianity was eroded in the Western world in order to defend it, even though he won't even fucking recognize that he is a Christian.
Can you say?
Well, can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't.
It's so awesome. He gets so mad.
Lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
No, can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like...
Dude, what are you doing? I love this combo. This was my favorite because he's just, bro, he's Sephiroth posting, but as like a religious conservative who won't even admit that he's Christian. How much do you know about me? I believe in the theory of the Dragon of Chaos so much that my daughter almost killed me on multiple occasions. Like when I was addicted to benzos and they sent me to Russia for an experimental cold turkey treatment and I was comatose. Or after in the recovery process when COVID, when people were getting COVID, my daughter wanted to frolic about with Andrew Tate so hard in Serbia that I almost died again. What is that if not undeniable proof of the Dragon of Chaos theory? Unfortunately, Peterson's claim is not necessarily wrong. The task of the scientist is not to be concerned with morality or purpose. In fact, that often gets in the way of scientific discovery. People refusing to believe in heliocentrism, for instance, that's part of the reason why we have ethics boards separate to the scientific community.
In like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis? If
I
they're
would have
asking?
done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that
Would
situation
you
to begin
lie?
with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today? Did you eat
Don't
today?
play games.
I'm not playing games. I'm just
Yes,
asking if
you
you ate
are.
it.
If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do.
This part was also very, I mean, if you are to take him seriously, if you were to take him at his words, because I don't think he's being sincere ever, but it kind of gives insight into his worldview, which is so stupid. Like bad things only happen to bad people because they're being punished with like some sort of divine retribution, where he's like, I'm not going to entertain your hypothetical because I would not find myself in said hypothetical. Like, he's just like, would you hide Jews in your attic and lie to the Nazi administrators during Nazi Germany? Let's say you were born in Nazi Germany. He's like, I would not be in Nazi Germany. It's like, what do you mean? Like, what? Like, you would just like escape? Like, I'm so confused.
Do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like, are you like
clarify.
uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic hypothetical where you put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why
anti-fascist?
are you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's
manner
not what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really like want to be associated with
I can
Christianity. with that
imagine
respect.
that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could.
Oh, look at how long it took for him to say, I would fucking save Jews by lying in Nazi Germany. Like, this should not be extracting a fucking confession out of someone by like clamping his nipples to a car battery, okay? But the process is resembling that torturous process. What the fuck? Fine, you got me. Like, dude, just why? Why are you doing this?
Could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even though you like lied in that scenario. So
Not
clearly, that's
without
what
the
you see to be true.
context that I put it in.
You were not willing to
I
die for it.
said-
You were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with no precursors to back me into a
How's
corner.
it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Great conversation.
Okay. Oh, this is the kid. This is the kid that cooked his ass and said, "You're nothing."
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You say atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Everybody worships something even though they might not know it. By the way, you want to know, ironically, I don't even like fully disagree with half of these fucking prompts. It's just that using these prompts at the behest of like undermining atheism or trying to defend Christianity is silly. This is my everybody believes something stupid theory. Simply put.
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, that's it. That's your understanding of worship.
Well, I could flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay. Do Catholics attend to Mary?
Yes.
Okay. So do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary.
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. Now you're taking it back.
There's
now?
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within the
there's something at the top.
All right, you can worship things
Mary
below.
is quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's go over your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to.
Prioritize.
Do Catholics
sacrifice for?
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't add that to my definition.
You understand?
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend to
So you can attend to something trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
Okay, now you're adding stuff to the definition. But your original definition...
I added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
Didn't understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay. You're
their
familiar.
Doctrines are very
how do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a Christian or you're not.
I won't talk to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell.
Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Abdullah Rasulullah. What do you have to say now? Be gone, atheist. That's right. I have said the Shahada. Allah is the greatest. And Muhammad, peace be upon him, is his prophet. What now, atheist? Checkmate.
Jordan Peterson is Sunni. Otherwise, why would his name be Jordan? Maybe 5% Shia as well. Yeah, I agree.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
It used to literally be Christians versus 20 atheists, and then they changed it. That's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. Because the title initially was Christian versus 20 atheists. And they changed. They're such pussies. Jubilee, come on, dude.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Oh, I'm done with him.
They'd rather lose credibility than hold Jordan accountable. Okay, first of all, lose credibility. It's fucking Jubilee. What do you mean lose credibility? Who had credibility for Jubilee? Jordan Peterson lost the debate to a child, an atheist child. Claim atheists accept Christian morality but deny religion's foundational stories. Jordan Peterson's framework for understanding Christianity is probably not the one that the Bible intended. God, I hate these debates so much. I just don't care. I don't care about it at all. I feel like the reason why this is Debate Lord's like favorite subject matter to cover is because it's so, I don't know. I feel like it's so inconsequential, but because religion, or at least like religious social concepts, have dominated the planet for so long that they can make it seem as though this is a serious subject matter that we need to discuss. You know what I mean? It's circular, so you can just lab debate perv techniques. Don't miss this one, 5950. This guy also dismantles Jordan Peterson.
Atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories. Hi there.
It's very nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Yes. So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands.
Yeah, this is my favorite type of like debate pervetry. One of them did it to Charlie Kirk as well in Cambridge, where he was like, okay, you know, you're homophobic because of a semantic misunderstanding, and you claim that it's because of like church tradition, but also there's a shit ton of stuff in the Bible in all the different versions. I don't know what they are because I'm not, you know, even going to entertain theology that much. But like it's the classic like different forms of scripture that Christianity chooses not to fucking apply, like mixing fabrics implies that you must die a horrible death, or eating fucking shellfish and things like that. It's just you end up cherry picking certain parts of it, which is why I always say religion is just like any other ideology. And that everybody picks and chooses, is subject to interpretation, and it's really dumb to design society around it.
Man's genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
No.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But that's a mistake. I think it's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
I really don't think so. I think that if we say that something is Christian ethics, then I think that all of the books essential to Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking about
How do you deal with
God,
the morality of war?
So
how do you think you should deal with the morality of war?
Sure. Because I feel like the morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, but sure, well, we can go on my ethics. That's totally fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing with?
Well, I just think that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, that like the Christian God isn't like Christian ethical.
I said that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through the example. Yeah, so, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line with Christian ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God saying, go and do this atrocity.
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right, fair enough.
Yeah, but this one certainly wasn't a just war. The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle, which they lost, and God says, that's it, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth. And then 400 years later, he commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
Well, a genocide can be a war, but...
Absolutely.
I mean, for Jordan, this is intellectual honesty, a brief moment of intellectual honesty, as he is an advocate for Israel and its unjustifiable genocide.
Well, it could be.
Not. The genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the infants, that's not a war. The infants aren't combatants.
Look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past and to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave...
I mean, you can fucking say, imagine misrepresenting history. What do you mean? You can say that it's like fucked up to kill babies, right? That's like pretty basic. Why is it so hard for this man to ever say it's fucked up to kill babies? Like, that's crazy.
To the gentleman who is sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest in the Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundational belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Do you have the belief in your theology?
Well, what do you think of that? Wait a sec. Now, redress what I just said.
So I'm about to address it, but I'm addressing it with a question. Do you think that God is by his very essence perfect?
You'll have to provide more.
Sure, just like maximally great and all, like the great making qualities.
Sure.
Yeah, like flawless. Yeah. So,
okay,
so does a flawless thing change? Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time, or would a flawless thing say, here's what's good, here is the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time?
Well, we know some of that.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth. That's one.
That's totally fine, but presumably...
No. You don't get to skate over that. That's totally fine.
It's a straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So the argument is that God...
Wait a sec. You said find one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't say any of those words. I'm not sure what conversation you're a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously. I mean it. If we're going to have a serious conversation, conduct yourself properly. Okay. Rephrase your question so that, because I must have missed it. I tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral.
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
Our understanding might, but presumably what the perfect being is revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that, though, at the human level?
How do we distinguish between whether...
Between our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself.
Between our...
Yeah, well, we can only see through our own lenses.
Presumably a perfect being would be revealing all of these aspects all the time, especially if God's outside of time. I don't know how a God who's outside of time is revealing different things at different times. That just seems like incoherent to me.
Imagine something that's perfect.
Sure.
And complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything but that.
Sure.
Well, they're going to get it wrong.
Sure.
Okay, now wait a sec. Do you blame that on the interpreters or the phenomena itself? For example, are you perfect in attending to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, he could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have to go across like a learning curve where, maybe we'll understand thousands of years into the future, maybe we'll do it. Oh, also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible because
wait a sec. Let's not go to that yet.
You threw free will into the mix.
Well, that was the answer to your question.
Yeah, and
you said, why wouldn't God Well, you know,
it's
1,000 years of deep thinking philosophers would disagree with you. But
and 1,000 years of, or at least like the last 50 years of philosophers would disagree with you. These analytic philosophers, people like Graham Oppie make arguments about the incompatibility of omniscience and free will, that if God created this world, if he chose this world instead of that world, then he makes it causally inevitable every single action that you were going to make. If he made a world where we were just electrons in love, then none of this would have happened. But by making us in this world, knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future, it makes all of those events inevitable, which means that they're all causally determined, which means that we have no free will if you believe in an all-good God or an all-knowing God.
I hate to be a philosophy PhD guy in the chat, but both of these dudes suck, lol. I hate this entire process. But I do like that they pissed off Jordan Peterson. That's what I like. Making me rip my hair out. I like that they frustrated Peterson and made him look and feel small. But yes, this is why I used to constantly shit on philosophy majors and also Reddit atheists in general.
God that made everything.
Well, have it your way.
Okay, cool. So then the free will of the Odyssey fails.
Well, it fails for you. That doesn't mean you've disproved it. I mean,
Do you
you
want to
tried
respond
to
to the
make
argument?
Yes, you tried to make a case for a causally deterministic universe. I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Do you think that God could have created a different universe than the one that he created?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then there's going to be a double bind, right? So either he couldn't have done it, in which case he lacks a power, or he could have done it, in which case we don't have free will, because he chose this world instead of that world, making the events of this world instead of that world inevitable with his infallible knowledge.
I don't understand where you're headed.
Well, it just means that the free will defense fails. Like all this, like under
Like
your
I said,
view,
if you want to have it fail, no problem. I don't know why it's relevant to the issue we're
Do you
discussing.
acknowledge that under your view, free will doesn't exist?
No.
Oh, then do you want to respond to the argument?
You'll have to phrase it more
Sure,
clearly
okay.
so that someone like me can understand it.
Yeah, gotcha. So God already knows in advance everything that's going to happen, which means that by making this world instead of that world, everything is inevitable, which means that God's act of causing this world instead of that
Inevitable
world
doesn't mean determined.
It's causally inevitable if God chooses this world instead of that world.
Doesn't make it determined.
Causally inevitable means determined.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Well, have it your way.
Okay.
That's not the case.
If someone is an atheist, why do they spend all their time researching religion to debate it? It feels like a snark page for God. Basically, I love that. Yes. I am of the mind that very few people in the process of these sorts of debates actually move away from their religious framework. I think it's like especially unsuccessful. What's the saying? You can't logic. You can't use logic to untangle someone's position if they didn't arrive at that position through logical thinking. And Reddit atheist debates are basically trying to disprove that point. Okay? Like, you're literally talking to a person that did not arrive at this position by thinking through it logically in almost every single one of these circumstances. So it's truly a exercise in futility. You're wrong. I moved away from religion because of atheist debates. Good on you. Like, if you, okay, religion, religious feelings in modernity have almost entirely collapsed, okay, in developed nations. Do you think that that is a byproduct of debates and people encountering debates? Or do you think that there is, I don't know, the expansion of the expansion of like scientific research that ends up plugging holes that previously religion tried to answer? Both? No, it's not both. One is the actual truth. The other one is just you not realizing that played a major role, not playing a major role in your life because you thought like, oh, it's just because I watched this one debate. Why are you making a binary choice? Because I just don't believe that people move away from believing religion as a consequence of watching someone get bested, like a religious person get bested. I'm sure that plays a role for some. I'm sure that plays a role in some. I'm not discounting that. But obviously, there is a much larger, much more consequential systemic change at play. Especially considering that in many circumstances, like I already said, no one is born religious. You learn religious. You learn to become religious. It's social conditioning. And it's actually an incredible amount of social conditioning that is required to maintain, especially at a very early age, to maintain that indoctrination. I lost belief in God because I'm short. Most people don't logic their way out of it. That's insane, dude. Straight up, I became an atheist as a teenager when I realized no just God would make me 5'4". I just realized you being agnostic means you're a religion centrist, lol. I just don't care. I don't care. One way or another. I don't believe it's religion that actually makes people fundamentalists, for example. I think it's people's material conditions that make them predisposed towards fundamentalist attitudes. Religion is secondary. That's my belief. I'm not in any way, shape, or form spiritual, I guess. I don't care, me centrist? Yes. I think you're underrepresenting the impact of debate because of your own personal bias against debate lords. Sure. Dude, why am I so fucking tired? I've only done 7 hours. I think Jordan Peterson cooked me. He destroyed me, chat. One final note on this. It has been satisfying watching Peterson's reputation plummet. Back in 2018, he was the most influential public intellectual in the Western world. Now he is rightly a laughingstock, with all comment sections filled with derision at his pomposity and ignorance. He still might be the most influential public intellectual in the Western world, actually, but solely because the Western world has so few influential public intellectuals. It's awesome. It's one of my best locks. Ironically enough, I have, like, there's something, I guess there's something about the way I am where I despise gurus and charlatans. And for the most part, I feel like a lot of them apply, super basic stuff, like self-help stuff in an effort to draw in an audience. And for me, Jordan Peterson was always like such a intellectually hollowed out person. And I regularly would yell at him and about him. And for years and years, I had to deal with his annoying ass fucking fan base. So now I'm glad that I'm glad that most people understand that he is a clown and not someone to be taken seriously. I cannot believe that this man was so influential in Canadian politics that it ended up like causing the Canadian Bar Association to come out with a statement because it was like purposeful weaponized ignorance surrounding Bill C-16. Come on, is Canada? Yeah. One of the funniest aspects of that was, once again, Jordan Peterson was an America-facing content creator, as is the case with many of these reactionary Canadians. And therefore, he just kept talking about like hate crime statutes and the expansion of hate crime statutes to factor in transphobia. But because Americans don't understand hate crime statutes because we don't have that, Americans were like, I can't believe it. They're going to make it illegal to misgender someone, which was already not correct. That's not what the Bill C-16 was. But in our endless sea of ignorance, we turned around and we made it about ourselves. And we ended up making Canadians also, take a stance that was against their own fucking constitutional protections. Having said that, love you all, but I am very tired. I think Jordan Peterson took it out of me. So on 7 hours, I'm going to end it. And I'll see you tomorrow, chat. Love you all. And bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this bottles of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find